change of range.
Right down to the end of your days, and I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome to the DPC SEA region, brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad, and we are about to get into a singular best-of-3 tiebreaker between T1 and Neon Esports. And joining me to break down that series, we've got Black and Lizard on the panel to talk about this game. Guys, two teams. One team is going to go to the group stage of the major. The losing teams go to the wild card. What is at stake here, and what does this mean to these teams?
Means a lot. It means a bunch. If you want to have it easy in the tournament, if you don't want to go to that crazy wildcard when you have to play against pretty much every region besides
Except
NA,
two.
because NA, you know,
And SA.
and it's all about the NA. Besides NA, because they don't get to go to the wildcard.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Poor guys.
Yeah, it's going to mean a lot, really. You don't want to be in this position. We've been talking about that since the beginning of the tournament. However, T1, I think they're extremely satisfied to even be where they are at the moment. They don't have to play any tiebreakers to even go into the wild card, because that was a possibility today, right? They couldn't play it.
Yeah, they were facing not going to the major possibly if they lost versus Neon. Thankfully, they were able to pull out that win earlier, so now we have the rematch. But you know, it also means they're fighting for second and third, and no one wants to be third in the region, do you? You know, at least if you're second, you can say I was nearly first. But if you're third, you know, you weren't even nearly first, Black.
Yeah, I mean, being not first is always not that great. Honestly, oftentimes it feels, even if you're second, you know, can sometimes, I don't know, it just feels so bad. It feels like you're last place sometimes, you know. Like
Third can feel like last.
yeah, third, second, everything but first is really
It's basically
not
last
what you
in
want.
your eyes.
Yeah.
Dang, that's a harsh mentality. But of course, we have the standings here. Fnatic at the top. They are confirmed going to the playoffs of the major, directly scoring themselves a top 12 finish. Meanwhile, Neon Esports and T1, these are the two teams which are so far unconfirmed. They are fighting it out for those group stage and those wildcard spots. And then we have Boom Esports, TNC, and Execration. These three teams will be continuing on the upper division, but will not be going to the major this time around, which is a big, big loss for them. And finally, we have 496 and Vice Esports, who will be swapping in for Lil Gun and Omega Esports, because they didn't do very well.
Yeah. Like you said, a big loss for them, but as well for Execration, let's say it's a success to stay in the league. For TNC, I think it's a big loss. For Boom, staying in the tournament as well is pretty nice. You get the shot to play that next league in the Division 1, and also you get the shot for that second major, which is a pretty big thing.
Yeah, yeah. Just before we jump into this game, are you expecting shuffles from Boom and TNC?
I mean,
They already announced that Savage isn't with them anymore, right?
I mean, he was never with them. It was just a
Yeah.
stand-in. And, you know, might sound a little bit harsh, but I'm sure a player of 23's caliber, he's got a lot of really good offers out there, you know. Boom is not bad by any means, but Savage, like, just felt like he's a class above.
Yes, yeah, yeah. I don't think he's he's looking to stay in Boom for the long term. He just saw himself as like, oh, you know, if I get a couple of wins here, maybe we get to the major. Maybe I still get to play in Singapore, but unfortunately that didn't come through for him. So now he's back on the market. So looking for a new team. If you're an org out there looking for a carry, then, you know, 23 Savage is available, as he posted on Twitter, looking for team. But TNC, you know, that's kind of the big question over my head. Are we expecting them to make shuffles?
It's tough. Like, they almost made it to the tiebreaker and the major, even though they had 2 people with really high ping, Fabi and KP. So it's hard to say how much the ping impacted them, like how much did it impact them that they were not 5 at 1 boot camp, communication-wise.
Of course,
you know?
right?
So there might be a second chance before we see anything
Yeah,
happening
because
with TNC.
if you also remember how the league started, they had some really big upsets at the beginning versus Execration.
Yep.
If they take that game, suddenly they're also 5-2 instead of 4-3. It's a different story, right?
True.
They're the only
It's
ones
very
that
punishing league.
they're the only ones of these big 4, big 5 that actually dropped the series to Execration. And why? It's because of their amazing Medusa gameplay that they just weren't prepared for.
Yeah, and TNC said so themselves. You know, we didn't take that first series as serious between OG, Liquid, and Tundra, so it's going to be another one of those teams. And also, we'll have 2 teams from China, 1 from CIS as well. So the wildcard is not going to be easy whatsoever. You don't want to be down there, because if you are, then it's going to be very difficult to even qualify for the group stages. So there's a lot on the line here for both of these teams, for sure. Talk to me about T1, Black. This has been one of your favorite teams throughout the season. Can you explain why?
Yeah, because they are one of the most aggressive teams, very fun to watch, and just individually I thought they always had the capability of being one of the best, if not the best team in the region. They have been before, kind of dropped the ball at the beginning, but started to pick it back up again. And yeah, lately they're looking like they are a contender for the best team in the region again. If things go like yesterday, I really don't give much of a chance to Neon, because T1 did outplay them pretty hard in 2 of those games.
Yeah. Lizard, are you expecting a repeat of what we saw earlier on in this series of T1 versus Neon?
I'm not so sure. Neon might have been a little bit more relaxed yesterday because they had their stuff pretty much confirmed, right? But we'll see. Neon, they like to flex it a little bit too much for my taste. It's something that we've seen yesterday versus PSG, LGD, and IG. I feel like Neon, when it comes to flexibility, is the PSG LGD in that manner. They just have these players like they just play some crazy stuff like Troll 5, a lot of Kotal, mostly on position 4, Pango pretty much everywhere. So as long as they don't flex things up too hard, and as long as they pick a Kotal and just have a standard draft, I can't really predict the series which way it'll go.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Neon then. As you did mention, you know, flexibility is one of their strong points. But when it comes to gameplay, what do you think they can do to get an advantage over T1 in this series?
I think the biggest advantage they've had throughout the season was that they were ahead of all the other teams in terms of the meta when it just started out like 1.5 months ago. But all the other teams feels like they caught up, you know. Neon is struggling a bit more to get their draft advantage that they always had during their early days of the season. And I thought it was the biggest advantage. Now that advantage is kind of dwindling, you know. Like you can see some of the weaknesses come through for Neon, which is like when they run into that wall repeatedly, as we said yesterday.
We're talking about the wall again.
The wall again, yeah. But we have seen it yesterday, you know, T1 just put themselves there.
On the high ground.
They keep going in, and so eventually they just break. No backup plan.
What created this wall as well from Neon is the fact that they've played way too many games in the season. T1, they're only playing
other
DPC,
tournaments too.
yeah. And they're playing other tournaments, and teams are studying them, and because of that, it's much easier to prepare for Neon than it is to prepare for T1.
So do you think there could be like a big reason why it's backfiring now? Because I thought, when I saw them in 2-3 tournaments at once, they're giving away a whole bunch of information.
Yeah.
Because even if you're trying to hide things, your playstyle is still out there. People can analyze your wards and stuff. You can't fake all of that.
No, that's exactly what I meant, because you said as well, at the beginning, it seemed and it felt like they have this advantage, at least in the drafts. They would always be one step ahead of other teams. Right now, you don't really feel that. At least we didn't in the last series of them versus Neon that happened versus T1 that happened what few days ago.
Yeah, yeah, it's possibly putting themselves at a disadvantage by playing too many tournaments at the same time. Could be better just to focus up, but I don't think they realized how well they were going. Well, maybe not. They didn't realize how well they were going to do coming into it, but I feel like if they'd had known how strong they were going to be in this league, then I don't think we would have seen them signing up to other tournaments, because why they wouldn't need to. They did so well in the first few weeks. You know, they were 5-0 or something. They destroyed.
Yeah.
They destroyed. But we do have a comparison, and we're going to have a look at the carry players. This is Jackie and Natsumi in the head-to-head. Kind of similar in some ways, different in others. But what do you like about the two players individually?
I feel between the two players, Jackie is a little bit better when it comes in terms of itemization. I feel like Natsumi had some rough games when it comes to that. But aggression-wise, Natsumi is always there. You know, like he likes to be involved much earlier than Jackie. T1 is always this like 4 protect 1 team, whereas Neon is really just always 5. You know, they always want to fight together, be there together. We have seen it in game 2 against T1 yesterday, where just 5-manned everything, and T1 had no chance at all.
I think the two interesting stats here for me are the lane performance, which is highly skewed in Jackie's favor, and the tower damage as well, which is both very high, but for Natsumi is way higher. I mean, obviously that's a consequence of hero pool for sure, but do you think that T1 do a good job of protecting Jackie compared to Natsumi?
Okay, look, Natsumi might struggle a little bit more in the laning stage, but it's not that he's not protected enough, it's that he wants to join the fights a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, when you're thinking about Jackie, yeah, there's a bunch of Raid King games, but he doesn't play the Raid King in a way that he just shows up and fights very early on. No,
because Midas Radiance.
Yeah, Midas Radiance, he's playing the meta stuff with the Raid King. He also does the same thing with an Arc Warden, I think, when they play around the triangle really well, and he doesn't even have boots. But teams struggle to find ways of actually catching up to him in that triangle and killing him off. I think that, why is that like that? Because teams do not adapt to different smoke rotations very easily. Usually what you do is you smoke up, you kill that tier 1 on the enemy's safe lane, then you play around their jungle, right? And if that fails, where do you go, right? But you shouldn't even be attempting that versus an Arc Warden, I feel like. You should be taking that tier 1 on the mid lane as soon as possible and then invading the triangle. Yeah,
possibly teams didn't really study T1 too much, because it has to be said that he is insanely greedy. He goes like no boots, Battle Fury PA, or brown boots, Battle Fury PA. As you said, no boots, Maelstrom, Midas, Arc Warden. That is like the ultimate greed. You can't get more greedy than that. And he's not getting punished.
Also, this no boots Arc Warden feels very good. Like that's the way I started playing it a month or a bit more ago, and it just feels much better because you hit your timings a little bit earlier. When you buy that Javelin with the Midas in the triangle, suddenly if you have Magnetic Field level 2 or 3, you can take the Ancients as well.
If you get punished,
if you get punished,
very rough.
Yeah, then
you're like a snake.
You're just so there was this situation. My Enigma is farming the hard camp next to tier 2. He drops a neutral item, but he forgets it. And I'm at the tier 2 as an Arc Warden. I have no boots. I walked there to pick up the item because he dropped it, and I can't run away. Some storm zips from the mid lane. It's like it's very rough to play without boots when you're so immobile.
Yeah, that's a reason we see boots in like every hero in every game. It's
also, if you see that Enigma in what's it called, Overwatch case, please do your job, chat.
Pick up your neutral items, people. Come on. So, would you like to see Neon kind of invest in a more aggressive strategy? Maybe something where they can get on top of T1 really early on and possibly punish Jackie for his kind of hard carry playstyle?
Yeah, not only that, it's also just the playstyle overall. We've seen Neon struggle a lot when it comes to late game, where T1 is really shining. So Neon has the upper hand in the early game, probably a little bit in the mid game as well. So I want to see them just play really aggressively early game, get an advantage. That leads them to objectives, and possibly go high ground really early and just end the game before T1 like hits their stride.
We can take a look very quickly at the head-to-head statistics as well, and just see exactly how these two teams compare up against one another. Because especially, when it comes to the two teams in a nutshell, there are these similarities between them where they both like to push on each other and kind of protect their carry, obviously. But they've also got big differences, as we've seen between Jackie and Natsumi. The differences there are quite notable. What do you think about the differences between the two offlaners? Because for me, that's the biggest difference between these two teams.
Play hard. We have seen him struggle a little bit, and Cuckoo, if he is struggling, that's because there's a bigger plan around that. they sack him on that offlane. Sometimes Cuckoo as well, we've seen a couple of Enigmas that weren't really that great. But overall, I don't think they're the shining stars so far in the league of these two teams, right? Like respective offlaners on both sides. With all due respect, I would rather talk about Yopaj, let's say, or even about Scam, the Build 2000.
Yeah. I have to say though, between the two, usually T1 drafts in a way where Cuckoo is sacrificed a little bit more, and Playhard is drafted into a scenario where he actually has a counter matchup against the safe lane, but oftentimes struggles to just adapt to a lane. He's like very autopilot-y, like we've seen it especially in game 1 yesterday, where he lost LC against Disruptor PA, which should never ever happen. It's like a very easy lane for LC. But these kind of small things, you know, they can really snowball out of control, and suddenly you lose a series you shouldn't.
Neon's opening, this combo of position 2 plus position 1 is like it's been sneaking through every series. Like you kind of see it, but you don't pay way too much attention to it. But Wraith King and DP together do so much.
It's like their own meta, right? Like yesterday, DP was 3rd picked, and then 2nd picked, and then 2nd picked again, and now it's just 1st pick overall. Like this is just a little meta between the two teams because they played each other.
Lizard, Whiteman's got a banana today.
That means he's
I have one. Should I run and grab it as well? Like,
yeah, I feel like, you know, if someone wants to bring Lizard's banana, then they should definitely do that. Anyone listening?
That's it. He listened to me. We were
you
talking.
were saying this,
we were talking about this last time. Some nuts, some banana. You know, keep it healthy. Keep it healthy if you're eating all the time.
Yummy.
Monkey King answered to the Wraith King together with the Phoenix. We've seen Monkey King not work against Wraith King yesterday in PSG versus IG, but
can go both ways.
Can go both ways, exactly. And this time around, he has a really big team fight component with him. It's this Phoenix. So you can combo something else with it as well afterwards, maybe some Mars even.
Yeah, and Phoenix owns those two heroes, especially if you itemize for an early Vessel. You can almost solo kill that DP with like a Vessel plus Sunray. Can melt through that HP real fast. Do you like showing those two heroes right off the bat?
I'm not sure about
Wraith King and DP.
Wraith King and DP.
They're showing a lot.
They're showing everything, right?
Yeah.
They're showing their. Okay,
it
so
could be
there is some.
DP,
There's some flex. There is some flex there with the DP, exactly. But have they banned out anything? No, they haven't banned out the Lina or the Quap or anything that's strong versus her.
We have seen some offlane Wraith Kings as well, and some post 1 DP. So in that sense, it's pretty flexible still.
Yeah.
But like it's just DP is the strongest on post 2.
What did we see? One Wraith King offlane that went Midas into Solar Crest and Aghanim's, something like that.
Yeah, that was interesting.
It was pretty lackluster.
It didn't work. It didn't work. Yeah.
That was the series where everyone was going full greed.
And you
also
can't
against
really,
the Monkey King.
Yeah, you can't go. You can't even lane versus Monkey like that. So
you can 1v2 you.
Yep, pretty much.
But
Is this a counterable duo though with the Wraith King and the DP?
A counterable?
Counterable duo.
I think Phoenix already by itself is super strong against both of them. Then you have Monkey King, who DP and Wraith King are also pretty afraid of. So I quite like the opening for T1.
Yep.
But as we said, there is some flexibility for Neon. Maybe they do some post 4 Wraith King suddenly.
T1 also flexed their Monkey a little bit in previous matches. Position 3 Monkey on Cuckoo. It's an option, but
even if it's a carry Wraith King, they could potentially put the Monkey King Phoenix there, and Wraith King will struggle against that lane. Can still pick up other carry heroes. Like a Phantom Lancer right now looks really damn good too. There's lots of options on both teams still.
How do you like the Phantom Lancer? Like the problem for me with the Phantom Lancer is this duo, of course, Phantom Lancer and Monkey. I don't like it way too much.
Sure.
I'd rather see just a Mars on offlane for T1 or Pango.
There was just in case they really want to flex that Monkey to offlane, which some teams have done. They built this Witchblade BKB, and they play more of this initiating role.
Yeah. Yeah, Orb Corrosion as well, so very, very strong. But all the contested heroes between these two teams now picked or banned. They picked the Phoenix, now the Outpuck, Timbersaw and Pango have all been banned out, so probably going to be seeing a slightly different series as to what we saw earlier on in the week.
Yeah, Disruptor picked by T1. There we go.
There's not a lot of post 5s left that are super impactful, it feels like. Disruptor's picked up, Phoenix is picked up, AA banned, Oracle banned.
So much team fight from T1 though. I mean, this is really
scary.
Yeah.
Especially with Monkey King and Phoenix, Disruptor makes so much sense. You run away from an egg and Wukong, you just get glimpsed back in, and your team can't help you. Because if they go back in, they'll die as well.
And this is really what I like about the matchup versus Monkey versus Wraith King. Yeah, on paper, Monkey is good. because of that Wukong's command after you kill him the first time. But you really need to have a good teamfight combo behind you so that they don't just turn on you after that happens. We've seen that recently. And T1, they adapt accordingly. You have, like Black said, you have the Glimpse, you have the Egg. It's looking pretty solid for T1 right now.
Really is.
There's a lot of smiles and laughs. T1. Neon looks a bit more tense than usual.
Yeah, they seem to know they're in a bit of hot water here. Need to bail themselves out of this draft soon.
Yeah,
Some big responses will be needed.
Certainly. I mean, they've had a pretty fast opening with the DP Wraith King, but they seem to be struggling quite a bit to find their support duo now because
they were very
there's
happy.
not much left.
Yeah, they were very happy at the beginning when they were opening, laughing, all smiling
Oh,
faces.
disrupt them.
Yeah, we won.
We
We
got
won.
him, boys.
We got him.
Oh.
Not like this.
What now?
So they do go for Elder Titan.
Not my favorite already versus the Phoenix. Doesn't feel that great if this is a position 5.
Yeah, against Disruptor is also.
Versus Disruptor in the lane.
I mean, they're
too.
running out of time, so they had to pick something. Like, he's not terrible. Elder Titan, he can lane quite okay. But against Phoenix in lane, it's tough because all you do is right click and Phoenix.
You
of
can't.
course,
Versus Phoenix, you can't. Versus Disruptor, I think it's kind of fine, right?
Yeah.
Because
But even then, like this Thunder Strike deals a lot of damage.
they go with Quap. There we go. They didn't ban out any single counter to the DP. And T1, they just go with the Quap.
They could adjust though and put that DP into the offlane instead.
DP ET offlane or something like that.
Against the Monkey King, not the worst.
Yeah.
Anyone thinking that we might be seeing a Legion Commander again? It was their answer to the Disruptor before.
It's possible, but
It's
they
not bad
lost
this
both
game.
games. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really like even
It
if
would
you
be
were
brave.
comfortable with it before, you know, you're probably not anymore.
Yeah.
Because you didn't even have time to scrim or anything either. Yeah,
Oh,
profit.
nice profit. Okay,
Profit.
this is one of those heroes that at any given point is a threat to Phoenix, right? Because you
Sure.
can always TP on top of that tag. You naturally built into a lot of attack speed, which is nice. You also have an Orchid builder now, so
But at the same time, though, if your lane goes south a little bit against the Monkey, Quap, you are a walking feed.
you're a walking feed indeed.
And here's our draft analysis for the two teams and the heroes they've picked up so far, with 4 currently on the board. And right now it looks like T1, you know, statistically lacking in a couple of things, tower damage, stuns, and Roshan mainly. But we tend to see that when a team hasn't picked up their carry. But T1 has picked up their carry. They've got that Monkey King, so...
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of Roshan damage unless Monkey goes for that Axe play that we've seen recently.
He probably will eventually.
Yeah, but we're mostly waiting for the stun on T1. That's what we're waiting. You have Boundless Strike and that's it. They're really shabby in that department. They need something good on the offlane.
But at least they
Mars
still have the
banned out.
offlane to pick. There's potentially like a Sand King we have seen do quite well against Wraith King. Sand King against Wraith King, Elder Titan sounds super good to begin with.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll
Okay,
see that.
I would love that.
Team fight.
We don't see it very often, the Sand King, but
Sand King is quite underrated in my opinion.
there's
Yeah, I
also
agree.
okay, Beast banned out, Mars banned out,
Not a lot
Tidehunter
left.
banned out. There is Centaur in the pool as well if you want to go that way. A little bit of mobility as well. I don't like Centaur overall as a hero right now, but could is a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, their team fight still is very overwhelming, though. Neon will definitely have to play this kind of kiting game, force the Phoenix Nova somehow. But then again, Disruptor, how do you get out after you kite something?
Yeah.
Like, it's very hard to kite a Disruptor. They will need their BKBs, so they can fight into that egg.
At least they have this Prophet plus DP. You have a lot
They're
of
quite
push,
mobile.
split, push potential. Yeah, very mobile.
So let's see if their last pick an offlane, which I hope they do, or they put Monkey offlane, which they've done quite a bit. And Neon needs...
My problem is if they put Monkey offlane, then your safe laner needs also to be that extra control that you need, right? So you can't really let him farm away and be AFK. He needs to be more active. No, not sure which way they'll go. Neon needs a 5, I believe, or a 4. Elder Titan can be either.
It could be a Prophet 5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
A Clockwork 5, okay. Okay, I mean, against Phoenix, Against Disruptor,
Against
Quap,
Quap,
Against Monkey King and Wukong,
Yeah, not.
I really just thought, like, I think they just ran out of time.
Yep.
Like, Clockwork is decent. He's not terrible. He doesn't do anything great here, though. It's just
They still got
okay
28
pick.
seconds left. They didn't
Yeah,
run
you
out of time at all.
You have some kill potential versus the Disruptor in the lane if he's playing that 5.
Yeah.
And
But I
you-
mean, my thoughts would be this is just a way to get the glimpse out of Disruptor. You know, just get on top of the Disruptor, force him to glimpse you, or
And then
kill him.
fight,
You
yeah.
know, or one or the other, and then you take that guy out of the engagement. I
So
think
you're
that's-
forcing a hook shot for a glimpse. That's it, pretty much, right?
Hey man, I'm trying. Okay, it's better than what.
Yeah, I know. I see you're trying. You're stretching it real thin right here, but
If T1 picks Sand King, I don't think Neon can ever win a team fight this game. Until they have like 3-4 items on all heroes. Just overwhelming amount of team fight already.
we haven't seen them pick Sand King, have we, so far? Or did they pick it?
Bristol
they're-
back.
Bristol.
Neon
Okay.
Ah,
picks
man,
it.
this is...
Bristol.
Okay, to be fair, Disruptor does make up quite a bit for lack of stuns. Because even if they get away, you can get them back in, at least get one kill. Bristol does address that tower damage a little bit, as well as the Roshan. It's not terrible, and they don't really have a tank breaker either.
Oh, so it's offlane Clockwork, by the way. Position 3 Clock.
Offlane Clockwork.
Mid lane
Mid
Nature's
Prophet.
Prophet, yeah.
Wow.
So they and plus 4
Versus
DP.
the co-op, and that's pretty solid pro Prophet, right? Versus
Yeah,
co-op
you
in the mid.
outlasted them pretty.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
And you get a fast Orchid to counterplay
Okay.
the co-op.
Well, taking these lane switch ups into account, who do you think is going to take game number 1? I can hear the cogs turning.
I don't like the Bristol pick that much again.
No.
He's going to be playing into Elder Titan. Who's his 4? Phoenix and Bristleback. Okay, Phoenix Bristleback versus the Elder
Pretty
Titan
good.
should work. Yeah, it should. It should.
Goo plus Quill
Yeah.
plus Phoenix spells.
Fire
I
Spirits.
think overall the overwhelming team fight might be a problem for Neon. Like their lineup is not bad at split pushing, finding pickoffs, but it's very hard to pull off. Like T1's lineup is a lot easier to play, I feel like. But because they switched up the lanes, they have a little bit of a better shot at it. But I'm still gonna go with T1. It's just easier to
T1.
execute.
All right, Lizard.
Yeah, I think Black just changed my mind. I was thinking Neon with their pickoffs, with Nature's Prophet mid, whatever, Orchid, they can make stuff happen, but the team fight composition on T1, and they shine at doing that, right? They shine with these team fight-oriented strategies and drafts.
I'm going to go Neon, actually. I'm going to go Neon. I think if the drafts were reversed, I'd definitely be going T1, but I just think Neon are looking more in their comfort zone here, and I think, like, T1 have a very Neon-y draft, and Neon have a very T1-y draft. And we've been saying T1 draft stuff is easy to play, easy to execute. I think they're going to be able to do
I
that.
think
so-
everyone is confused right now, but I agree.
T1.
Excellent.
Neon-y.
All right, let's bring our casters very quickly and get their predictions for this game before we jump into game number 1. Guys, what is we thinking?
They smoked up team fight too
Raptor,
fast.
please.
I'll go with Neon. Beak up, go faster.
Neon.
All right, cool.
Nailed it.
Let's get into the game number 1 of this tiebreaker series. It's a best of 3 between Neon and T1. Take it away, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad. Coming into this game 1 tiebreaker series, we got some free Dota for you. You know, that's usually how they say it in the NHL when you go into overtime. This feels like overtime because these teams just played each other. And they're not smoked up or attacking each other, and we're paused. I had a whole story.
You can tell your
It's better,
story.
it's
It's
better.
fine. You know, we'll listen.
Nah, it's just, my pick was going to be in my alphabet soup, and that was it.
I think you used that one already.
It was cereal last time.
I was
Alphabet
cereal. All right, so
cereal.
you're just changing what you're eating. Okay.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet on the mid lane. Yopaj playing it. It's pretty much always the same build on the Nature's Prophet mid. Rush that Orchid, so you are kind of forcing Queen of Pain to get the Yule Scepter as
Right.
a first item here, which is something she does not want to have, but, it is what it is. Because Nature's Prophet puts so much pressure on the side lanes once he hits that level 6. It's also going to be like a Dead Prophet, a lot of push potential, some global presence with the Clockwork Hook shot. That's why I love it. And I just love Dead Prophet plus a Raid King combination, and think these two heroes are paired up nicely. A lot of team fight, Roche taking potential. It just feels good. So T1 could be in a bit of a trouble, like if lanes don't go too well for them. I want to see what the Monkey King is going to build, if he wants to be able to go a bit more risky route, more greedy route, to get that Battle Fury online.
Yeah, I know yesterday, obviously different region, China, we were watching a lot of those like Monkey Kings and Trolls, some of the heroes that maybe prefer Battle Fury at times, go into the Maelstrom. Zephyr getting caught, should be first blood, will drop to Natsumi for first blood, claims the head, harvests the bones. But yeah, we've seen a lot of those like switches from Battle Fury to Maelstrom here and there. But you're saying for T1 at least you want the Monkey King. Battle Fury, is it not going to be as aggressive of a lineup if he goes for that Battle Fury,
Depending
though?
how other lanes are going, I think if like a mid doesn't get too much out of it, if off lane, let's say, get crushed, he can't afford to go for Battle Fury because
Right.
it's a very snowbally lineup from Neon. It's been a while since I saw Nature's Prophet on the mid lane, but he should do well against the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain so far has 3 CS, which is pretty great. Starting with the Scream of Pain, something you want to do because like Shadow Strike doesn't do that much against Nature's Prophet. You want to secure the creeps. Nature's Prophet can't TP back. This is something that Nature's Prophet and Kanka have in common. You get harassed too much, you TP back. And you send those treants of Queen of Pain, something that she doesn't deal well against.
Right.
You have extra damage as well on top of that to be able to CS, deny. So yeah, Nature's Prophet really strong against Quap on the mid lane.
So we'll see how Yopaj does on that Nature's Prophet. A lot of things that the panel talked about was just the ease of execution. I know Neon, they've looked like they've really meshed together as a team quite well. Their chemistry has been there. So I'm kind of expecting just movements from the Nature's Prophet with the clockwork as Cuckoo goes down to Januel over bottom. Another kill there for Neon. You know, putting that together where you've got an offlane clockwork, he's going to get a quicker 6 to compared to the 5 position clockworks that we see. So with their chemistry, what I'm alluding to is, you know, you could see hook shots, then the teleportation in from the Nature's Prophet. If he gets a quick Orchid, that's an opportunity where I think Neon might be
it's
able
an
to
easy
show
setup.
that chemistry.
Kind of a global lineup. You see one hero, there's a clockwork hook shot from far away, Nature's Prophet TPing in. Also, I love the matchup on the top lane. Monkey King shines against the melee heroes, against that Prophet. That Prophet should have a decent lane here. I'm not saying that she should be able to win that lane, but you know, they can put some pressure, play hard, wrapping around. So Jackie needs to be careful.
He does need to watch himself right now. As Debil, he's got 5 CS. So are they keeping play hard in a, you know, not farm priority role here?
Yeah, it's a dead Prophet off lane,
Okay.
but position 4 is playing it. Clockwork with the boots. Not a big fan of Clockwork off lane. Navi likes to run that hero as position 3. I've seen General yesterday with double bracer, maybe even triple, and an extra content of strength bottom lane.
Looking for the sweep. It lands on a Cuckoo as well as Zephyr. So they're giving the farm priority to Death Prophet. So maybe, okay, so they're not going to get that off lane, more priority, quicker 6 there.
It's much easier for Dead Prophet to farm in this lane, so makes a lot of sense. Natsumi needs to be a bit more careful, has a lot of Magic Wand charges, a Fairy Fire to work with. Bunch of tower, bunch of overtime damage from T1 on the bottom lane. Once Spirits get to level 2, Quill Spray already is level 2. They need to be careful, but both heroes have a Magic Wand, so this is where the sustain is going to come from. Also, I really love Natsumi having an extra point in Mortal Strike. 1-1-1 build and breaking just feels really, really good. Like I've seen players not having it at all until like level 6 or 7, which is, I don't know, just boggles my mind. How's that possible?
Yeah, quite a long time to wait for that. Haste rune picked up by Januel. As the 4-minute rune will go the way of Neon. Carl taking a lot of damage. They've got the haste. The blink back, and Carl will be okay. Elder Titan coming in quick.
Fake
Hoping to
hype
maybe
coming
grab.
through. Nothing happening.
It happens. But
AT is already level 3, so
Yeah.
a lot of kill potential, 2 points in Spirit. They need to be very careful how they, you know, approach.
play hard. He's been caught, kinetic field. Might be able to get this kill. Jingu's going to go off on the next strike. Jackie will grab a kill up towards top, and play hard just in a little bit too far, getting aggressive on the Disruptor. Now Natsumi forced to TP back to the Tier 1 tower. This is so far looking really good for T1. Look at the CS everywhere. Bristle's 32 and 6.
Nice rotation from Natsumi.
Yeah,
He actually gets the bounty rune because Bristle has a bottle.
Go for Debiel up towards top. Spirit Siphon keeping him alive. Play hard going for this while over bottom Januel is getting chased. Debiel needs to be very careful as the Jingu goes off. Boundless Strike hits. Debiel is gone. Whitemon dead. Januel bottom gone. So fights happening across the map. And T1 are the ones who get out ahead with 2 kills, 1 on each side.
Bottom lane for T1. Once they start getting levels, it's gonna be much harder for Wraith King to sustain in this lane. Running low on the region, has that magic wand to work with, but no healing salves, no tangos. They'll be probably forced out of the lane pretty soon. Or one thing what they can do is play aggressively on the bottom lane. Once Nature's Prophet hits 6, he is already level 6, so it's a possibility that they just make an aggressive move on one of the side lanes right now.
Be interested to see how they're going to approach that. I know there can be pressure coming out from Neon if they do get level 6 on the Death Prophet as well as the Nature's Prophet. Wrath of Nature gets thrown, blink forward with the Scream. Carl gets a kill on a play hard who's just up a little bit too far. Cuckoo taking a lot of damage, trying to TP away. They just needed one more shot.
Surprised that Natsumi just kind of bailed him there. He said, I'm out. Had magic wand charges, had the fairy fire. All they needed was one extra hit to finish him off. So first rotation from Nature's Prophet, not successful. Thankfully, it's not that long of a cooldown, 85 seconds.
And they don't get the kill there onto Cuckoo, but it does open a little bit of space up for the Wraith King. And Jackie, he's got that Battle Fury queued up, so a little bit more of a longer build up for the Monkey King with that.
Yeah, against Nature's Prophet, you want to upgrade your Quelling Blade. Always have that in your inventory.
Make sure you can get out of the trees.
Just invest over 4,000 gold to be able to cut it down, and then he gets his shard, and you can't get out.
And those greater treants really do quite a bit too. So the game's sitting close. Nature's Prophet coming back in terms of net worth. Wraith King equivalent with Carl. And will be that Orchid first for the Nature's Prophet, queuing up a BKB afterwards. So Yopaj, that Orchid timing is going to be very important to how Neon kind of get through this mid game. The earlier it is, obviously the better it is, but with heroes like Nature's Prophet, the words of wisdom, they flow from my mouth sometimes. But you know, the more
Is there
opportunity.
an item that you do not want to buy as fast as possible?
Well, you can't with Shard.
Divine Rapier, Shard, okay.
Yeah.
You got me in the first half, not gonna lie. Exorcism is up, so they can start making some rotation on their top lane for Neon. Nature's Prophet ulti again. So up once again, so they could start playing aggressive rating right now, just being in the jungle. Standard build, we see some Wraith Kings upgrading those Gloves of Haste into Hand of Midas, but we've also seen quite a lot just casual Gloves of Haste, increase the farming, and then straight into Radiance.
Do we ever see them go back for the Midas?
No, never.
It's not worth it at that point, right?
No.
We've seen late Midases, but not going back on that Midas. Broom handle for the Monkey King, because that's what he needs, more attack range. Jackie's sitting here towards the top, or actually at the top of the net worth. He really, for the most part, hasn't been touched, while Cuckoo gets a kill on a Jean-Nuel. They brought Debiel bottom to work with this Exorcism. Going for Cuckoo, looking for the TP, trying to get in front of this Bristleback. Finally, the cogs are there, but the Sonic Wave is thrown in the blink. Aggressive on a Debiel, might be able to survive. The blink was already used. It's on cooldown for 5 more seconds, and Carl blinking aggressive into an awful spot.
Oh, that's tip-worthy for sure. Like, the play for Queen of Pain there is possibly just get close, use Scream of Pain to finish off Clockwork, and get the hell out of there. Let's see that one again. So yeah, she was very close. Definitely no need to use the Sonic Wave. Maybe he thought I can blow up that Prophet. She doesn't have Spirit Siphons off. But you have to be aware of Nature's Prophet deeping in.
Yeah, immediately getting tipped on that one too. Deservedly so. Bounty runes going the way of T1. Paimon picks up that that tome. He's been playing a lot of Disruptor.
Now, he's been really shining on that hero for sure. He knows the limits. I remember him getting like a couple of kills on the cores, just manning up and trying to fight them, getting a lot of levels. Catapult wave, Yopaj, TP stop on the Nature's Prophet, wants to put some pressure. Phoenix is already there, level 5. So Zephyr needs to be a bit more careful. One good rotation on him, especially with the Clockwork. Hookshot is available. So if they get a hookshot, he's dead.
Rocket Flare is going to spot him. They're going to try and get the angle. They've got the Treants to help spot Zephyr all the way through.
Trying to spot or trying to block the hook?
Yes. What it turned out to be, but now Zephyr gets away with the Icarus dive, but now the hook shot follows it up. Battery assault on him will try and Sunray out. Not going to happen. They'll get the kill on a Zephyr. Play hard getting a solo kill. Yopaj taking the tower. This is good communication from Neon and a solid take on the tier 1 top.
So tier 1 for tier 1 trade, the standard stuff. Map opens up, you play the top lane. As Radiant, Dire plays the bottom part of the map, but they also got an extra kill from that. I just love the scaling of Neon's lineup, because you have kind of 3 cores, and also ET, if he manages to get an item, like he's gonna be a monster. And I love that type of a build on ET. Like 2 points in Echo Stomp, 2 points in Astral, just for the lane to have more damage. Even Earth Splitter, they have a good setup with like Great King Stun, especially power cogs from the Clockwork, or just the Sprout is gonna be enough to keep you in place until Earth Splitter actually comes.
Yeah, so we'll see how the Elder Titan does. You've got that Orchid finished on Yopaj.
Queen of Pain does not have any items. She has that Yule Scepter that I talked about, which you need to go for, because you are playing into Orchid.
Yeah.
It's not... If it's like Spirit against Spirit, one Spirit goes Orchid, the other Spirit can also get Orchid. Or if it's like any Spirit against Puck, you can get the Orchid. You don't necessarily need to get the Yule Scepter. Like Yule Scepter most of the time is your second item to be able to dispel the silences.
Ooh, they're going to
Carl
try to go for Carl. Hook shot. Can they line up the cogs? A little late with them, I think.
Yeah, all he needed to do is push back, give Yopaj enough time to TP, because this was Orchid reveal. Queen of Pain now knows she needs to play a bit more cautious. They don't have any saving heroes on side of T1, so whoever they go on is pretty much dead.
Yeah, maybe their only save, kind of, but not really, is Glimpse, Sunray maybe, but it's not...
It's level 1 Sunray,
you know,
yeah, Glimpse potentially, especially against the Clockwork, something that he does not like to play into.
It's not your standard Oracle or Shadow Demon saves that come in, Winter Wyvern. They're going to go after Phoenix. They've got that Orchid. Enough time for Natsumi to get off a
They're
stun,
not using
but
their
they
spells properly. Like, this is the second kill that they just missed.
And it's something I kind of alluded to, was how much Neon could do if they had everything working as a well-oiled machine. But what we're seeing right now...
We see bottom lane. Clockwork, again, missed the hook shot. So they're not getting any kills. That's the third one in a row.
Yeah, it's just not working together as a unit at the moment. They've almost got that Yule's on the Queen of Pain. You still have to be careful, though. You know, it's not just the Orchid silence that you need to be prepared for. It's also the silence from the Death Prophet. It's only level 1 at the moment, but that level 4 silence, 6 seconds, is a lot to deal with. Could potentially be a massive issue. Wrath of Nature up in 45. BKB being built here for the Nature's Prophet. You've got the Sacred Relic finished for Natsumi. He's sitting 3rd in the net worth. And Natsumi, for the most part, he got out of that lane, which was a little bit of pressure from the Bristleback unscathed, and hasn't been touched since. That being said, the same can be said for Jackie, who's got the Battle Fury going into the Axe.
Both heroes pretty much free farming. Hook shot. There's the silence. Should be an easy kill.
Yeah, Whitemon just down there looking to get a bounty rune, and unfortunately, not only does he not get the bounty rune, but he loses his life too. You can definitely feel like the pressure from this series. These teams are normally like, this game would be like 18-16 at this point. But it almost feels, and maybe this is a product of also the missed ganks from Neon, but it feels like this, there's so much weight on this series.
T1
of
right
course.
now, exactly. So much at stake here. Winner of this series goes to major groups. The other one, the loser, they go to major wild card. So
Yeah.
a big difference there. That's why we see so many mistakes, maybe some nerves kicking in, and not so many like aggressive moves across the map, because T1 right now is just farming. They have this Bristleback with the Eternal Shroud down. Jackie working towards his Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Battle Fury, staying on the top of the network. It's the timing that they are looking for. Braid King has Radiance finished, so that Prophet also level 2, something that I always mention. Exorcism, there's a huge difference between level 1 level 2. Hook shot,
Hook
he's
shot
in.
comes in, and that's going to hit on to the Phoenix, but they've got the Static Storm through. Zephyr able to get Chris dive away. They'll get the kill on a play hard. They turn and look for more. They're going to fight Natsumi. He's hit with that glimpse, but the stun comes out onto the Disruptor. Now they've used Exorcism trying to run in on this. Earth Splitter comes in. Whitemon sitting low, backing off the Supernova. So a lot of ultis getting dropped here by Neon, and they don't really have much to show for it. While they're using this Exorcism, they're going to try and pressure the tier 1. It doesn't have a lot of health left on it.
I like how Zephyr used immediately Egg on the high ground after Exorcism was popped.
Stun out on the Cuckoo. He's silenced multiple times. Icarus dive again. They continue to retreat. They haven't gotten a kill just yet. Whitemon getting low. Sleep comes in onto the Queen of Pain,
Here
who is
comes
potentially
Monkey.
setting up for a Sonic Wave. They've got the Wukongs down as well as the Boundless Strike. Karo trying to line up a Sonic Wave that could hit the entire side of Neon. And there it is. He drops down, comes out onto 3. They get the kill to play hard. They look over at Natsumi, who moves forward and right-clicks Whitemon to death. Silence back onto the Bristleback. Sleep doesn't land on anybody that time, and it's so far a 1-for-1 as they're still looking for Cuckoo. Natsumi still has enough mana to play with to have that reincarnation. Throws a stun out. TP from Yopaj about
That's
2
a
steps
tough
over to the
nut
left.
to crack. They need to fall back. Exorcism down. Another life thrown by Clockwork. He's having a rough time. Goes in after he uses his spells. It's pretty much guaranteed that he's dead. We can see the power of Monkey King. He's getting very close, just 1,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. Then you need to be very careful about it. It also opens up the Roche. They have a decent Roche taking lineup with the Monkey King Ags, with the Bristleback. Nasal Goo is level 2. Did you know that for 15 years I thought that spell was called Vicious Nasal Goo? I don't know why, you know, I just read it and I never checked it again, pretty much, you know.
I can see that. I just don't know what makes Nasal
I don't know,
Goo so vicious. Viscous is a very...
Yeah, there's, you know, a lot of synergy between Goo and Viscous.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, but I was focused on the different stuff, you know, I was focused on the game instead.
Yeah, that's the difference between you and I. I was focused on the names. But yeah, Viscous is like, I think,
Oh, they got the monkey.
yeah, they've got the silence onto the Monkey King. They're trying to get the kill here as the hook shot followed up by Play Hard. Should have the damage, Boundless Strike. Oh, God, still killing Play Hard.
That's what I just said. You know, Clockwork, whenever he goes in, very high chances that he's gonna die. We can see the power of Monkey King's Axe there.
Yeah.
He traps himself, and yeah, he's dead. But I think Clockwork is fine with that.
I mean, that little interaction right there where Clockwork still dies going in with the hook shot is a bit of a reason why DeBeal and him made the swap in farm priority. Because in this game, he's probably going to die regardless of if he was the 3 or 4.
For sure. 2 disconnects from Neon. It's always Whitemon. Production just loves Whitemon. They're checking what he's eating today.
Yeah, I think they're always expecting him to be like sneaking in a bite during a pause. Had the banana earlier. He's had breadsticks, chips. He's got a full pantry.
I mean, you can't just eat the same thing every single day.
Could, maybe. Quesadilla every time for lunch for me.
Yeah. I've noticed, actually.
I find something I like, and I kind of get a little nervous about changing it up, but I've gotten a couple different things recently.
Yeah, some tacos instead of quesadillas.
We actually did go get tacos the other day, but I had a spicy pork. It was really good. Even at 9. You can go to the same thing every day, though.
Well, this will work.
Not for me.
lunch.
Like I need to eat the different things.
Okay.
It's just not fun. You know, if I eat the same thing for a week, I'll probably just get bored of it.
I'm
But
also
I
doing a
could
little
play
bit
the
of cooking
same hero
all day.
all day. Let's say Pango. I could play that hero every day.
That's what I've been doing. I've been spamming Ancient Apparition.
Well, this
Some heroes are just fun. You know, very fun to play.
It's been fun lining up the Ice Blasts. I've had a lot of late games. My bracket doesn't know how to close. You know, get to level 25.
I like how you say
AoE
my
cold feet.
bracket instead. I don't know how to close out the game. You can't close out the game with Ancient Apparition. Like, all you can do is pretty much get the kills and wait for someone else to deal the tower damage. Game resuming. Let's see what's happening.
Double damage for Yopaj.
BKB already done, going into Witchblade. Now
one
you say
Which one is that?
that blade.
I was getting there. The response time for me, though, wasn't that quick.
I've seen Nature's Prophet like rushing that item, sometimes even on the offlane. It deals quite a lot of damage. Never seen this type of a build-up where you get it as a 3rd item. Maybe he decides to switch things up. It's an item that, you know, gives you attack speed, gives you some extra armor, which is nice against the monkey, against the bristle. But so does AC, which gives everything to your own team. So it could be a second possibility.
Wraith King queuing up the AC after BKB, so that might be a little bit of the reason.
Oh yeah, you're correct. I forgot about the Wraith King. These pauses make my brain shut down.
No, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be the AC for the Wraith King. He could switch off and Nature's Prophet could go for it. Genuine gets the sweep out on a Whitemon. Wukong's command. They found Natsumi. They'll take out his first life. Reincarnation. Supernova. Is it timed right? Whitemon low. Sonic Wave comes in. That hits out of the Wraith King. They'll get the second kill. They'll take out Natsumi, who kills Whitemon in the exchange. They've used a lot to get that one kill. And now they're going to look over as the cogs, they land. Carl blinks away. DeBeal, he had silence available.
Silence was ready. Yule Scepter was ready to try to set up a stomp. Man, Neon is just not using their abilities, not using their items. We always say that when there's a Raid King into Monkey King, you kill him once. During the Wukongs, you kill him a second time. And this is exactly what the T1 did. Possibly they might start thinking about getting a possible Force Staff on one of the supports to be able to push him out. He's getting closer to BKB, but that's not going to save you against like Wukongs, against right clicks from Bristleback. Queen of Pain Sonic Wave was nicely timed there by Carl, just pushing him, not out, but he couldn't use anything, and it just felt like, you know, Raking had one life there.
He really didn't do much with that second life. I guess the Radiance Burn did finish Whitemon, but... Ooh, Rocket Flare. That spots T1, and off that information, you can probably go with the assumption that they're smoking. Although I say that, Play Hard still isn't backed off all the way. And smoke will be broken, Play Hard will be spotted, and at the end of the day, he should be dropping.
Glimpse.
Play Hard? There's the glimpse. They've brought him back into the hands of Jackie. Carl gets the kill on a Play Hard. And they've now made it 11 as this game is very close. It's stuck within about 2K the entirety of this game. 23 minutes in, you could feel that it just almost feels like it's on the cusp of going one way or the other. Just one big team fight exchange. We haven't seen really a 5 wipe or anything like that yet. Lotus Orb onto Zephyr coming out from Cuckoo.
Monkey already stacked. A couple of Wukongs. Yeah, you can see the power of it.
Stun out on a Cuckoo. Just not getting much more of that. They don't have Hookshot. Wrath of Nature on cooldown. Reincarnation is up. Exorcism on cooldown. A lot missing for Neon in terms of wanting to go for a fight. But Exorcism will be up in 5 seconds, so they might look for an opportunity where now Queen of Pain has that Shiva's TPing away, and let's see if they can find anything with this smoke. Getting a kill on a Jackie or Carl would be a big one. However, they're going to move towards Roche. Do they go for this?
So, like, they know something is up, so Neon should be able to climb the high ground.
Silence this time used onto the Phoenix. They've got the Orchid to follow it up. They get
No
the kill
buyback.
down to Zephyr. No buyback available.
We'll have it in 5 gold. Okay, he got it.
So he could buy back. He could get in with the Supernova.
Yeah, you need to
and they
buy back
backed into
here.
Roche. This is a tough fight still, though, for T1.
No hook shot. Buyback available, 25 seconds.
Both teams kind of fight well around this pit. Doesn't look like they want to make the commitment just yet. And they kind of just let it go. A little bit surprising. They don't use the buyback. It was there for them. Had Supernova available, but now Exorcism, it's going to be towards the back end of it. So let's see if they can get the kill here onto this Death Prophet. Silence. BKB gets popped as well as the Yules, and now they're going to go after Wipeout. They get the kill onto the Disruptor, and looking over at the Queen of Pain, who's pushed by the Cogs. They've got the Silence out from Debil. Can they get the kill? The Sleep out of the mark, but the right clicks in, and they get the kill to Carl. They've taken out 2 on the side of T1. The retaliation from Neon works out as T1 tried to time it right where they could get the kill onto Debil, not knowing maybe that he had that BKB ready to go because they glimpsed him back, and inside the Static Storm takes a lot of damage, pops the BKB kind of late. And, you know, this fight turns around. Great Cogs pushing Carl and allowing them to get that kill onto the Queen of Pain.
Surprised T1 did not want to contest Roche. Like, their heroes are extremely good in the Roche pit. Like, I don't think you can ask for more. You have Queen of Pain, you have Wukongs, Phoenix Egg, Hookshot on the bottom. We've seen this movie before.
This is the sequel.
Death of Clockwork.
2 Clock, 2
Number
Furious.
11. How many deaths does he have? 8. Okay, I was close.
Fast Death Clock.
They need to connect with Natsumi. Natsumi has that Aegis, has level 2, level 3 reincarnation right now, but he's super slow. They need to help him out.
Stun coming in, but the Viscous Nasal Goose stacks. Dodge. Great dodge with the Illusion Rune. That was really well done by Cuckoo, but it will give enough time for Natsumi to TP away. Orchid comes out into Whitemon. Sunray on a Yopaj, as well as the Spirit Vessel. So Yopaj forced to BKB. He uses that Wrath of Nature. That's going to bounce around a little bit. Yopaj TPs out, knowing that this 1v3 will not favor him.
So Yopaj deciding to change his item build. But he didn't. He actually finished the Wish, but man, he's super farmed. Yeah, that one. Going into Silver Edge, he wants to be able to break Monkey King, break Bristleback. They don't have any break mechanics, break abilities in this game, so kind of understandable.
Natsumi's Courier goes down, and it looked like they were trying to bait in Cuckoo. The way that Elder Titan was kind of positioning himself. Throw that stun out once the Lotus Orb ends. They've got the sweep from a distance. Genuel, he's got Earth Splitter to use, but they just don't have the control just yet. Static Storm played down
Clockwork
on a play hard. And he's surviving through it, but the Balance Strike comes in. Debil, he's in really far. He has the BKB, but it's not going to matter. He pops it and immediately dies afterwards. Play hard and Debil are gone. That's going to be a tip from Carl to Debil. Supernova committed. Natsumi, he's got the BKB, but he will still pop. And then from there, Wukong's Kinetic Field, Natsumi.
It's Aegis.
He's lost the Aegis, and it looks like he's going to lose his 3rd life inside the Wukongs. They just split him open so quickly. A bit of a misplay again from Neon. To be waiting so long in the BKB.
Like, that Prophet is very squishy. She has a BKB Yule Scepter, and Clockwork, there's some beef between Clockwork and the Disruptor in this game, because every single time he goes in, there's Static Storm on top of it.
Yeah. Orchid comes out mid onto the Queen of Pain. Yule sweep, it lands, but that's enough mana for that blink. I was more surprised on the fact that Debil waited so long to BKB. You know, he's running in there with Exorcism. I think you can BKB earlier, run in, and instead, he waits till he's just about dead.
T1 will finish the third item that completely messes up your lifesteal, any kind of healing. They already have a Spirit Vessel, Scotty about to be done on a Monkey King, Shiva's Guard on Queen of Pain. Tough one to fight into that.
Yeah. Elder Titan has Glimmer Cape. Like you said, Prophet's going for the Silver Edge. Already has the Shadow Blade component of that. The AC is being built here for Natsumi, so that might help coming into these later fights. Paladin Sword for both teams.
Yeah, Raid King doesn't benefit that much from the Paladin Sword, because what I just mentioned, the itemization from T1, that Shiva's Guard, Spirit Vessel, Scotty, Monkey. However, you know, he does quite a lot, but they can also give that possibility to either like a Phoenix or a Bristleback. They got so many good items on side of T1 that no one's holding onto that item. Like Monkey, he's having some status resistance from Titan Sliver.
Ooh, Zephyr. Not in time to stop that TP.
Yeah, you know when your Queen of Pain is holding a Paladin Sword, that the rest of the team also got some really nice items. Like, pretty much the perfect ones. Bristleback holding on to Cloak of Flames, some extra armor, some extra magic resistance. This is what Hero needs. And he's gonna be the one staying alive the most in the team fight, so that's gonna add up damage coming out from the Cloak of Flames.
Has that magic resistance from the Cloak of Flames, has magic resistance from the Shroud. Sin right now at 32% magic resistance. Not bad. Monkey King really has pulled away from the rest of the pack, though. Look at that. Top of the net worth by 3K, just about. BKB almost finished for Queen of Pain. This game seems to get much harder for Neon with these BKBs starting to come out, right?
Yeah, they will not have abilities that go through Magic Immunity. You know, there's a Clockwork Hook shot. You don't care too much about it. Where's the follow-up going to come from?
Elder Titan getting hit with that dust the second after he uses that Glimmer Cape. He ends up dead. Hook shot misses. Play hard in trouble. Glimpse into the Static Storm again. They've used the Exorcism. Stun thrown at the Phoenix, but the Lotus Orb on point. That sends it back on to Natsumi. They'll get the kill on a 2, though, taking out Whitemon as well as Zephyr losing play hard. They already lost this Elder Titan, but the Sonic Wave comes through. Everybody on the side of Neon. They get the kill on a Yopaj. They've taken it to the Nature's Prophet. The BKB being popped by Natsumi. He's able to run from the Wukong's command, but do they want to walk into this circle? They're thinking about it. They're standing on the edge, and now it finally ends. They go after Cuckoo. They have a way to lock him down continuously. The Lotus Orb is on cooldown. Queen of Pain comes in, blinks forward, now slept up. Debil sitting low. Crypt Storm, does he have the damage? The Balance Strike comes out from Jackie, but Jackie ends up dead. He's in the wrong place, and so is Carl.
Man, that damage coming up from the Death Prophet, and they're standing on top of ET. So all your magic resist and all your armor, base armor is gone. We're going to see that one again.
Jackie moved
Surprised
in.
they decided to go back in again. Because, like, once T1 uses Wukong's command, Neon needs to bail out. Like, maybe lose 1 or 2 heroes and then try to reset after that, because you can see, like, the power of it. Raven pops a BKB, starts to run away, they understand Wukong's is done, and now they're gonna come back in again. Great. Look at the... how that Prophet dodges the Scream of Pain with the Yule Scepter. That was an insane reaction time. Exactly. Monkey is like, yeah, I can fight. Yeah, you're standing on top of ET. You cannot fight.
And all of a sudden, your high ground has been pierced. Neon, they're up 2K. They took a full team wipe. You don't have buyback on the Monkey King or the Queen of Pain. Your racks are going down. And all of a sudden, Neon look quite strong. A BKB's been picked up by Cuckoo. They get just the melee racks for now. The question is, do they want to continue to go? They don't have Exorcism to work with, no hook shot, but they go after this Bristleback. The damage coming out.
Break.
Oh, God. Pops the BKB. They'll go after Whiteman. They get the Disruptor dead for 45 seconds. Natsumi on the cusp of losing his
Sonic
first
Wave in
life.
10.
And Playhard dead once again. So they're without the Clockwork. They're going to BKB and TP out on the Nature's Prophet. They lose the Wraith King with the Boundless Strike. BKB turned with the stun
Just
coming out
TP
on the
out.
Monkey
They
King.
don't have a basher. They have no abilities that could stun him. So nicely done. They also forced the buyback from Zephyr.
Yeah.
Roshan is up. So D1, they probably need to contest this Rosh.
Now, unlike the last one that
Yeah,
they
they
didn't
definitely need
contest.
to contest this one. They gave the first Roshan for free to Neon.
That is a really good slew of events here for Neon. T1, they need to start thinking about how long they can fight in these engagements and maybe start thinking about going for Roche, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the smoke. The hook shot comes out onto the Bristleback. They've got the right clicks coming in. Exorcism started, but the static storm comes down. They've got the dash coming out of the Cuckoo, but it's not going to
Big
be enough. The
ET
Sonic
ulti.
Wave comes in
Gotta
again,
hit on
and
4.
Yopaj, Play hard, already gone. Supernova is down, and it looks like it's going to be right on top of Natsumi, who gets stunned up, burned out with the Sun Ray, and he is gone twice. No buyback on anybody on Neon who have died in this engagement. And just like that, 6K.
What a back and forth game.
no
Like
K.
one team just team vibes the other team, takes the barracks, then they take another fight, they lose 3 heroes, they lose Roshan. They cannot stand inside of Wukong's command. That's the problem. Every single time there's a Sonic Wave and Wukong's, that pushback that just does so much, pushing you into the monkeys to deal the damage. So Monkey should be the one picking up the Aegis. Queen of Pain should get the cheese.
What I'm noticing too is Yopaj is dead immediately in these fights. He is in very close to where the Wukongs is happening. Queen of Pain, the aim, at least from what I've noticed from Carl, is hitting one, but always hitting Yopaj.
He's not that tanky. You know, he has 21 armor, 26 when he's standing close to the AC from Braid King, but still feels like he's very vulnerable. BKB down, there's going to be some viscous goo on top of him. I might start thinking about tanking up a little bit.
Right.
I see like Hex into Bloodthorn, that's all good. Maybe Satanic would be a better choice to be able to have like a second life possibly.
Because if you can't survive, you're not going to hex.
If you
If you're
are
dead,
dead,
your
you can
items
deal
don't work.
damage, exactly.
I've had some very simple lines today.
I mean, there's possibility to deal damage while you're dead, you know, Spirit Vessel before you die, Venomancer, like Midnight Pulse after that. There's bunch, but, you know, as a Nature's Prophet, you want to be alive to deal the damage.
Yeah. So we'll see how T1, they play around this Aegis. If it's going to be a bit of a farming Aegis, go towards those next items. You know, use the Aegis to get some space, farm up the Abyssal Blade, something that's been desperately needed, as we've seen a couple times before. These heroes just TP out right in front of T1. Got a BKB being built here for the Phoenix. He's almost got the gold for that. Whitemon going into the Solar Crest. He's nowhere near. But Queen of Pain would love to have, I believe, a Nullifier.
A Nullifier to deal with
Yeah.
the Yule Scepters. There's also a Force Staff, a Glimmer Cape on Elder Titan, so you can nullify all of that.
Bristol's
And
going
just
for a heart.
slow to keep a hero inside Wukong is just gonna be great.
Wondering what Natsumi needs in this situation. Jackie kind of boats in the night near Natsumi. That's better for Debio. Hook shot. That comes through. They're going to find themselves Whitemon. They get the kill very quickly onto the Disruptor. They're going to lose Play Hard for this. No Clockwork, no Disruptor for the next 50. Both of them having similar respawn times.
Just a trade, you know, pretty much 5 for a 5 this time around. Even though Playhard is the one who usually plays the off lane, but in this game he is 5. Like, you want to give farm priority to ET, he has that Glimmer Cape, he has a Force Staff, Clockwork also wants to get a 4-step for himself, which is very important to push someone out of the focus, especially inside the Wukong's command. But Monkey, he already hit that level 25 talent, additional Wukong's command ring. Monkey level 30 is one of the strongest heroes in the game. You cannot kill him inside.
Oh, Debio, he's been caught. Pops the BKB.
Basher
goes for
is
the
available.
TP.
There it is.
Of course,
First hit
first
Bash.
shot Bash.
Blast by Gaben.
And that was maybe the only opportunity he was going to get in terms of hits to Bash. And now the Aeon Disc gets popped. This feels really bad for Debio. Using a BKB, Aeon Disc on cooldown, and he will certainly fall. It'll take some time, but it's all just extending the inevitable. That is just a bad bit of events there for the Death Prophet. And honestly, T1, they should be able to take advantage of the fact that there's no Death Prophet now for 70 seconds.
And checking her items, Eon Disc, they procced it, so that means she probably does not have a buyback, because you do not invest into Eon Disc and save a buyback most of the time. Some tier 4 items dropping. I've seen that Prophet with the Trickster Cloak, which is a good one. So everyone needs to have a Dust or a Sentry to be able to kill that Prophet. I've seen double Stormcrafter. Not the best item, but you can dispel some things with it. A Silence. Mana Regen is good. I just don't... I feel like that item is very weird in terms of like what it does. Like you deal damage, so you kind of want to have it on someone that goes in the front line, but it gives like mana regen and spell, which alludes it's more of a like, spellcaster item.
Ooh, Static Storm used onto Playhard. Dusted up, caught out.
I told you there's some beef. Like they really want to kill this Clockwork every single time.
Yeah, they've gotten him every time he stepped out of the base, basically.
14 deaths on Clockwork.
Oh god, they got the telescope for Disruptor. And he's got that extra 125 cast range. Whitemon, he'll lose his Courier. That's a Smoke, Ward, and TP. And now Natsumi has finished the Abyssal.
That's a big item, because it enables you to jump on a Dead Prophet. Dead Prophet also built Eon Disc into Queen of Pain's Nullifier, so you don't really feel that safe.
They're going to need to try and go on Carl, potentially, with that Abyssal. If they could get that with a Silence, probably have the damage to get the kill there. He won't get the Sonic Wave off, but that's, of course, if you don't die beforehand, or you can fight into the Queen of Pain, because you've got level 27 on the Monkey King, so that Wukong's circle is going to be massive. Hex picked up for Nature's Prophet. And he's going into the Bloodthorn. It'll be some time till he has that. Does have that shard as well, so he's working with 2 Greater Treants to push out these waves and try to keep them safe from a potential push that comes out from T1, which they weren't able to accomplish with that Aegis from the second Roche.
You summon those Greater Treants, you know the lane's gonna be pushed out no matter what. Someone needs to address that. Bristleback getting closer to his level 25. Queen of Pain also level 26. Man, I can't believe they removed the AoE Fear from Queen of Pain. It was one of the best ones for sure.
Shut up! Back. They've got themselves the Abyssal Blade. They go onto the Phoenix. They get the kill immediately with the Wukong command coming out from Jackie. They need to evacuate this circle, try to get out of here. Whitemon taking a lot of damage. Debio coming over with a Crypt Swarm that finishes off Whitemon. They'll focus on to Natsumi, but they just don't have the damage. And now this is exactly how Neon won the fight before. They waited for the Wukongs to be over, and then they fought in. Natsumi, though, getting low, losing that first life. Cuckoo not affected by the slow. They've got the Sprout around this Monkey
There's the
King.
Hex.
They've hexed him. They've broken in. They'll try to get the kill. The Lotus Orb as well as the BKB, but here comes Carl. BKB's been popped by the Queen of Pain, trying to go in onto this. Debio needs to be very careful.
D1's gonna lose everyone pretty
Sonic
much.
Wave is in. That'll get the kill on a Playhard, so they've taken out the Clockwork. They look over the Monkey King. They get the kill on a Jackie, as now the Silence is out on the Queen of Pain, but is invis for the moment. 3 heroes.
Carl, he wants to go in.
Carl going in, trying to make something happen. Gets a kill to Januel, but he might lose his life. If Debio can catch up in Silence, which he can't, However,
Oh, Yule Scepter,
God, Yule's
not
there.
close. Not close enough to use it. That was such a ballsy play coming out from Carl. So yeah, I was talking about the talents. Spell block works nicely on Queen of Pain. 200 Sonic Wave damage is just meh as a 25. But yeah, you said it. Neon, every single time, they don't die inside Wukong's command, they just win a fight. If they can reset, good Earth Splitter to split up the fight. That's why it's
Yeah.
called Earth World, pretty much.
Yeah.
It didn't hit anyone, but it made them run away from it, which is something you want to do. Try to possibly split them away from a Monkey King. Monkey King even used the cheese in that previous fight.
Roche up in 10. It's going to be third Roche.
That's a fast spawn, I think.
I think it was, yeah. So there it is. Roche up. Third Roche. It's available.
Oh, hell yeah. Clockwork holding onto that Cyclone, Mini Cyclone Stormcrafter, so that's going to keep him alive for another 0.75 seconds.
Ag's Blessing. Wraith King or Death Prophet if you're Neon?
I'd say Death Prophet. I also like Reincarnation is good to keep your teammates alive inside the Wukong's command if they die, to just get their abilities off.
Yeah.
One of those two for sure.
Oh, it's Clockwork.
Now
snags it.
that I'm thinking about it, I'm leaning towards Wraith King a bit more.
They're going to go with the Exorcism. They know about this. The Couriers died. They're going to take it pretty quickly, though. Look at the crits coming out from
Bloodthorn.
Natsumi.
Play hard, nice
So
positioning.
hard.
Oh, he hit him with the Stormcrafter. He's good.
That's fine. He's going to end up dead here. Playhard goes down. It's going to be the Cheese and the Aegis on the Wraith King, as well as the Ag's Blessing. So they've gotten the Reincarnation. They use that Abyssal Blade. They'll go after Dabil, who pops the BKB, but the Abyssal Blade that's used by the Bristleback, they've got themselves a Supernova, and they'll get the kill onto Dabil, who will survive a little bit longer thanks to the Ags that comes out from the Wraith King. They need to start to run. Januel gets hit by a Viscous Nasal Goo. He gets onto the high ground. You need to be careful. Abyssal Blade turnaround. Whitemon taking some damage, but there's the Nullifier. And the slow is doing a lot here to keep Wraith King off these. Here's the hook shot, hits onto the Phoenix. They get the kill there on Zephyr. They've taken out both supports, but Carl's going to be able to get away. However, Gugu may not. Yopaj, he's in. He doesn't have a teleport cooldown anymore as he's got that level 25, so he can move over and continue to stay on Gugu. They've got the Lotus Orb. Oh, the stun, it bounces off the Lotus Orb, and that's going to end up getting the Reincarnation pop. They've got these silences that are going back and forth thanks to that Lotus Orb, but it's not enough to keep Cuckoo alive. He's dead for 97. He does not have buyback.
That was such a good fight from Neon. They go inside the Roche pit straight away. Clockwork is like, guys, do you think I care if I die one more time? I have 16 deaths to my name. Buys back instantly. The Bill as well buys back on the Death Prophet just to be able to secure
they've hexed
things.
and silenced this Queen of Pain. The damage coming in. Boundless Strike, they're going the other way. They'll look for Yopaj. They have the Abyssal Blade coming out from Jackie. Yopaj low. Sonic Wave comes through, but he does have that extra life thanks to the Reincarnation. The BKB is going to be popped by Jackie and the blink away from Carl. So Yopaj, he will only be able to taunt in death as he becomes a Wraith and then becomes a Grave.
That Prophet, she felt safe having that E on disc, but Queen of Pain with the Nullifier causing a lot of issues instantly when the disc was procced. Just nullified. They need to be careful. 80 seconds without Nature's Prophet. I want to see that Satanic on the Nature's Prophet as the next item. Needs more survivability. Needs to be able to stand his ground, get a couple of hits off, and possibly heal to full HP.
It took Roche so quickly. And then that fight, you just watch Whitemon get obliterated, but the slow for that Nullifier makes Wraith King's game, or aggression, really hard to execute. Really difficult in that last fight for him, but they do come away on top.
The Bill has cheese, but needs to be careful about, expecting to heal a lot from it. There is Spirit Vessel, possibly a charge on him. There is Scotty, there is Shiva's Guard. So cheese might heal you for like less than 500 HP.
Jeez.
I didn't do the math, but,
I trust you more than my math.
if someone in the chat knows the exact math, if you have all of these three on the cheese, let me know. Hit me up on Twitter, @LacosteDota.
Shout out. 2K lead right now for T1. With Kingston top of the net worth, of course. That Hag's blessing, but still close to the Monkey King. We've got the Shard on the Disruptor, which will help out Monkey King. We've seen that Shard a few times before when we see like Disruptor Wraith King combos. Obviously a similar concept here.
He's so quick with jumping from 3 to 3. Could easily backstab. One thing they need to be careful about is buyback coming up from Yopaj in this game. Like, you invest so much. Let's say you invest Wukongs, you invest maybe Supernova, and then he buys back and instantly TPs.
Scan, hits, and there's the Rocket Flare. So they have some information. There is, though, a double damage on Jackie. They turn off the Radiance. They're trying to sneak their way in. Double damage only has a 4th of the duration left on it. Boundless Strike, so they're getting a little bit of an opportunity to maybe find Jackie, who's jumping very quickly towards base. I don't think this smoke is going to land on anybody going back in the bottom lane.
For a second, I thought Natsumi is just going to blink on the high ground, how we went there. Also, I would love him to swap the Paladin Sword out, because, once again, they have Shiva's Guard, they have Spirit Vessel, Scotty. You do not get too much out of the Paladin Sword, and you do not have boots, so swapping Ninja Gear in, getting at least 30 more movement speed is good. You still get the movement speed from this 5th blink, but when it's not up, it lasts for 6 seconds, you know, so you're gonna move slowly, especially against like the AoE Shadow Strike. We've seen the Nullifier, Whiskas Goo, so you might have trouble just reaching and getting on top of the heroes.
Cuckoo chasing Natsumi for a second. They have smoked his 5. To go look at Carl, he's got Lincoln's and the Spell Block, by the way. So it would be much harder to get that Hex off and that Bloodthorn.
And the Spell Prism, of course, to lower the cooldown on both of these. 9-second Lincoln Sphere, almost 10.
He just ends up expiring. Natsumi's still holding his ground here in the triangle of the dire side. Cuckoo, Viscous Nazoku, he'll run to the front. They've got themselves the Shivas as well as the blink in forward from Carl. There's the silence as well as the nullifier on a Natsumi and the
move
Wukong's
speed.
command. He's so slow, and they need to fight away from this circle. That's how they've been winning, but it's not going to happen. The Abyssal Blade comes down to the Monkey King, but this is Wraith King gone. He doesn't have this Aegis anymore. The timings from T1 have been perfect. Nullifier comes out. They'll catch themselves, play hard, and it's going to be 2 for the side of T1. Both those heroes, no buyback, dead for 100 seconds each.
That was a good timed initiation from T1, where they know that Aegis will expire. Like, even if Wraith King has a 3rd life there, I don't think it matters.
Oh god, the double spell block coming in. Carl just able to survive both the Bloodthorn.
Like, he needs to use Bloodthorn and the Sprout.
Silence. Now they've got the Hex. Now they've got the opportunity to get a kill here onto the Queen of Pain. Mules up into the air, but can they line up the sweep? Yes, they can! They get the kill on a Carl.
They
They're
got him,
trying
yes,
to push
buyback,
bottom.
but look at the mid lane.
This was all to try and make their presence felt as they will go after top. They've got these Treants pushing in, but it looks like they're going to lose a Ceterax mid and make it equal in the lane. That being said, the tier 3, it drops top.
Someone needs to address the top, because 2 catapults, greater Treants, yeah, Monkey will take care of that. Monkey's sitting at 12,000 gold right now.
Thought they might lose this range Rax down to 130 health. A little bit of ratting coming in. That's the thing, like, Yopaj can make this game a little bit more difficult to handle. Throw those Treants forward, get that tier 3. Now that top lane's open up. If you could push out top again, sneak a Rax here, it would, at the end of the day, force T1 to want to equal the lane up. So you might know where they're going to be fighting, where they want to move around the map. Bottom lane, Abyss Blade comes out into Jackie, but they've got the rest of the team following this one up. Yopaj hit with the Static Storm, but gets the BKB off in time. They've got the Hex onto the Monkey King. Can they get the damage out? He's surviving through all of this. The right click's coming in, and now the Supernova.
And
Battle
Titanic,
Strike,
full
Chingu.
HP.
Uh-oh, Jackie, full health. This is a mistake from Neon. They're going to lose Natsumi twice. There's no way he gets out of this. The Earth Splitter comes in. They're at least trying to get a kill on a Zephyr, but they won't be able to do so. Whitemon now, he's getting run down by Januel. One more shot to get this
Hook
kill.
shot on
Natsumi,
Monkey.
Yopaj, both gone. Oh my god, Whitemon walks away from the Elder Titan while the rest of the fight is going on with the BKB.
They're gonna kill Jackie.
They'll look over at Jackie, get the kill on the
Buyback.
Monkey King. He had 2 lives with that Satanic, basically. Sonic Wave comes in, hit on a Yopaj, and they've got the Nullifier as well as the Silence. They'll get the kill on the Nature's Prophet, who just fought back. However, Cuckoo, he's gone, uses the Abyssal Blade, and that allows Jackie to get the kill with the Balance Strike, and the help of Whitemon. Debil goes down, Carl, Zephyr, they both fall, and they're buying back into this fight. They're looking over as the right clicks come out onto Play Hard. Ultra kill for Jackie, and might just be a Rampage. He's looking over at Januel.
There it is.
Caps it off, even with the buyback, gets a Rampage, full team wipe, and Neon. They've bought back on everybody. They don't have the Wraith King for 60. They don't have the Nature's Prophet for 100. And it's a 3v4 situation.
Surprised Neon decided to take that fight after realizing that Wraith King does not have a buyback. He does not have enough gold at the moment to actually use the buyback. It's not on cooldown. Another Roche spawn, so that's Cheese, Aegis, Refresher, and Aghanim Scepter. So Queen of Pain doesn't have Ags. Her Ags is not the best one. I think you just give Ags to Disruptor this time around. He's also level 25. Kinetic Field Duration. That's going to help out keeping them inside the Static Storm, inside the Wukong's command. Let's see who picked it up.
Queen of Pain. So Queen of Pain has the axe.
I'd still prefer Disruptor.
It seems like Disruptor in these situations always gets overlooked.
He doesn't have enough gold to buy one. They gave him a Refresher. Imagine if they gave him Ags and Refresher. So you have 2 ultis and they can't use their items.
Would have been an easy kill on a Yopaj in that last fight. He got the BKB off. Wouldn't have been able to do that. Sweep on to the Monkey
with
King.
the Arcane Blink. Just wants to be able to use a Wukong's command more often. Something we definitely did not see so far. New Blinks are so fun.
Yeah. And the Balance Strike, too. You know, the Blink, Balance Strike, Wukong's. Cooldown on that, having that available more often.
Neon doesn't have enough lockdown to just go on a Monkey King and bring him from 100 to 0. Surprised they decided to go for that kind of a play. Phoenix with 1 Sunray can keep him alive. Then the Jingu, then Satanic, Abyssal Blade. It's almost impossible to kill him unless he's isolated inside like 5 members of Neon.
They need to find a way to get out of that Wukong's. Again, that's what's hurting them in these fights. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but that's where their success has been stemming from.
Monkey King is level 30. Inside Wukong's command, he gets 200 armor. Like, I don't know how Ice Frog gets those numbers. Like, let's just give him 200.
Treants are pushing top, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're trying to wrap all the way around. There was a scan out from the Radiant. That's not going to catch anybody as they'll go all the way out and around. Natsumi, who's the target that he's looking for. Exorcism gets stopped, or starting. Carl with the BKB, who they've already found play hard. They've got the Static Storm right on top of the clockwork. They should be able to get the kill immediately with the Earth Splitter coming in with BKB, Popeye Yopaj going after the Supernova as well as the Wukong's command. It's a bad fight for Neon. They've already lost 2, and now they need to run. That was a very aggressive play, and oh, Yopaj bought out on the Swift Blink. So he's not going to have buyback, but Jackie in pretty deep. He's in far. He's got that Aegis. He'll lose it. So that first life is gone. They don't have Static Storm to play with. They do have themselves another Supernova, which Zephyr should be able to use. Use it with that Refresher, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Go after
with the Sunray.
The Reincarnation pop first. They'll get that kill into the Elder Time. They look over at Debil, who uses that Yules just in time, but I don't think it's going to keep him alive. They've got themselves the Abyssal Blade used. BKB's been popped by this Wraith King, and it looks like Wraith King's just going to die here with Debil. Should be a full team wipe and a GG call. T1, they will take game 1 over Neon in what was a barn burner of a first game.
Yeah, man, what a game. Back and forth, back and forth. You did not know who's going to take it until the very end. Surprised they decided to go for a Monkey King, try to burst him down, because
Yeah.
it's just not doable, in my opinion. And they cannot fight inside Wukong's command. Monkey, as a late game hero, is just insane.
Yeah, Monkey just, I mean, like you said, how did Ice Frog come up with that number for the Wukong's command circle? It is way too much.
2-0-0.
Yeah, 200. I mean, they just could not kill him, and every time they fought in the Wukong's command, they ended up losing those fights. So to break down game number 1, we've got ourselves a handsome panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lacosta. Yeah, we are the handsome panel. Black's here as well. Guys, let's get into this breakdown of the first game. Neon are the ones who go down, and T1 take the first victory. Ignore the writings on the wall here. Guys, how did they do it?
How did they do exactly what? Because this game was so long, there were so many things happening from the get-go. The adjustment to the laning stage from Neon looked kind of alright. I'm not the biggest fan of switching your 3 and 4 in a game that's as crucial as this.
I don't know why they did that.
Talked with Black about it as well. But all that aside, you're playing heroes that are very comfortable for the build. He played as that Prophet before. So what if it's a core? It doesn't really matter. The big thing, however, was that early game when Neon was supposed to pressure T1, they failed everything. There were like 5, 6, 7 even situations in which they either missed the hook shot, or they TP in with the Orchid but there's no follow-up, or they stun and there's no Orchid, or everyone goes there and then just lets Kuku live one or twice. He just TPs out without anyone hitting him. It's just very weird movements early on, but Neon still managed to claw back into this game, and at some point it looked like they were going to take it.
Yeah, the mid game was very strong. They got a couple of free Roshans, I believe 2. And yeah, it looked like they were almost, in a position to take the game very easily. But late game, they had 2-3 really bad fights against that Monkey King.
Monkey King level 30 though. I mean, my goodness,
It's ridiculous.
what a hero.
That's probably the most ridiculous level 30 in the game. Like, I saw this Prophet, he right-clicked him once, he took like 30 damage or something.
The best thing that they were doing to this monkey is, okay, so I really dislike the jetpack on the clock. I think it's such a grief-being item 90% of the time. But in this game, with the talent for cogs, so 2 extra attacks on cogs, right? And then you just fly out. You leave the monkey in, you fly out, and that's it. That was kind of alright, playing against him like that. But
why do you think Disruptor ultied Clockwork like 15 times this game? Every team fight starts with Disruptor ult.
And they glimpse him, right? They glimpse the Clockwork back, and then they ult him.
They love them.
Then they lose the fight.
I mean, they always start like either Disruptor gets hooked and Clock dies, or Clock gets glimpsed in, and then Prophet TPs on top of the Disruptor and they both die. But they always both died in every fight.
They were having their own little game, weren't they? They were just having their little 1v1, the Whitemon versus Play Hard skirmish.
How many times did he die?
19 on Play Hard. He definitely won that skirmish.
Yeah. Play hard, die hard. I like it.
19 deaths is a lot.
He looked like he didn't care. He would
He
go.
just ran in.
Yeah, he would just always go in. Okay, if I die, I die. I'm fine with that.
What do we think about the Wraith King not having buyback for like the last 15 minutes of the game? That was kind of interesting to me.
He bought out on the Swift Blink. He probably thought it's enough with his Aghanim Scepter to stay alive long enough, but that Wukong just killed him in 2 seconds. I mean, late game Dota, no one is tanky anymore. There's too much damage on the board.
Well,
Yeah.
Monkey's tanky because of the
True.
talents.
The only late game tank.
99% damage reduction.
Yeah, sure, why
Very
not?
fair.
Cool. Thank you, Gavin.
They still didn't manage to kill him in one of those last fights on the bottom lane, but he buybacks.
There was
TPs
post
in.
ult though.
Yeah,
at
post
least.
ult, exactly. He buybacks, TPs in, still gets a rampage, feels good, man.
You should have seen that Exorcism. While he was in the ring, he took like 5 damage per ghost.
Yep.
Tickling ghosts.
Casper.
Casper the friendly ghost. Yeah.
Lots of
Yeah,
them.
they're all Caspers in this blessed day. Yeah, that wasn't really scary at all, unfortunately. And that's going to mean that T1 take game number 1, meaning that they are one step closer to securing themselves in the group stage of the major. Meanwhile, Neon dangerously close to those scary, scary wildcard matches. What's going to happen next? Who knows? But stick with us through the break, and we'll be back afterwards for the next game of the series. We'll see you soon.
I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
I got you.
Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Look, you got me. The chance I just wanna dance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm lost. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Hello and welcome back to the SEA DPC, brought to you by PGL and sponsored by Secret Lab, the kings of chairs. If you're in the market for a new sitting device, then check out Secret Lab. You can head over to the website to check out their range of beautifully comfortable chairs as we jump in to game number 2 of T1 versus Neon Esports. What was it about this mid-game that allowed Neon to get ahead? Because that's not really what we were expecting, talking about the two teams in a head-to-head.
It was the draft, really. Yeah, they had a very strong mid-game draft and a very strong early-game draft. The early game didn't quite go the way they planned. Quap got a lot more than he should have in the mid lane, and the side lanes didn't go as well as they should have as well. So the mid-game, even though they came in with a disadvantage, they still made it work because they have this Death Prophet ult. They just go to Roshan with it, and there's no way T1 can really fight the Monkey King. It's like 2 or 3 items first.
Yeah, the real question is, what would have happened if they did have a decent early game? An early game that we expected from a draft such as this one, and from Neon, right? Because everything failed for them. Every single rotations that they made on the map did not work out. Meanwhile, T1, hands off the keyboard and just let the Monkey King hit the triangle. That's pretty much what they were doing.
I mean, Carl tried to make some movements, also kind of messed it up quite a few times. Some really rough early game movements from Carl.
Yep.
Uncharacteristic mistakes from both sides, really.
The pressure maybe getting to these teams here, as it seems like the aggressors seem to be on the back foot in this one. And then when we go into the late game, like everything just goes out the window, strategy, and it's all very difficult. And yeah, in the end, it was T1 that were able to come through the chaos. Do you think that's a part of the team mentality or the leadership, or why do you think they're so good in these late situations?
I mean, it's probably a combination of both. But this is the decision making we spoke about before the series started. Neon's decision making in that real late game has never been that good. Like they lost 2-4-9-6 in that late game scenario. Just in general, they don't look as crisp. Like the Prophet is TPing in on top of a Wukong's ring to kill like a Phoenix egg. Lots of questionable plays there.
Yeah. They're extremely skilled, but experience is lacking a little bit, and they'll definitely improve over time. That's usually how it goes, right? Meanwhile, on T1, you have a little bit more of experience.
All right, so jumping into game number 2 then, are we expecting the first few picks or bans to be any different? Do you think Neon want to go for this Wraith King DP opening again?
I think you just ban the Monkey if you want to do it. T1's most picked carry is probably Monkey Wraith King. Just make them, be a little bit more uncomfortable if you really want to just go and straight out pick 2 of your cores in the first phase.
Yep. In that last game, what was banned? We saw even an Alchemist banned out. I think Enigma
was
was
second
phase.
Yes, the
It
second
was,
phase, yeah.
Enigma,
Pangolier
Beastmaster for Neon.
and Pango plus... What
I don't
else?
remember the other one from...
For T1. Pango was
T1
definitely
account.
there,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was Pango.
But
and
I'm very interested in this Enigma ban, because T1, they can definitely play it on position 5 on offlane as well. It's a flexible pick, and that's possibly why they're banning it all the time. But maybe let that through and ban out the Monkey instead. Yeah,
possibly. What do you think about the puck being left for the second phase bans as well? Because that wasn't banned out in that first phase, and that's something quite unusual. Like, a lot of teams really love this puck, and Neon historically have loved the puck as well.
You pick the DP though, right? And then you don't really care in the laning stage.
It's because of their own meta, really. Like, none of these teams really cared about DP ever. It's literally just yesterday where it suddenly rose up in a priority so much that they now first pick it even.
Against each other.
Yeah.
They have their own little meta. We have to go back in the last series and look at every single game. There we went full stretch. We went 3 games there, and you could see it slowly develops. And if you ask any like more experienced captain, any more experienced drafter, every best of 5 series really shows what you've got as a team and what you've actually practiced in those drafts.
Yeah, these back-to-back best-of-3s proving very interesting in deciding how these two teams are playing up into each other and where this draft has taken us, as we do have the second draft just upon us. So we'll see what they decide to ban out and pick up in this second game. But just without seeing any heroes yet, do you think this is looking like a 2-0 for T1?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. No, I think this series went the full stretch in the first day. I think it might do the same thing today, because Neon, they just didn't look as crisp in this game as they usually do. That's what I want to see from Neon. From Neon, I don't expect these marvelous triangle defenses, high ground defenses and whatnot, like some crazy strategical smokes. From them, what I expect is just chaos on the map, winning their lanes and playing very aggressively afterwards.
But why didn't they look as crisp? They not only changed the hero picks in the first two, like super. They have never done that.
Super
where
hard,
they picked the 2 cores in the first phase, and then they switched post 3 and 4 as well, which they haven't done the entire tournament either. I don't know why you would do it in like this important series, but you could really see they were still playing really well, but they looked uncomfortable at some points in the game.
Do you think that there is some nerves or some confidence issues with play hard?
Maybe. I mean, this game again, he had 19 deaths. That's a lot of deaths. Like, even if you play Clockwork, you get focused, sure, but 19 deaths is a lot.
His last series as well versus T1 did.
Especially his Legion commander.
His Legion commander, yeah, did not look that great.
I just hope
in 2
it's
games.
not a trust issue or like confidence issue rather, because that can really, eat you up from inside.
And what is Whitemon eating again? It's
Banana.
another
It's
banana.
another banana.
I said a banana.
He's
Whitemon.
owning you
I
in
did-
banana
I-
eating.
Yeah, I didn't say this
Embarrassing
many.
you, actually.
It's not about that's a lot of calories. There's like 100 in a banana.
But he's burning like 500 per draft. So.
Okay, yeah, I see. He doesn't look like he's the one burning anything. He's just eating there, chilling.
All right, so here
hero
we have a
pools.
graphic showing the difference between the 2 hero pools of the 2 teams. We've got Neon on the left and T1 on the right. And in green, we've got the picks. In red, we've got the picks for T1. And you can see the crossover here, DP, Puck, Mirana, and Ember. These are the big contested heroes between these 2 teams. And then, of course, we've got the more favored heroes on the right-hand side and the more favored heroes for Neon on the left-hand side. Anything here catch you guys' eyes?
No, nothing really. We've seen
Well,
this.
Puck and DP mainly,
Yeah.
I guess.
Discussed this quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
I think this
Already.
is just over the full series between these 2 guys, as we've now had 4 games in a row of watching these 2 teams play each other. This is all we've had.
You
Yeah.
can see Monkeys 7 times picked by T1. It's something that you would maybe think about banning out, and Neon, Pango, Kotal are...
Pangoli snuck through.
Pango stuck through, and we will have it drafted, actually, by Neon.
But, of course, they don't give it away for free. Puck, one of the best counters to him. Once you have that Aghanim's, Pangolier can't really play Dota anymore. He just rolls in place for whatever reason. That interaction.
That interaction is so weird.
Yeah.
And not
Just
only
get Wind Waker.
yeah, not only
Cozy.
did they give Puck away, that's also Puck with Phoenix.
Yep.
So you have this
Strong
very
combo.
strong combo of Dream Call with the Egg, which isn't really easy to deal with.
But Pangolier, of course, super
Kotal.
comfort zone.
No,
And they're going back to the DP again straight away.
Okay. I mean, did the DP look good for you guys?
It did. I mean, DP
I liked it.
feels always really good, to be honest. Like, even if
Yeah.
you have a bad early game, there's exorcism damage. It's just heroes in general, like IO, that just deal damage by being there. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't do anything other than run in, and everyone just dies around him. The only thing you need to do is survive, so you just build a couple of survivability items.
Yeah, and we have seen this lane as well, that Prophet versus Puck, be pretty alright for that Prophet as well.
I mean, you just
Farm.
outbase
Yeah.
damage Puck by like 15 almost.
Yeah.
So
But that's assuming
very
they're going to be mid, which I think is a stretch. You know, they pick these heroes in the first phase because they like to flex them around. So
Yeah, we have seen the Bill play it on position 4 on offlane as well, so it's definitely flexible.
Pango DP is also quite good. DP high base damage. Together with the Spirit Siphon and Wave, there is a lot of potential damage coming out if they want to lane them together. But usually it's play hard playing the Pangolier.
What's very interesting for me is like they ban out this Enigma in the first stage, but these 2 heroes that they opened up with would be very solid versus a 5 Enigma. Like you just instantly killed the Eidolons with Pango even.
It's probably because of the Fnatic series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Where Fnatic like first picked Enigma like all the time, and they beat them quite convincingly with it. But that's Fnatic, it's not T1.
It's something that I notice across all regions. But this has historically been the case. as a captain, as a drafter, you can fall into this trap that you're picking a hero that became popular because of certain reasons, even when those certain reasons aren't met. Like a lion being picked, even though there is no big reason to pick a lion. There's no big catch necessary. You're not playing versus a puck or anything.
But it's also a lack of understanding. I feel like a lot of people just pick heroes that are popular. Like we have seen Fnatic with an Alchemist, but they didn't actually understand why it is so strong.
Alchemist offlane Shadowblade Battle Fury. Let's go.
Like, it's really like copying is good, but you need to understand why it's good to begin with, and you need to know how to incorporate it in your strategy.
But the problem that you always come back to is you're studying all these heroes, and you see that the heroes are picked constantly, and you pre-assume that they're broken, which doesn't necessarily have to be the case.
They're broken in like a circumstance.
In a certain circumstance, they're really good.
Why did they ban Timber and Tide, even though they have DP already? I feel like these bans are a little bit...
They did ban out the monkey. That's something.
That's a good ban.
Yeah,
that's
we're
a good
happy
ban.
about that.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Wraith King still in the pool, I believe, for both of these teams. Neon can pick it, T1 can as well.
Did they play Pango on post 4 before?
I believe they have. Not sure. Usually it's
player is usually him.
Usually it's like Crystal Maiden Pango or Kotl Pango that they pick together.
And then if that's the case and they don't flex it on support, then we have our two cores already. And Elder Titan, again, into Puck Enigma? I mean, into Puck Phoenix?
Into Puck Phoenix.
It's not
Doesn't
that good.
feel amazing, does
just
it?
like last game. Like Titan didn't really do much at all.
At least you have the natural order, which is nice always. In the game,
mean, it's always nice,
yeah.
sure, but if that's the only reason you pick it, then there's probably better options out there.
One of the reasons why it's solid versus Monkey too, that game, but Monkey already banned out, so yeah, Elder Titan overall is one of my favorite supports. I just like him. He has a lot of scaling options as well, but yeah, Wraith King, of course.
Makes a lot of sense.
You have Phoenix, you have Puck, a lot of AoE
and I go for the IO
control.
again.
Oh, the IO pickup from Neon.
Now it makes sense, right?
Yes.
This is IO plus Elder Titan safe lane.
Yeah.
You will have a carry IO, and
With DP?
with DP, not that great, but you still have that one extra core to maybe combo it with.
I mean, even with DP is not that bad. You amp her movement speed. Of course, DP, we said the only thing she cares about is survivability. IO gives that to you. And now you have those two heroes again that just run into the fight and deal damage naturally by being there. It's super hard and super obnoxious to fight into.
Spirits, spirit balls, everything just hitting your face.
Caspers. But that's a good pick. That owns both DP and IO. However,
very nice.
It's not easy to always hit that Ice Blast against this IO with 500 movement speed. DP also sitting close to 500 MS with trebles.
You have Dream Coil. That's already something. Maybe some more. Maybe something else. Something a little bit extra.
Offlane Legion Commander or something like that.
Mars? Yeah. Mars
it's
is
probably
the
going to
first
get
one.
banned.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
so are we sure this DP is going to be the mid laner though?
No, we're not.
We're not sure.
You can see T1 even banning out the Embers. So
they could pick up like Dragon Knight would be pretty damn good for Neon as well. So they have some initiation blink in, owns the puck and lane.
We have seen that Heart on DK, Heart on Dragon Knight. It is dangerous versus AA as well. Yeah,
it can hurt.
That's the problem. And the Sunray as well. AA plus Sunray, it's hard to pick another one tanky like that.
It might also just be, you know, an offlane Pango and their cores are already set in stone and they just want to pick another support. It's very possible too.
They have absolutely no catch on Neon too.
No, I think they need a Void Spirit or something like that.
I feel like Night Stalker is also pretty scary for T1. But of course you already have that Phoenix who just presses R and Night Stalker is kind of useless. But like they need a hero that kind of gets on top of the backline. Like you want to get on top of that puck, AA.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. For Neon, most likely some playmakers, some catch, some stuns, because right now, how do you even get on top of this puck? Even AA feels like not an easy target to catch. So from Neon, some Spirit perhaps. Ember banned out.
Yeah,
Void Spirit is still in the pool.
Storm Spirit is tough.
I called for that.
Yeah, Void Spirit is decent.
Yeah, still suffers from the coil,
It's a bit
you've
scary
got
though. Yeah, I mean, Void Spirit in general is just a bit scary into Wraith King. Because you just have so little damage.
They banned,
They
out
banned
the
the DK
Dragon Knight.
themselves.
It was good on both sides, really. Like T1 as well could have used that DK.
I wouldn't have liked to see it on Neon, not with the 2% base damage sources. I think that's really scary.
No, it's a fair point, definitely, from you. Dragon Knight gives you that stun at least. You have a very reliable source of stun.
And an easy lane.
Easy lane. With the Wisp, he's really strong. Eventually, you buy that BKB and you don't care about the percentage-based damage, but it's not an easy DK game, like
Mars
you
is
said.
banned out, so I still think Legion is pretty damn good.
Yeah, if they can trust it.
No, for
Oh, it's T1. which they'll be fine
Kuku
then.
is a really good Legion.
Yeah.
yeah, you have a setup as well with the Legion duel, right? You would have
Underlord
the
could be an interesting option as well if they want
Yeah.
to hammer down on
Yeah,
this.
they
I
picked
don't
it
think they
before.
need damage anymore. Like
Yeah.
all they need now is some sort of just keep him in spot for that AA, for that Phoenix, because AA Phoenix are just pure damage.
Man,
support.
there's just so many magical sources of damage on T1.
Sunray plus Vortex is, by the way, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really strong.
Add Radiance to that, puck hitting you every now and then. It's scary. If you're Neon, you have to be thinking about some early BKBs.
Yeah, they need to kill this AA in the back.
Oh, okay, they doubled down on that. This
wow.
is... Oof. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well,
This actually used to be one of the best heroes versus Wisp too in the lane because of the Gale and how it interacted with the tether movement speed.
and the Void Spirit will be the pickup from Neon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take that. Alrighty then. Well, these are our drafts all finished up. Any surprising in the picks? Not really. Natsumi will be on the carry IO. Bill's going to be on the DP again. So, all things considered, guys, what's our predictions for game number 2?
I actually like this Void Spirit quite a lot. I think Yopaj, if he wins his lane, if Puck doesn't, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like if you're this Void Spirit versus Puck, you can really dominate. Same can happen if Puck has a good start, you fall behind. But Void Spirit, you're looking at Venomancer, you're looking at Phoenix, you're looking at Ancient Apparition. You can just feast on them throughout the game.
I've a hard time seeing how they push towers though against this Venomancer. Like diving against the Venomancer AA Puck is almost impossible, and if there's like 4 or 5 snakes in front of a tower, this DP is not touching.
No, I'm still going with T1, by the way. In my prediction, I feel that they have an insanely difficult draft to play against. You need some early ass BKBs. Yeah, obnoxious.
It's like even mid-late game, if you have like 6 slots, you just get poisoned over, blasted, you're just dead. I hate this kind of lineups. I gotta go with T1.
You hate the lineup, you got to go with them. Yeah, I mean...
Playing against it, rather.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It looks so annoying, so obnoxious, and this IO has been strong in the past, but this is the kind of draft which can deal with it so well. I mean, it doesn't look like a good IO game. The Void Spirit has to absolutely kick off. Do I trust Yopaj to do that? Nearly, but not quite. I'm going to go with T1 as well, unfortunately, so it's going to be 3 from T1 over
Can I switch
here.
it up? I'll go with Neon. There you go.
Thank you.
Two of
thank
you are
you.
going to
Whew.
Neon.
There we go.
Let's go.
Team Neon over
Game
with Blizzard
3.
there. Alrighty, let's find out what our cast have to say about this one as we bring in B-Cop and Lacoste. Guys, what do we think about game number 2?
What do we think? I think this might be a 2-0. Like, it's a very hard lineup to play into. So much magical damage, so much magic amplification coming up from the Ancient Apparition, Venomancer. I don't think they have the tools to break through the lines of the Venomancer. It's just so annoying to play into.
No.
B-Cup?
You know, I got myself something to drink. I got myself 1 bag of tea. T1.
T1, there we go. 5 for T. Oh, no,
that's
sorry,
pretty
this is
good.
going for Neon. 4 for T1, 1 for Neon. Let's go into game number 2 in this tiebreaker series between T1 and Neon. Take it away. B-Cup on the cost.
Yeah, thank you, Nomad. Coming in game number 2, the first one was a back and forth. Not entirely certain we're going to see something as back and forth as that first game. I'm a little worried about, you know, a couple aspects of the draft here for the side of Neon. Whereas T1, I feel a lot more comfortable with their execution with this draft.
Yeah, Neon did not feel comfortable at all playing that first 15 minutes of the game, the first game, where they missed a lot of the spells. They also like changed the roles a little bit, something that they did not done throughout this DPC league so far. Not sure why the sudden urge to try to change things up.
Yeah, definitely a little bit interesting that they had made that switch, and they've got to build back on the Death Prophet with Play Hard this time on the Pangolier. So we'll see how they play this lane.
But that's going to be offlane DP once again.
Interesting.
I think Death Prophet gets the farm priority. Maybe they share something that's also okay-ish, considering you have like Pango and Dead Prophet, both of these heroes scale. But looking at Pangolier's items, these are starting items for position 4.
It's such an interesting thing to think about because they were, for the longest time throughout the season, at the top. And, you know, the common phrase, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And it kind of
It got
feels like
broken in the end.
once, but I don't think that's broken. I think that's just, you know, that's the matchup. That, you know, you lost to Fnatic. Like, that's...
They lost 2 series. They're 5
Yeah.
and 2.
They ended up
Same
losing
goes
at
for
T1.
So yeah, maybe they felt like they needed a change.
What they did in that series against T1 wasn't enough, and maybe they made that change. It'll be interesting from here on out to see if that's what they go forward with. If they do, in fact, then go to the major and continue to work with to be on the offlane and play hard in the 4. So it's certainly something to look out for, that's for sure. Taking a look over mid. The Aether Remnant hitting on the Carl as well as that Resonant Pulse. A lot of damage being done to that puck pretty quickly. He's gone into the Illusory Orb as well as the Waning Rift to start. No surprise there from Carl. Whitemon taking a lot of damage. The Crypt Swarm, not enough to get the kill. Salve used there by the Ancient Apparition, so he'll have some health to work with in this lane.
He will survive. A mid lane matchup, Void Spirit does well against Puck. Like, Void Spirit in general does well against most of the heroes in the laning stage, but once Puck hits level 6, then it becomes problematic for Void Spirit to play Dota.
Right.
He's doing a very good job. He's 10 and 0, Puck 6 and 2, has a couple of more creeps under the tower.
See how many of those he can get, and then we take a look up towards top, where Cuckoo is going up against this one position Io and the Elder Titan, and he's here with the Phoenix Zephyr. He's played this Phoenix really well throughout the season. It'll be interesting to see the combo with the Venomancer, not a hero we've seen much of throughout the season.
Sometimes we've seen him as a response to Ursa,
Right.
because he makes Ursa's lane almost like impossible to play into. This time around, it's just annoying hero, a lot of tower pressure, good tower defense against the Dead Prophet, so once they group up, could be a bit problematic. There's a couple of snakes already at the tower, and he's also a hero that builds into a Spirit Vessel much faster than your position for Phoenix would, on top of having Ancient Apparition, so I think they wanted to double down on being able to counter core Io and also Dead Prophet.
Yeah, so they'll have that opportunity with the Spare Vessel if it does get built, which it should. And obviously the Ancient Apparition. That, though, for the Phoenix opens up different avenues for items, right? If you're not getting the Spirit Vessel on the Phoenix, it's getting built by the Venomancer. What are you looking for the Phoenix?
Possibly Veil to even amplify more damage. I think that item is forgotten, and it's actually a really, really good item. You're playing into like Silence, maybe a Yule Scepter, even though you don't get like too much value out of it, depending how much farm you get, but I would definitely love to see Veil.
Death Prophet freezing over for a second. Could see that Veil come out from the Phoenix. We'll see where the build goes for Zephyr. You know, he had a really good game in the first one. Had a lot of ways to protect that egg. Maybe some that aren't available right now in the Wukong's command. In that first game, that did really well. The kinetic field, they kept a very good spots. His positioning of the eggs were pretty perfect throughout. Now,
Yeah, they didn't have the best egg hitters in that game, so kind of understandable, especially inside the Wukong's command. If it's placed, you're not gonna go in, guys, we need to kill the egg. It would just be a total disaster.
And that's where Neon were finding their success. Waiting out the Wukongs, trying to fight around it. That's where they got caught and ended up ultimately losing the game on Neon, so we'll see how it plays out on this one. Zephyr trying to land these spirits on Genuel does get them to land so far. Still trying to get a kill here onto the Elder Titan Zephyr. So far, so good. And constant harassment from Whitemon, Chilling Touch, the Cold Feet getting constantly placed onto the Death Prophet with a stun being thrown out by Jackie. Like, this is a combo that can get deadly with a couple of levels.
If they execute the combo, they stun them for a very long time. Let's say the build does not get the Spirit Siphon off. They could get a First Blood, but also Ancient Apparition needs to be very careful. One step too far away. Pangolier with the swashbuckle, slow from Orb of Venom. If Lucky Shot procs on top of that, like, this AA is just dead.
Coming over for the 5-minute bounties. That'll be one bottled by Yopaj, and the other one taken by Playhard, with one picked up by Cuckoo and another one still standing inside the Radiant Triangle. So it should be a 2 for 2. Carl has a bottle refill option by backing off with that illusory orb. He is also level 6, so picks up the bounty rune. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a rotation with this first Dream Coil.
Radiant
hard.
structures are fortified.
Nobody moved mid. I was a little bit surprised about that.
Very slow start of the game. Everyone just focusing on the laning stage. We don't have the first blood yet. Pangolier very close. Trying to find an angle for a swashbuckle.
Yeah, lands it, cold feet placed on him. There's the stun to follow it up.
That's a third Spirit Siphon used. So
Radiant's middle tower is under
T1
attack.
should try to play a bit more aggressive right now. That Prophet is tanky, however. Infused Raindrop, Urn, Wand, Fairy Fire. Like, the Bill is using
Coil
everything.
mid.
Coil mid.
And they look to get this kill onto the Void Spirit. They have the rotation over from Zephyr. The Resonant Pulse helps him survive a little bit longer, but uses that Astral Step. Doesn't get away from the damage coming in from T1. And First Blood will be claimed by Zephyr on Yopaj.
Good rotation from the Phoenix. They just needed to bring one extra hero. It's very tough for Void Spirit to play into Puck. Like, you need to be able to deal with the supports, Venomancer, Phoenix, AA. These are your targets.
Dire are
You get
scanning.
coiled, you're pretty much dead.
Quill already getting a kill, so he's 1 for 1 with those coils thus far. Cuckoo coming over and spotting some stacks that he's going to try and swipe away. Sweep comes in, Yopaj moving over, trying to land the
Relocate.
Aether Remnant, but that does not connect. They'll still get the relocate coming out from Natsumi.
Cuckoo's fine.
Yeah, Cuckoo's a quick little snake, slug,
Dire's courier has
poisonous
been killed.
entity. Januel losing that
Dire's
courier.
middle tower is under
Think about
attack.
dying as a Void Spirit on the mid lane. You TP back. That means you also can't TP to the side lanes if they're in trouble.
Right.
So that's something to think about. It's a pretty big deal.
Radiant's top tower is under
So now those lanes can potentially play pretty aggressively. Carl sitting on a little bit under half health, putting some damage onto Yopaj. Carl, this game so far from him, I've been really, and I know it's very early, liking his movements a little bit more. There are a little bit of questionable movements from that first game. I'm wondering if Carl's kind of
Cuckoo's
up
like,
on
thank
that.
you guys for the stack. I'll clean that. I'll pick up some items. Royal Jelly, one of the best tier 1 items for sure, because it's not going to take up the space. Fairy
Fairy
Trinket
Trinket.
as well for Puck. Looks really, really good.
probably got the top 2
Like,
tier
you
1
can't,
items.
like, look at the Januel. He's dead. Like, you just came into 6, 7 snakes trying to TP out. Okay, that's what he does. Yopaj, 2
His
Astral Step
chance.
charges, misses 1.
He's going to try and come over. He actually does end up getting the kill on a Cuckoo.
Cuckoo's fine with that. It's a 300 gold. Puck free farming on a mid lane. You're also giving some solo XP for your Phoenix on the off lane. So nice actually move by Cuckoo. Even though he dies, it's still worth it for T1.
So 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Top of the net worth is Yopaj. Playhard's come over towards mid. Carl now level 8. We saw him get a kill with that Dream Coil. He's got another one available, so we'll see if he moves over. Spirit from Januel. Cuckoo coming over and throwing down some awards, but Lightmon getting chased as this is Exorcism committed by Deville. Mid lane once again, Dream Coil in, Yopaj low, one shot burning, not enough damage, so close.
Yeah, that raindrop and magic wand keeping him alive there. T1 doesn't have that standard position 4 that rotates because they have AA, doesn't provide any kind of stun, any kind of silence. Venomancer is not the hero that wants to like move around. What he wants to do is sit in the lane and just farm up, pressure the tower. So Phoenix needs to be that hero that actually plays with Puck.
And we'll see
Oh, Puck is going for Veil.
how Zephyr moves around. So that opens up even more avenues for Phoenix. No Spirit
I
Vessel
think
needed,
Puck
no
needs
Veil
to
needed.
itemize because it's like a single core Venomancer is the hero that builds any kind of item and still feels good on him, but doesn't really scale, doesn't deal damage, can't transition into like heavy right click. But Veil is an extremely good item, that's why I suggested it on Phoenix this time around.
Cuckoo getting hit by 3, ends up dying. Bottle refilled with a haste rune in it. Or only Orb of Corrosion for Play Hard. This has been okay from Neon. 3-1, getting a couple pickoffs here or there. Cuckoo's lost his life twice. Whitemon the other. That being said, though, Jackie, 1,600 gold working on that early Radiance.
This is the timing they're looking for. Radiance, try to group up with the Venomancer. Because the only real playmaker they have is pretty much Puck. They do not want to engage into like real team fights with their heroes. Possibly more counter-reactive for the first 15 minutes, then try to make aggressive moves once the Radiance is up.
We'll see how long it takes to get to that Radiance. This tier 1 tower being taken just by Carl. Has the siege creep. Nobody coming over just yet to defend this. This is very conservative from Neon just to give this up. I'm really surprised. I know they are trying to trade towers, but nobody making it over.
Coil.
Coil
Whiff.
gets used, and that's going to miss. Supernova also comes out. Ice Blast missing. Things from T1 not connecting.
This is something that Neon did in game number 1, just misused a lot of their spells. Like if Puck wanted to use it straight away, I don't see why not. He ran for a couple of seconds with the haste, and now that's going to be a tier 1 tower for free for Neon.
Yeah, it actually ends up being a net negative there for T1, considering they used Supernova to try and defend that and the Dream Coil, so that holds them back from playing aggressive for a little while. And that is just a bit of a rough sequence of events for T1 in that spot, and really good for Neon. Yopaj, his game's going quite well. See if he can keep it up. We really haven't felt much from Natsumi just yet, but of course he's trying to farm into that Ags after picking up the Helm of the Dominator, so it'll be some time until he's ready to go, as he still needs 3,000 gold to finish that off.
Pretty much the whole jungle belongs to Natsumi right now. And the reason why you build Helm of the Dominator is because you get that creep, you're moving fast, nice bounces there by Play Hard. Just kidding. If he connects one more,
Yeah, they get
still
the
gonna
kill.
be a kill.
Get the kill on a Whitemon though. Play Hard on the run. And the Dream Coil used to get the kill. Carl using that aggressively, and well, Play Hard ends up dead. Now you don't have Dream Coil, you've been
Good
silenced. You don't get over on that Illusory Orb. They've got the Dissimulate Waning Rift. Carl, TP out. Nicely done. Avoids the Dissimulate, avoids the death, and well, now Cuckoo guards the high ground just in case Neon start to back out that way.
You have to avoid Spirit there to be able to live.
Avoiding as much as he can.
Void Spirit going for Yule Scepter. Great setup, great against Puck. Gives you that Dispel ability against the Silence, against the Venomancer. Venomancer thinking about going into Necro Book after finishing Power Treads. A casual cloak. Like, these items just look weird on the Venomancer.
Right.
A casual Quelling Blade and the Windlace on top of that. He's 6 slotted already. 8
Yeah.
slotted.
He's full of items. He can't get any more. Yeah, Necrobook's going to be an interesting one for him, and he's got no earn charges, doesn't go towards the Spirit Vessel at the moment. They only have 2 kills to their name on T1. Can't do anything without those charges as Play Hard, he's invis, doesn't break the smoke of T1, just passes by both of them out of vision. We'll see if they can get anything, though, from T1. Yopaj throws out an Aether. I mean, that's on these stairs, but it's a little bit too late on where it was coming from. They had already passed that point. The Venomous Gale gets used. They're going to try and get the kill here onto Yopaj, who will fall to Whitemon. Sleep just not in time from Januel. They'll get the kill onto the second highest net worth hero on Neon and move towards the tier 1 mid.
Every single time Coil is up, this Void Spirit needs to be careful. Once he gets that Yule Scepter, it's going to help him a lot, buy some time, remove the silences, but the Coil is still a big problem for the Void Spirit in this game. We didn't talk about Jackie, silently farming, 0-0-0, just needs to finish off the recipe. Radiance will be done.
Yeah, Sacred Relic, hit a little bit harder, farm a little quicker. Whitemon, he is dead solo to Yopaj, who's been able to put that combination down a couple times against that Ancient Apparition.
Not much you can do as an AA in this game. Like, you're not playing that aggressive with your heroes, so your AA is not doing too much. Like, I know that feeling where you want to play Dota, but the rest of the team just wants to hit the creeps, so he feels a bit of useless at the moment.
Right.
And I'm glad that Cuckoo decided to go for the Spirit Vessel instead. Not sure what the Necrobook Q was about. Maybe, like, we need more damage, possibly shared damage for that Prophet ulti, burn mana. Yopaj, he's in with the DD.
Yeah, they're looking for Cuckoo once again. They've got the Dissimulate as well as the Aether, and Earth Splitter follows suit. Yopaj gets the kill on a Cuckoo. Uh-oh, stunned on the Phoenix. Supernova finally gets off. They get the kill on Yopaj. They're going to try and take out this egg. They're one shot away from getting it. Zephyr ends up going down. And that is just not the spot for that egg to really be effective.
They also don't have the best ways to protect the egg. They don't have a single ability to actually protect it with. There's no stun, no knockbacks, no, like, disables. So gonna be much harder for Phoenix to use his egg, and Phoenix is like, guys, you know, I wanted to go for Spirit Vessel. You don't let me. I wanted to get Veil. You don't let me, so I'll just buy a BKB for myself.
First item BKB for the Phoenix. We were thinking about what he'd be able to buy if, you know, he's given all these opportunities with items already being taken by other heroes on the team, the Veil, the Spirit Vessel, so he'll go for the BKB.
And we've seen a couple of Phoenixes buying first item BKB, especially when playing into Nyx Assassin, where your Sunray doesn't get any value, you get instantly stunned. So, yeah, I can understand the BKB, even though it's not against it. There's going to be a couple of silences, you can stand your ground. It's going to be great against Io. Io just finished his Aghanim Scepter. A lot of stacks. He's keeping up with the Raid King.
Yeah, he's only 400 gold behind. The amount of farming that's come out from Natsumi has been very impressive as he stacks that camp. And, well, now going for these Ancients with the Ags. Should be a lot of gold going his direction. It might even take him close to equal with the Wraith King. Does have that Radiance going into the Blink Dagger next. So, Radiance, Blink, well, eventually there for Jackie as he's just trying to farm up as quickly as he can. He's also got that Gloves of Haste, the casual Gloves of Haste again. Essence Ring, Imp Claw.
Oh yeah, Imp Claw. This is the item that the Raid King wants to have. This is the best tier 2 item you can get on the hero. I would rate it the highest, and Quicksilver Amulet the second best one on the Raid King, because most of the time your Vampiric Spirits or Skellies are on cooldown, so you get that extra value from it.
Got 3 heroes here if they want to make a move, but T1, they're ready for this. They've got everybody in response. They'll show forward with Cuckoo and Carl, play hard looking for an opportunity to maybe get a Rolling Thunder in, disrupt the fight, and help Neon engage. And duels on a Zephyr. There's the Aether Remnant coming in. And now they've got the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill on the Zephyr. The look over as the ulti's used
Buyback
by
available.
Cuckoo. They've got buyback, and they are by the tier 1 tower with Supernova ready to be thrown down. So that might be the opportunity that they go for. But the Aether Remnant from Yopaj ends up killing off Cuckoo. They've got the Dream Coil Supernova coming in. Is it going to be enough? The stun following up. The right clicks through. Dissimulate and alive for now. But oh, the stun on a Natsumi from the Supernova. Natsumi comes in too close.
He tried to go for a relocate play. I think there was some weird interaction with the Dissimulate where he didn't get him out. I might want to see that one again, but 2 big kills. I like how Zephyr's not afraid to use a buyback. They still have a tier 1 tower. They invested pretty much everything to actually get a kill. So yeah, Io. I think he's about to charge his relocate there.
Yeah, once he gets a chance to try and save Yopaj, let's see as he goes for this. They'll get the kill. Dream Coil. There should be a stun to follow it up with Supernova going off and charging it. Oh.
Oh,
Maybe mistimed it.
I think he just misclicked or mistimed.
Yeah, because he was well early on
Dire's
it.
bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of a botch in a way, potentially. I don't know
So yeah,
what the timing fault was.
Io dies. Like they get on top of him with AA Blast, with the
Cuckoo
Spirit
again.
Vessel from Veno.
Sunray trying to keep him alive, slept up, but the damage is just too much. They've got 4 heroes there.
The Cuckoo needs to be more careful about his positioning and what he's doing. Can't afford to be just feeding away the kills right now.
But the turnaround, look at the damage coming in on the play hard. Do they want even more? Carl, he does have Dream Coil to throw down. Phase shift, Debio coming in, blink away.
You might wish to retract your last move.
And
Dire's
Carl
turret
just leaves.
has been killed.
So yeah, Hood on the Venomancer, needs to use the Courier to buy the last component. I like that, just be more tanky. Like next item could possibly be
Nothing touches the heart.
Force Staff, potentially. Because Venomancer, whatever you buy on the hero, just feels good. He's the most versatile hero in Dota in terms of items.
Smoke used here by T1. Might just spot Januel, but behind them is the Beal. Phase shift. Beal, Dream Coil, kind of just walks into this knowing that the puck was there, I believe. Cold feet, Yules up into the air. Dream Coil runs out. They've got the Sun Ray, right? Quick damage coming in. There's the tether. They're fighting into this. They're going to look to get the kill to Debio, who's hit with that whip. The Ice Blast comes in. Jackie gets the finish on Debio, looking over now. Natsumi, who's able to relocate away. Just getting out. Supernova is used by Zephyr on the backlines. So a bit used there by T1, and all they get is an offlane Death Prophet.
There's so much magical damage coming on from T1 in this game. You have Radiance, Ice Vortex, sadly, only level 1, so that's a 15% increase. They have a Veil, Venomancer. Venomancer's
again.
about to die in the same place
Yeah.
twice in a row.
Gets that ult off, Tether, Cuckoo, he's gone. Natsumi getting another kill here. Cuckoo falling for, what, the 5th time already?
6.
6, wow. It's that high.
I said to myself, you know, I'll stop counting after the 5th one. I click, I see in the top left corner 6. I'm like, okay. But yeah, it's a rough one for him. Definitely needs to be more careful how to approach a team fight. He's worth a lot of gold. You know, he's in the middle of the pack.
There's a quick chance there from Carl, who was trying to come in and maybe get a little bit of damage on the creeps, but he ends up breaking the smoke, gets play hard low, and he loses his life, jaunting back. Now they're right on top of the Ancient Apparition. They should kill Whitemon too. 2 heroes down on the side of T1, and looking like the tier 1 to follow. T1 losing their T1 over mid.
Puck, you know, trying to toy with them, doesn't have way of dispelling the silences, so should be a bit more careful until that Yule Scepter comes online.
And waiting on the Void Stone for that. Phoenix close to the BKB, 100 gold away, while Wraith King going Sanjinyasha. So Jackie is level 17, almost level 18. We'll have that level 3 in the Reincarnation. Blink Decker for play hard so far away. I mean, that will be really good once he picks it up to disrupt these fights, but it'll be a while. Bit tough for play hard at the moment. Ag's next for the puck now that he's built that Yules. Pause comes out. This should be a quick one. Got puck disconnecting from the game. Cuckoo, his game is kind of slowed down. He's 2,000 gold behind the Death Prophet. Like, this is just been a rough one for him.
Certainly is. Couple of mistakes. Overstayed his welcome. Also, few times on the top lane, died instead of being in a triangle. Like Venomancer's strength is to pressure the tower. If you know that you can't die, you have a good vision, they can approach you from the side, or you just be in a triangle, farm up, get tanky, and then join fights. He has a hood, and he has another glimmer queued up. Not sure if it's needed. There's going to be one glimmer on Ancient Apparition. Not anytime soon, but eventually. But definitely, I'm a big fan of a 4-staff here to be able to push either yourself or one of your teammates out of the focus.
Right. Maybe he goes for that first. They're both queued up, so we'll see what he wants. T1 only a 1K lead. Does it feel like they're the ones who are leading this game? Do they have enough control so far, or is it slowly fading towards the other side?
Problem is that they don't have anything against like Pango's roll, so if he gets that off, it's gonna be very easy for them to just, you know, jump, control the backlines. These supports have no defensive mechanism. Phoenix has a BKB, so that's good, but this Venomancer still doesn't feel like a core in this game.
Is there anything from T1's side you'd like to see them do a little bit better, or really either side? What are they lacking on at the moment?
I want to see T1 play a bit more aggressively. Yule Scepter is done. SNY will be done on a Wraith King in 30 seconds. I think it's go time for them. Just buy a smoke and get a fight. Especially because the Exorcism is down. Like, you can't just wait every single time the Exo is back up to try to take a fight.
There was a scan that came out from the Dire that came in and hit T1. But Neon not pouncing on it just yet. We'll definitely see how they make an approach for this, as they now have the Ags on Yopaj. This is a bit of a power spike. BKB as well. As they go with the Dream Coil Ice Blast onto Play Hard. But he's not getting caught. Natsumi has a kill on a Whitemon instead. This is finally Play Hard falling to Jackie, but a 1-for-1 that may not work out well for them, as here comes the rest of Neon. Neon coming through, looking to get a kill here on the Jackie. Go after the Wraith King. They'll pop the Exorcism. Wraithfire Blast thrown at this Death Prophet immediately. They've got the silence and they have the slow. Spirit Vessel, Yules. Up in the air, sweep,
It's
and
a
the
good
ulti
position
from
for Egg.
Cuckoo. The Egg is in an interesting spot, going after Debil, who's low and surviving, but the stun on a bolt. Oh dear! They've got the Death Prophet still alive though. Exorcism raging away. Cuckoo gone. Jackie dead. And this is an Ice Blast that hits Natsumi, and the Chilling Touch. Yules to survive again. These ghosts are eventually going to come back, and Debil might be full health afterwards as they take out Whitemon. They don't even lose Natsumi.
Oh man, what a fight. Like, that Ag was perfectly placed. And now Yopaj, he will clean them up. I love the itemization from Neon in this game. Like, Void Spirit has Yule Scepter. He wants the scale, so gets the Aghanims after that. Now going into BKB. We'll see that fight again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Wow,
attack.
that was... Watch just Debil as he survives. Sleep comes in, and then both Natsumi and this Death Prophet gets stunned up. There it is. They both get stunned, and they still don't die. Natsumi with the BKB. Ice Blast comes in, and it does land, but it just doesn't do anything.
Roche, half HP, less than half. Zephyr
God,
getting
Zephyr.
caught.
He's trying to make something happen, but he just can't. He's dead for 70, and this is going to be Aegis into the hands of Neon.
AA Blast ready. They're actually respecting AA
Wow.
Blast. Everyone is so low HP, 5 secs. I hope he just doesn't throw the AA Blast for no reason. They're inside a pit. Venom Snake scouting things out.
I said this was going to be an Aegis for Neon, but now they evacuate the pit, and this is an opportunity for T1 to kind of defend this.
Neon understands they have no way to go through Magic Immunity. Like, Pango's free, 2 BKBs, Void Spirit building 1, so it's going to be much harder for T1 to actually fight into those BKBs.
Astro Step, they're going to find Carl, dissimulate right on top. There's the Yules. Jackie focusing his attention over onto Play Hard, but they take out Carl very quickly. He's going to be dead for 51 seconds. Now Cuckoo's next. He's silenced. He's gone. He's got buyback. He does have that ulti, but will he come in? Phoenix up in 9. Just don't think it's going to be quick enough, and it doesn't look like they're buying back. Ooh, don't say that. I eat my words. Debut gets blown up by Whitemon. Now they buy back on the Death Prophet.
They really want this Roche. Both of the teams, they're not letting it go.
They looked for a second. Oh, Cuckoo, he just bought back. If he just dies like this would be really bad for him. They've got the BKB. Zephyr going in. He does have himself a Supernova. It's in an interesting spot. They'll get the kill on Cuckoo. He just bought back. This Supernova sending him the other way. The Dissimilate to avoid the Wraith Fire Blast coming out from Jackie. And still back and forth we go. Exorcism available for Debil. Will this finally be the Aegis for Neon? Can anybody get in on this? Ooh, Icarus dive! Oh,
Does
man.
not get it.
Almost got it. But Debil, he'll lose his first life immediately.
Roll from Play Hard. Can he catch anything? Blink Dagger on a cooldown. Might clip Jackie, but yeah, rest of the team not connecting. T1's lineup was supposed to have like 5k gold lead at least at this point of the game, but unfortunately they are the same amount of damage.
Dream Coil, play hard. He's gone. Ice Blast not even needed. How quick that damage comes in from Jackie. So there were a lot of buybacks used throughout that entire engagement. I say a lot. Ends up being 2. Death Prophet and Venomancer.
T1 does not have an offlaner in this game. They pretty much have 2 position 4s and 1 position 5, so that's going to be a huge problem for them. Venomancer is just not scaling. Now he's building into a pipe. Like you can see Cuckoo struggling with item decision, like what do I need to buy to survive? Like even pipe is not gonna keep him alive, you know. Rest of the team, it might, but it's a tough spot he's in because he already fed 9 kills.
Yeah, he's 0-9 and 8. Of course, by the way, Paladin's Sword does drop for the IO. I think every game we've watched,
it's a must-have.
It's Paladin's Sword is the insta drop. Comes down and well, Natsumi happy to have that as he's going Sanj and Kaya into the heart. And once you get that heart, it's very difficult to kill this Wisp. 3k lead for Neon, very close. BKB popped by Natsumi.
You know, those ancient can be tough to deal with sometimes.
That was the 8-second BKB. Guess feels a little bit less worse than losing that 10-second BKB.
Sanj feels so good on IO. Just a casual Sanj. You can upgrade that. Of course, the Sanj and Kaya. 16 strength, 16% status resistance, HP regen, and lifesteal amp. This item is just made for IO, and now we can even see the upgrade just to get those numbers up.
BKB next for Wraith King. So he's just pushing out bottom, sitting top of the net worth. Just see where Cuckoo is compared to the Death Prophet. He's so far behind. Smoke used here by Neon. And ooh, Carl. Cuckoo, he's been caught. Double digits for him. 0-10 and 8.
Seems like this is the story of the game. Cuckoo getting caught, dying,
Your last move.
repeat after you
Is under attack.
go back in.
Are scanning.
Now they have 3 BKBs, no abilities that really pierce magic immunity. So, you know, even though it's a 3k gold lead for Neon, it feels like it's so much more.
Dire's top tower is under
Sumi cleaning up bottom. They're pushing in mid. And Debil will commit the Exorcism to try and take this tier 2. Maybe even go onto the high ground.
Dire's top tower is under
Take the
attack.
tier 2, they back off. Roche up in a minimum of 411. So, Dire just back off that. That's Exorcism for the tier 2. Might be an opportunity for T1 to think about fighting off of it. BKB finish for Jackie going AC. They might want to use this time to continue to farm. BKB for the Phoenix. Still trying to get that Glimmer Cape for the Ancient Apparition. I think we talked about him trying to get that 20 minutes ago. It has been a rough build-up for Whitemon.
It really is. Like just needs 500
Ooh,
gold to
Yopaj.
actually get an item.
Silence on a Cuckoo again. Sunray not going to be enough to save him. Ice Blast comes in with BKB being popped by Yopaj. Earth Splitter flies through but doesn't land. And the rest of T1 need to get out. Cuckoo 0-11-8. It is just being such a hard game for him, and he cannot find a little bit of wiggle room just to survive.
He's paying the price for all those disgustingly Venomancer games that the Neon played in their history. You know, we're gonna punish. We had enough of trying to siege the towers against the Venomancer, so a lot of anger towards that little fella.
Yeah, balance in all things. Venomancer, he ends up being tough to deal with normally. And then it all culminates into Karma coming the other way and this Venomancer not being able to do anything. So, yeah, it's just the sad trombone from Cuckoo. So you can maybe gauge how he's feeling about this one. But
The only initiator that T1 has is Puck blinking in using a coil. You would love to see someone else going in, possibly surviving, getting out, resetting. That's why we see like different position 4s or offlaners with the stuns. But trying to initiate with just Puck coil, you see like a hero or 2, you want to use it on at least 2, maybe even 3 targets with the Ags.
they find themselves the Void Spirit. Yopaj with the BKB, they've got the Dream Coil. They do have an Ags on Carl. Icarus dive over. Zephyr in an interesting spot to maybe get down to Supernova. That's exactly what he's going to do is this fight. If it migrates over a little bit right, might be really good for the side of T1. They'll lose the first life of the Wraith King. They've got the Sun on Nabil, but Whitemon's been soloed out, so he is getting low, probably falling, will go down. Play hard dead to follow that one up. Jackie with the BKB is just not doing enough damage to get the kill on Zephyr. They look over at Yopaj once again. The ulti used by Cuckoo as he gets hit by that Earth Splitter, but they don't even care about Cuckoo. They're going to focus their attention on the Jackie, who's already used that first life, getting run down by these ghosts and spirits. It's just a spooky world for Jackie to live in, and he is gone again, this time for 85 seconds.
It's very hard for them to take the fight into IO, into that Prophet when they're this farmed. A lot of overtime damage. Those spirits are non-stop. The healing coming up from the Paladin Sword, from the IO, Kaya and Sanj amplifying the healing on the Dead Prophet. That Prophet is just not dying in those fights because there's also an Eon disc, a lot of magic resistance, has a decent amount of armor. This might be just where the game ends.
It does not feel like things are going as well for T1 as it did in Game 1, and they are just so far behind. I know it only says 7K, but like you said just a moment ago, it feels like so much more.
It feels like 27, to be honest, at this point. A lot of that net worth is concentrated around Wraith King, who gets kited. He actually doesn't get to deal the damage, is being controlled either by ET or a Pangolier, stun, disarm. Quite hard.
Pop the Aeon disc on Death Prophet. Natsumi just standing his ground. Sweep comes in. Yopaj diving in deep. They've got the silence. Whitemon has been food, just like Cuckoo, and it has not gotten any better for them. They will take the tier 3 over mid. They'll look for the racks. There's nothing to save these buildings. And really, T1, it's become a spectator sport for them as they can only just watch these buildings go down. Octarine Core for the Void Spirit. Not really sure how T1 pull themselves back into the game.
They landed one-man coil in the previous fight. I think you need to at least catch more. This is your only opportunity. Egg outside of the coil range so they can attack it. And that's it. That's your combo. Because they did not take the fights early on when their lineup was strong. You know, with the Ice Vortex, with the Venomancer. It's just hard. AA Blast inside the pit. They don't know where it's going to respawn. Trying to hit something. Does not connect.
It's actually just 6 seconds away. Stormcrafter, Telescope, dropping for the Dire then Radiant, respectively.
To restore the void within.
Built this AC on Jackie, but it's still a little ways out. So we'll see if Neon can kind of put the finishing touches on this one, as they seem so close to being able to do so. Could be an Exorcism that goes into Roche, or maybe they just grab Roche without Exorcism and grab an Aegis and push in. Jackie coming over. They've got Karo over mid. These heroes are here for the side of T1, looking for an opportunity, but Neon are right there with them as, unbeknownst to T1, they are smoked up and ready to fight. Yopaj spots Jackie, gets the silence. Astral Step. Do they have the control? Not yet. Neon, though, not fully engaging off that as Jackie blinks forward towards Natsumi. Not getting a stun, not getting anything to go.
Cheese Aegis available. They need to go in. They can't just allow Neon to take the free Roche. It's going to be one fight. They lose the fight. They call GG.
So Debil spotted. And here comes Natsumi, just moving super fast. Again, Jackie looking to engage, but can't catch anybody in his hands. So it's really tough for T1 to really get the opportunity to make a move as much as they want to make a move. And you can want to make a move, but it may not be available for you. As much as you're trying to wish it into fruition, it's just not there.
It really isn't. Man, I'm just looking at this Venomancer.
He's gonna
Rough one. We've all been in this situation, you know. Feel very useless, can't make any moves. He also holding on to Philosopher's Stone, just hoarding all the items like a goblin, trying to make something happen. It's still not enough.
This is the fight he gets a Rampage. Watch. Oh no.
Caster's Curse.
Yeah, I kind of cursed him there. Sorry about that, Cuckoo, as they get the kill on a Cuckoo. They'll look for the Supernova. It's in a decent spot. Debil coming over. The Aeon Disc gets popped. This Supernova looking like it's going to get off for sure. It pops, but they've got Aeon Discs on both the Pangolier as well as the Death Prophet. They get the kill on a Karo. They'll take out this puff. Buyback comes out from Cuckoo. They'll focus their attention on the Jackie, and they'll take out his first life. Sunray burning through, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They've got the taunt. They've got the kill on the Jackie, and he'll be gone for 89 seconds with Buyback.
T1 did not have
Cuckoo
any
caught again.
good fights for like 15 minutes. Yeah, when it's time to call it, it is time to call it, because this one's looking pretty over.
Nice blast. From a cape, helping stay alive. Staying alive, staying alive. That is the name of the game here for Neon. They've only died 13 times collectively. Whitemon getting caught where his tier 4s are, and it's not really a threat to be under the tier 4s for Neon. They'll go for the top tier 3. Buyback will be used by Jackie. Not sure how scared of that they need to be, though. They're going to back away.
Couple of buybacks, just give them a free Roche, possibly. Even ET has a full Aghanim Scepter on top of a Glimmer Cape, Minotaur Horn, so he is magic immune in the team fights. They will go inside the Roche pit. Let's see, T1. They need like 4-man coil into Ice Blast, into Phoenix ulti, which is not available for 15 seconds. Even then, maybe it's not gonna be enough for them to actually win a team fight.
I don't think so. Spell Prism picked up here for Neon. It's always nice when you've got a Death Prophet or a Void Spirit who wants to use it.
Yeah, especially if you have Octarine Core, you just want to lower the cooldown even more. So Astral Step, looking pretty good. Can use it multiple times in a team fight.
Along with the Resonant Impulse, the Dissimulate, everything's under such a low cooldown. It's all under 10 seconds, just about. 23k lead here for Neon. And this is the net worth it's felt like the entire time. And just 43 minutes into the game, we'll see if Neon eventually go for Roche, find their timing, and move in. Because this one for T1 feels like a very big long shot, because we've said it before, we'll say it again. Even with everything, being dropped on all these heroes. I'm not even certain anybody from Neon dies.
Yeah, they might just not lose any of the heroes, possibly Pangolier, but other than that, I just feel the other heroes don't die. Jackie getting initiated on.
They've got the axe here, by the way, for Elder Titan, so he's much more survivable as well. Aether Remnant just continuing to
Gonna hit her
control
3
Jackie.
too, actually.
Earth Splitter comes out. BKB's been popped by Zephyr, so it's hard for him to find the proper spot to get in a Supernova. Dream Coil dropped down onto both this Pangolier as well as the Death Prophet. Death Prophet runs out of it, gets stunned, but now Dream Coil is down.
Okay, no one dies. Couple of spells thrown by both of these teams. Neon still respecting the possibility of AA Blast hitting multiple heroes in the pit.
Disarm onto Jackie. And there's the double Astral Step right onto Cuckoo. And it is time for Cuckoo to go down again. Dead for 51 seconds, does not have buyback ready to go. Zephyr, he's caught, should be the second casualty of war. Tries to Icarus dive away, and he's gone for 79.
Cuckoo trying to go for the Melk award. I was in that game with my boy Melk. We won that game. I believe we had 21 deaths on the Venomancer. Problem is T1, they are not gonna win this game. You know, you need to win it. Otherwise, the reward is not in your hands, not the trophy in your house, sitting there in front of your PC to remember how you sacrificed yourself greatly for the team benefits. AC done on Braid King, that's Cheese and Aegis. Aegis into IO, level 26. You know, just some casual IO stuff. Even that Prophet hit level 25 there, so more Exorcism Spirits on top of that.
You've got Wraith King, who's level 24, and Puck 23, but experience-wise, they're nowhere even close at the moment. Actually, Zephyr's 21 and Cuckoo's only 16.
A prize.
So still a big lead for Neon. I was wondering, is that award like a big one? Is it like a nice cup or a trophy? Milk award?
It's the one that Cabal holds. It like that chalice, the golden one. That's the trophy.
Was that smart?
All right, Wind Waker.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Counter that Dream Coil. Downgrade the Dream Coil to a Dream Coil.
You can also save team weights with it. It's such a costly item, but it's one of the best ones. I just really love that item.
Sunray Ice Blast coming through on an Natsumi, and the Dream Coil on the 2. They're not doing anything more with it just yet. Aether Remnant, Silent Sweep, all onto the Phoenix. Zephyr bounced up into the air, and he won't be able to get a Supernova off. He's gone for 79 seconds. Doesn't have buyback or a way back into the fight. Cuckoo's gone again. It will take the first life out of the hands of Jackie. He can only just run back into the base with the BKB. There's really not much more that T1 can offer into this game to try and defend, but they are going to hold out, maybe look for something. They've got the Octarine core finish. Freezing over, though, is Yopaj. And it will be Mega Creeps. As Jackie low on health, silenced up again. His reincarnation's not back up yet, but he gets back into the base. He will heal for just a second. Holding on to hope. Yopaj freezes over again.
Maybe Tower multi-shot will be able to deal with the Neon somehow. Now that is gone, so they're running out of options here.
And they want to get an Ice Blast off, but Carl gets caught. He's gone for 114. Now it's 2 against 5 with Cuckoo back alive again. So he's going to try and make something happen with the Ice Blast coming through, but they've got the Wind Waker, and he'll just cyclone his way out of that engagement. Doesn't want to be there anymore. They've got the silence onto Jackie. Stun him up, hit him with the Rolling Thunder, bounce him up and down, and jukes that one, gets back into the base. So he will survive. The Venomous Scale hits onto Debil. They're onto the Ancient. They've taken up the tier 4s and play hard, getting in too deep, and he ends up going down. He's the first one to die in what seems to be about 20 minutes. They'll get the Supernova out, but it won't go off. He just ends up dead. So Zephyr drops, and again, they'll continue to ravage the base, take the Ancient. GG is called. Neon even up the series at 1. very
Neon,
dominant
it feels
performance.
like this game has been over for 20-25 minutes.
Yeah.
They just did not want to make any mistakes, so they took it slowly, kept killing Cuckoo multiple times, getting that second Roche, and then going for the high ground push. A lot here at stake. You know, there's a difference between the wild card and the major group stage, so understandable they do not want to rush things in.
Yeah, they want to keep it all together, try and get into that group stage, like you said. Neon taking game 2, T1 take game 1, and now, it's a BO1 to decide the fates. This felt like the last time they met, where it was a BO1. It ended up going to 3 games, so here we go again, game number 3. And to break it down for you, we've got that handsome panel ready to talk about it again. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lacoste. Yes, the series gets even out as T1s get their chicken stuffed in game number 2, bringing us to a third and final game. Once again, I've got my 2 panelists here to talk about this game. Guys, this time, we've been together for a long time now. It's been about 8 weeks. We've been chilling together. I hope there's a kind of mental connection between the 2 of you. So, I want you to analyze this game, but doing it one word at a time. All right? Lizard, start us off.
Neon,
Played
very,
well.
but
T1
didn't
play
that
well.
seems
Good.
man.
Yes.
That went about exactly how I thought it would go.
That's pretty much the 2 of our brains combined. This is what we get. This is what we muster up. Okay, all seriousness in, Neon with this draft, I know I switched at the last moment pretty much. Why did I switch? Because I've seen these Veno drafts just fail miserably versus high mobility that you have from Wisp, from Dead Prophet, and from Void Spirit. You just don't care about the Nova. It doesn't nearly do as much damage as it used to later on. Yeah, the early game is always Veno favored, but you fall off, and any item build is good on Veno. But actually, let me take that back. Any item build is viable on Veno, but which item build is actually good? Like, what do you buy on this hero to actually not be a creep in the mid game? In the mid game, they would shrug him off.
Yeah, he died so much as well on this Venomancer. Like, every single fight, it felt like he got picked up at the start. Occasionally, he would get off the poison over. They didn't care that. They had the sustain to get through it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more from this Venomancer. I feel like he did not look comfortable at all on the hero. Yeah, felt like a 4v5 most of the game, really. I think he ended up like 0-16 or something.
Yeah, something close to that. Can you make out those numbers from that?
Yeah, it's 0-16-10. That's pretty much it. When you see his item build as well, you go for this Vessel and Pipe. Pipe is questionable in this game as well. You're playing versus a Void Spirit, the Spirit Balls, but overall, like, maybe an earlier Force Staff would allow him to not feed as much in the mid game.
Or a BKB.
Or a BKB as well, sure, why not?
Because Pipe, BKB, same price pretty much.
Yeah, but Pipe kind of helps your team out a little bit more. Like, it's some more utility. That's how you have to look at it. You're on the offlane after all, and the only thing that you're bringing to teamfights is Vessel, which isn't even as great as it used to be versus the region. So, overall, I don't blame him for going towards this kind of an item build. It's just not that easy with the Veno in the mid game to actually make use of the hero.
I think for me, what it came down to with T1 was that we predicted them to win because we thought, if they'd get the coil into the AA blast, throw on like a supernova on top of it, with a poison note, there's just so much they had to throw at them. But for these to come off, there needed to be some kind of order, some kind of initiation, some kind of straightforward team fight, and we didn't see a single team fight where they were allowed to do that. Like, they just weren't being allowed to play the game how they wanted to play it, because Neon were just running around like maniacs. You'd have the Pango off in the backlines rolling around doing something, whatever. You'd have the IO running around with his creep. Like, everyone's just going berserk on Neon. T1 are just like, oh, I need to coil, and I think the most I saw was maybe like a 2-man coil later on in the game. they weren't good coils because they just weren't close enough together for them to get that off. And that was a huge problem. It meant that the AA blast couldn't come through, and those heroes, the DP and the IO, they needed to be AA blasted for them to stand a chance of beating them when they were this far ahead.
Yeah, I just had a completely different vision of how the Venomancer should be working in this game and what he would be doing in this game. But every fight started off with him just dying in 1 second. He wasn't survivable at all. And yeah, then after that you scramble, you know, you want to get out, you coil people, you don't want to coil, then you have to AA blast on top because otherwise you can't hit it anyways. It was just really scrappy. And that's exactly what Neon needed to do.
Do you think that the Vessel might have been... it's not the Vessel. Vessel is just so good this game. You're playing versus that Prophet and IO. After that, though, Pipe probably was the mistake, right?
Yeah, I really do think he needed a
hindsight,
BKB.
yeah.
Like, most of the damage is spell-based. It's only really the exorcism that goes through it. And if you do get a supernova off, you know, maybe a Gale on a good couple of heroes, because they didn't have BKBs on Neon for the longest time. I do think these early or mid-game engagements are going to go their way.
So overall, I agree, and I think that getting that BKB, even though it sacks your utility for your team, does bring you a chance to just buy enough time for everything else to come online.
And of course, we have our MVP of this second game, who, to nobody's surprise, is going to be Yopaj in the mid lane and playing that Void Spirit, jumping around. We knew it was a game where if Yopaj played well, he could take over, and that's exactly what he did. He set his team up for an amazing game. He was that annoying guy in the backlines, often finding the kill into these Venomancers and just jumping in between all these low mobility, slow heroes and completely abusing them. I mean, this was a complete outplay, in my opinion, between Yopaj and Carl this game.
Black, 20 kills and the bar is still not full. What's happening here?
I mean, on Void Spirit, my bar is a bit higher.
How much? 40 kills?
25.
25? Okay, yeah, sure. Yopaj, you need to step it up a little bit. Your MVP here, but Black still setting up the standards a little bit higher.
I'm breathing down your neck.
And you have to be careful, you know, Black is also a free agent. He's next to, he's in there, in the region as well.
I mean, they all know. That's why they're all sweating there.
Yeah.
Like you know, they're all laughing, but inside they know. Any mistake, you know, Jackie, next time you play that Wraith King, you built the wrong items. I'm already...
Someone is coming.
I'm already talking to Kuku
Daddy
right
Black.
now on my phone. I had him on a
Black.
phone call. He was like, I give you one more chance, but next time, you're in trouble.
I see. Seems likely, Black. Thank you. Now, guys, of course, don't forget the sponsors of this event, one of which are HyperX. They do the world's most comfortable headphones, some would say, and also some lovely RAM as well and all the hardware. So check out HyperX if you're in the market for some new hardware, as they are the official sponsors of the DPC SEA. Brought to you by PGL. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with a third and final game. There's a tiebreaker best-of-3 series between T1 and Neon. We'll see you very soon.
Can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
I got you.
Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Look, you got me. A chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Hello and welcome back to the SEA DPC. My name is Nomad, and joining me in the panel today, we got Black and Lizard to jump into the third and final conclusive game of the entire region. That's right, we're finally here, guys. It's our last game of the entire season. SEA, it's all been leading to this, and we've got T1 versus Neon on the cards, but it's sad. It's sad.
We've been here for such a long time, like in Bucharest as well.
Yep.
I arrived on January 4th. I believe you a little bit later. You had the same date, right?
Yep,
We've
January
been here
4th.
forever, man. Like 2, 3, how many months?
8 weeks,
8
right?
weeks, yeah.
How many months is that?
How many months? Do the math. I
Who
don't know.
knows?
Who knows?
I don't think anyone could know.
It's rough. Only the best of the mathematicians
Can solve this
can solve
mystery
this
for
problem,
us. Yeah,
yes.
probably should.
Why is English so difficult sometimes? Some words are so easy, and it's like mathematics,
Mathematician.
mathematician, mathematics.
Mathematics.
It's almost
Seen
like
it?
we should be able to speak English on the panel, right? Like
Kind of like it's our jobs or something, but
Yeah.
yeah, doesn't matter. We talk about Dota. Dota's not really
Mathematicians,
English.
like
Hmm?
magicians.
magicians. Yeah,
It's easy.
Math magicians.
Mathematician, you mathematician. See?
Anyway, we've got game 3 of Neon versus T1 coming up, and it all comes down to one final game here. These two teams are battling it out for the group stage and the wild card. Loser goes to the wild card, winner goes to the group stage. Big difference between the two, because getting in the wild card is going to be very, very difficult, as they have waiting for them already Nigma, and then one of either OG, Liquid, or Tundra are going to be there as well. And of course, we're going to have 2 Chinese teams and a CIS team there as well. So that's not easy. It's a tough
town.
matchup in the wild card. Yeah, you don't want to be there. You want to be just sitting in the group stage, sit and watch those wild card games, sipping on a pina colada in Singapore. Easy life.
Yeah, you also have less chances in the wild card than in the group stage because you get to play more games. It's always very scary to be in the wild card.
Yeah, and of
You know,
course,
might be an observer event for you otherwise. If you lose early, you're just there
You're
for like
just-
2 weeks.
Yeah,
and
you
nothing.
just go back to the airport. That's it. Show up, go from the airport into
Play
the
one
booth,
series.
play
Ah,
one
we
series,
lost.
back to the
All right,
airport.
good one, guys. I'll see you next time.
Well played,
Yeah.
guys. Next season, let's go.
Enjoy all your quarantining and testing and all that kind of stuff in COVID and everything. That's going to be super fun as well. So, yeah, double the fun as usual. Wow. Don't want to mess up on those wildcards. So, I mean, this match clearly means a lot to both of these teams. We've seen very different games out of game 1 and 2 as well, and very different strategies from Neon as well. I think they just completely switched it up in game number 2, and it did wonders for them.
And not only very different strategies, you could see the nerves kicking in for players on both sides. You could see the way they approach the game. It's way more defensive, way more passive, way more satisfied by just chilling, farming up until the right time is there, until they get all their items. No crazy moves. We've seen Neon actually fail a little bit in that first game. In the second game as well, you could see a couple of BKBs popped when there's no one around, just a little
You
bit.
get the itchy finger.
Itchy fingers, exactly, yeah.
But yeah, Cuckoo for me is the person that needs to step it up the most. You can't go 0-16 ever. Like really, it's there's no excuse for that. Out of position a lot.
Didn't Play Hard go 0, what, in the first game now?
Yeah, I mean they also lost. Like
Yep.
it just feels so like weird, almost as if the game is just a 4v5. You know, like it just can't happen. Like both these players, even Playhard in game 2, he played okay, but he still had quite a rough time compared to what we usually see on his Pangoli.
And the pair has been broken up once again. We have Dead Prophet on T1.
Still
Wraith
first
King
pick though.
by Neon and first picks. Is this T1 just snatching up Monkey King here?
Monkey and Prophet is a pretty,
pretty
deadly
solid.
combination.
Or will they maybe go for that IO, true and tested, like it was versus Wraith King in that second game?
Tempting, tempting. Have we seen Jackie on the IO yet?
Nope.
No.
I don't
we
think I
have,
want
yeah.
to. It doesn't fit their style very well.
It doesn't. I imagine they go Monkey. Oh, they go Phoenix. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
Neon, no hesitation to go straight in for the Lina.
Ooh, well, that
Alright.
counters both these heroes pretty hard.
we've seen this before, and we've had series in which that Prophet and Phoenix are picked, and then Lina is just not banned, not touched, not picked afterwards. But we would mention her almost every single time. Why isn't it picked? Why don't we like it? Is because it just dies very easily.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
very well what it comes down to.
Important point, though. Are we on to banana number 3 for Whitemon?
That's
Doesn't-
way too many bananas.
Doesn't seem to be eating right now.
Also, Nomad stole a bit of my, well, not stole, he took a little bit of my banana. For the first time ever since I've been here, I've been offering every single day. I'm proud. That's a small accomplishment, small feat for me.
We've bonded very strongly through these, because, you know, me and Lizard, we've been paneling a lot together. You come sometimes run off to the casting booth to play with Beacop, but,
Sorry.
you know, we've got this bond now. We share bananas now. That's the sign of a true... I think it's past a friendship. I think it's a banana ship.
Was it like really black again, like the last one he tried to give you, or?
Nah,
No, it was a nice one this time.
this
Well,
time
nice.
was,
That's why I
it was
had
a
that.
little bit nicer. Yeah, so he took
I still took the squishy top bit because I'm a gentleman, you know.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't want to take
The good part.
the good part. No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that.
Of course. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm happy with whatever. Whitemon, I didn't see what he was snacking on this time around. Maybe there are no snacks. Maybe after
Well,
losing one game.
Neon win.
Yeah, he lost, and he's like, okay, no more messing around.
Maybe I was talking about this before, you know, when I was saying how you should try to adapt to your body. You know, only eat when you win, don't eat when you lose. Maybe he's taken that on board and he's
It
trying
sounds
it out.
like a
you
bad
know.
advice for some of these teams. But just don't eat for like a week.
Don't eat for a full league.
Every time you die, you don't eat for a day.
T1 banned out the
Cuckoo is
Ancient
done then.
Apparition and ET and Earth Spirit in the second stage. Meanwhile, Neon with the Monkey King, obviously, Oracle and Timber. Monkey because it's just good versus Wraith King, good with Phoenix. Oracle because it's good with that Prophet, it's just a strong combination. And Timber, why do you think Timber is banned? Just because we've seen Timber's own in SCA recently?
I mean, Timber does make it quite difficult for Wraith King to lane. And even though Lina is not the worst hero against Timber, it's still, once he has a hood, Lina is not one of those heroes that really just chunks through that health pool. So it's just like, you know, get rid of all the annoyances, make sure your Wraith King has a good game. Because Phoenix, Death Prophet already are quite hard to deal with for a Wraith King.
I'm a little bit worried though, because Neon have picked these two squishy heroes. It feels like they're leaving themselves open to abuse from something like the Puck of the Void Spirit, like we've been seeing previously. And in fact, I think Puck's still in the pool.
Puck is still in the pool, and you could, if you're T1, you could do the same thing. Rotate that Prophet somewhere else, pick a Puck.
Yeah.
Have a very
I'd like to
easy
see it.
lane, and overall just be strong throughout the game.
Could be pretty good Storm game too, potentially. Although the lane against Lina is not great. Lina is really scared of Storm later on in the game, of course.
It's just a laning stage that's
It's
a bit
tough,
difficult.
yeah.
You can always jungle those Storm. I wouldn't mind it, but they go with the Lion. Okay.
You thought you tamed the lion. Why lion? Not sure. Doesn't strike me as like super amazing against anything here.
Just has that finger versus the Lina, right? You can
Yeah,
burn
but of
her
course, if you finger the Lina while she Lagunas you, then it does create an explosion which will kill all heroes on the map. So
up. Is that how it works?
It's
I
Dragon,
see.
Dragon
Yes,
Ball
yeah,
style.
yeah.
I see, I see.
Are we ever gonna see that Lina shot? Laguna line damage?
it's pretty sick. Like,
Didn't we see it once already? Didn't it happen? No?
can't remember.
I mean,
The
we
only
haven't
thing
seen
is that
too
it
many
makes it so
Linas.
you can miss Laguna, which is kind of problematic.
How big is the line?
It's as big as a cast range.
No, I mean like not range wise, but like width.
Oh, right.
That's what really matters.
Is it short? Is it like very narrow? Or is it wide?
I think it's it's reasonably wide.
Like 100 something?
It doesn't look super wide, but when you feel it in game, it's
Yeah, we have another hero that we don't
you
really
feel
see
it.
very often. It's the Razor, and not necessarily an apparent reason why it's picked up.
It could just be a support Lina too, by the way.
Yeah.
But Razor is not great against DP, in my opinion.
Is this some
Yeah. I'm very
offlane
confused.
Razor
Like the
+1?
ghosts just eat you anyway.
Maybe they really didn't want to play into Troll, and they were just like, hey, we'll pick the Razor. They can no longer pick Troll. Haha, mind games.
Alright, they just pick anti-mage or PL and win. Woo! I mean, this Razor pick is really...
Very interesting. We don't see this
yeah.
hero ever unless you're playing into, let's say, a Troll, or we've seen one versus PA, I believe, recently in CIS as well. But it's very, very interesting pick by Neo.
Very
This is a curveball, yeah.
a very unreasonable pick, some would say. Because it doesn't really counter anything right now. It's bad against Phoenix. It's not great against DP. Lion. Yeah, or Terrorblade, of course. Like, probably the strongest hard counter to Razor as a carry.
Pretty solid versus Wraith King as well,
Super
right?
high armor. You don't care about his damage at all. Metamorphosis, you just shred him.
You do have Lina against you, which is a bit of a burst, so...
I think it's going to be a support Lina, like a post-4 Lina. And then some other offlane that can really pressure the TB. Could be very tough for TB to handle.
Yeah, because so far it's been exclusively the build on the offlane and play hard on position 4, right? So maybe they're maybe the way they play position 4 now has changed as well, and they have to adapt to his heroes and his hero pool.
And looking at the draft analysis here, I think the one thing to point out is how much that Lina covers with the stuns. She is the #1 stunner. So
Number 1 stunner.
But look at the Lion. He is the real #1 stunner here.
Oh my god, yeah. He's filling up the entire graph. Look at that guy.
But that's really all that hero does. Like, he hexes you and he
True.
stuns you, and then he hexes you again.
He does a bit of bursting as
A
well.
little bit here and there,
Little bit
yeah.
of tickling with that finger.
Finger of Death. Very
Roshan,
brutal name.
Roshan damage, Dead Prophet and TB sharing it a little bit.
That is
There's-
the easiest Roche lineup ever.
What are your major concerns for these two lineups then? Where are their weaknesses and how can they address them?
T1's weakness is that they're super squishy. Their backline is weak, their front line is weak. They can make up for it with like a decent offlane pick. They banned the Bristol and the Mars, who are pretty good at their role.
Underlord for T1, like they picked before for
Underlord is a bit
versus-
rough into
versus
Razor, perhaps.
yeah, like if they
Oh,
switch up
Legion
lanes.
Commander, okay. Fulfills a similar role.
We have seen a lot of Legion commanders just backfire at teams and just not
Yeah.
have any damage stolen by a really long mark in the game. But it's very good versus Disruptor, right? Like in the lane, as long as you skill up, press the attack this time around, hopefully it will happen. You just make Disruptor's position 5 useless.
Yeah, I'm very worried about his Razor. I feel like he's just gonna not do anything this
But
game.
they must have had an idea, right? This isn't a misclick, so...
I mean,
It's not
Legion
ins-
is a hero you can use Link on at least. So they've got
Sure,
that.
but then you have to lane the Razor there, and then you have to put Wraith King offlane,
Wraith King,
which then
Lina-
gives TB free farm. Or unless it's a Razor middle and pos for Lina, which then gives DP a really good lane.
I still think this Lina was picked because of that Prophet and because of Phoenix, right?
Yeah, so it should be middle.
It should be
You
mid.
get like an early BKB, you wreck that egg, make some scrambled eggs.
Unless you're dueled.
Unless you duel, then
Unless-
the
then-
scrambled eggs suddenly burn you.
Yep.
Happens sometimes. They fall on the floor.
Fall
a
on your back.
volcano.
Eggs
erupt.
never truly have the amount of energy necessary to burn you, do they?
What?
Maybe the oil underneath.
If you've got eggs fresh out the pan and
Yeah.
you pour them on your skin, they're gonna burn you, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Surely.
Never noticed
I mean,
that.
I haven't tested it. But
I
Well,
even
let me
eat them
try it.
straight
I'll tell you later.
I cook them and I eat them straight out of the pan when I need to rush to the gym. And
Jesus.
I eat the pan.
You're such a man.
I just
Black.
kidding, just
Always
kidding.
with the one-ups.
I was just waiting for him to do that.
But yeah, this lineup looks pretty. Let's see.
Co-op.
Okay.
Okay. So
Now it
this
looks
is,
even more wonky.
Just
so this is co-op mid versus the Dead Prophet,
So
right?
it's an pos for Lina or
Pause
offlane
for
Lina.
Lina, yeah.
Carry Razor.
So it is offlane Wraith King. Wraith King Lina, it is a strong lane. Razor against LC is good on the lane as well.
Co-op versus Dead
DP
Prophet
is
is also
good on the lane
decent.
as well.
Do you remember like week 2 or week 3 or something of SEA when I decided to make this rule where the craziest draft was the one I would vote for every time because it just felt like whoever was being the most ridiculous picks were the ones who would win. I think I'm going back to that rule. You know, without even thinking about it too much, I'm going to go for Neon Esports for my prediction for game number 3.
Sure, why not? I'll go with you as well. It's Yopash Kwap. He went, what, 20-0 on the hero in
Against
the,
Legion and Lion, though.
Let's go!
It's, yeah.
Diamond hands, baby.
It's not great, and it's also carry Razor.
To the moon, lizards.
And an offlane Wraith King.
I don't care. I'm going with
I'm gonna
Nomi. He
say-
took my banana. I have to go with him.
You get 2 or 3 items on TB, and this game just seems over. If they can stop TB from getting those items and accumulate like a 20k gold lead, sure.
of course,
Maybe
of
they
course.
can, but T1 is, yeah, simple, easy, TB, 2 or 3 items, GG. Let's go.
But he's not going to get there. Let's bring in our casters of Bcop and Lacoste and find out what they have to say about this game number 3. Guys, flap those mouth holes for me.
I hear my boy Black talk about TB. You know, I have a lot of trust in him. He's an experienced player, knows how to carry, and I kind of feel the same way. You know, he's going to be able to take over at Lion and Legion Commander. They have a lot of control together, and they needed like a front line. Legion Commander is not that like real beefy front line, but he makes the job done. He gets the job done.
He gets the job done. All right, Bcop, which way are you going? Break this tie.
I've opened up my third eye,
5-man smoke, by the way.
and
And a
it's not gonna,
pause.
it's not gonna work this time.
Oh, it's paused. No, but actually they did 5-man smoke. I did not lie.
But they're also paused.
Yeah, but they're paused.
You have some time.
You have some time. Yeah.
Do
Keep
I have
going,
some time?
keep
All right,
going.
all right. I'll keep going. I open the third eye. I
Wait,
took
hold
a
on,
look-
Bcop. They're tipping each other.
Okay,
Okay,
continue.
you can go. You can go. That's it.
Wait,
took a
Bcop, you
look-
already had the third eye before? Need
Yeah,
something
no,
else?
I haven't. It's okay, fine. The fourth eye.
Okay, fourth.
It's
Fourth
an
eye.
extra one.
Where is that?
Where is that?
Let me see if it's under the makeup.
I
not.
cover it up from time to time. It's like that episode of The Twilight Zone. Sometimes I keep a hat over it as well.
Something
But
to see the
yeah, you know what? I'm going neon. I can't to get the story out.
Diamond
We're
hands,
going
baby.
to-
Let's go to the moon. You, me, and Lizard. Alrighty, guys. Take it away for game number 3. The final game of the SEA DPC region. Bcop and Lacoste. Have some fun.
Thank you, Nomad. Coming into the final game, like he said, this is how I wanted it to end.
And it really is a
Tiebreaker
5-man
somehow.
smoke. Most of the time, Black is a liar, but this time around, he actually did not lie, which I'm really impressed. Proud of my boy.
I think he predicted the future. I don't think he actually knew that the 5-man smoke was coming. I can't give him that much credit, but Debil moving forward, Wreath Fire Blast, but the stun is on to 3 coming out from Whitemon, so nullified. Immediately nullified.
Budget Ravage coming out from Lion, hits 3-man stun. Suddenly, everything is done. They need to go back. So it's going to be an offlane Raid King.
Yeah,
Offlane Raid King paired up with Alina. A lot of stun, a lot of control. So Jackie, are they swapping the lanes? That's what I was wondering, but also...
Let's see where
Interesting.
they end.
I think they saw Terrorblade possibly, and yeah. They saw him with this observer board, so they are swapping the lanes already.
So we're playing musical lanes. When the music stops, that's your lane.
It's a possibility that they just like keep this tri-lane, sacrifice a bit of Legion Commander's farm. You know, he's gonna play into the tower, so that's really good. What they want to do is secure TB's farm, which I really like. I was trying to think of a way, like if they just ran 2-1-2 lanes with TB against Razor, it would still be favored for Neon. Every single time the meta is down, they would not be able to play that lane. So maybe, I think it's okay if they just keep this tri-lane for a while.
And we'll see how long, if they are willing to keep it that way, or if they'll TP somebody out. They're still looking to play something aggressive with the first meta. They'll look for the Metamorphosis. They'll try to get a kill.
He does not want to pop the meta if they are not getting kills, and can just use it to secure the second wave, because right now he is getting some nice CS.
Yeah, if you get to that level 2 on Whitemon, you could throw a stun out, maybe get a Hex if you go that route. With the Metamorphosis, could be a kill, could be first blood.
I feel like Cuckoo said, guys, just do whatever you want. I cannot feed more than I did in the previous game. So like, leave me alone, leave me solo against the tri-lane. I will do my best not to reach 16 or 17 deaths.
Yeah, he did average about a death every 2.5 minutes or so. So still on pace for the same, but he hasn't died yet, so technically 0 death pace.
Stacking for himself with the overwhelming odds. It's a tough lane for him, you know, playing into Razor, who is rushing Boots of Speed. Now we're going to see Trilin against the Trilin.
Yeah, they recognize that these heroes haven't left the lane just yet, and they're going to go for the one-on-one. Can they get the LSA out? Dragon Slave comes in, but there's the stun from Whitemon. They don't get the kill. They show that this is a tri-lane, and now the question becomes, do they end up putting a second support bottom for either team? You've TP'd up, play hard, but this is what you were probably wanting, Dubiel and play hard to be up here as a duo. You've got a trio right now. If they do TP1 over bottom for T1, you can just send the Disruptor over.
It's good as long as Terrorblade is getting the farm. They don't care too much about sacrificing Cuckoo's farm on Legion Commander this time around. Hero needs levels. He's also, you know, not going to get as much levels since he's playing into a Razor, but stack the camp, doing a pull, getting the best out of the situation that he is in right now.
So just a quiet tri-lane, 15-7 for the Terrorblade. Wraith King only 11-0. Natsumi comes over. He'll try to clear up this pull, do what he can to continue to stay towards the top, because he's 15-13. He's got a boatload of denies at the moment. Things just ultimately really quiet. But this is what we've seen. We've seen these games start out very timid, very quiet. There's a lot on the line here, especially when it comes down to just the final game. I'm not surprised that these games are as quiet as they have been for the first, 7-8 minutes.
Everyone wants to not make any mistakes. You know, you make one big mistake in the mid lane, you feel like you're throwing the whole thing for your own team. There's a big difference between the wild card once again and the group stage in the major. These are the spots that these teams are fighting for right now.
4-minute runes. A rune will come out. And it looks like, at least by the looks of it, it was Zephyr who picked it up. So he picks up that Invis rune. Obviously not Invis anymore. Sentry down, trying to see if they could spot any vision. As Whitemon comes in, and he's just poking away at these two heroes with TB sitting back and farming the lane as best he can. He still is yet to pop that Metamorphosis.
You know, things are going really good for you if you don't need to use meta to stay on the top of the CS board.
Zephyr taking a bit of damage. 3 heroes coming over. Genuel, he's been singled out for a second, but the LSA, that's going to come in. The stun is out. Kinetic Field wraps up all 3 heroes. This could go horrible for T1. First blood on the Jackie. Now the look over at Whitemon. Dubiel moving forward with a Wraith Fire Blast available in 3 seconds. LSA misses, and Whitemon going the other way. Glimpse, juke.
I would wanted to see like Terrorblade maybe picking up a magic wand. This is not the item that you want to have on a hero because you're like not fighting. But in this situation, either that or a raindrop. He also had like 500 gold, didn't bring the last component for the power treads, which would keep him alive there.
Would it have even been value to just go stick, not upgrade it into a wand?
Sure, it's not the item that you want to have on the hero because you're not fighting. And now he is in the jungle.
So just that kill alone has now opened up the lane for Wraith King.
He's very squishy. The Terrorblade has 700 HP with Agi treads, trying to stack for himself. When the lane gets closer to the tower, he will still go back to the lane and farm it up.
The damage bottled up by Carl. Well, it's just 1-0 at the moment. Shadow Strike's coming in. You've got level 6 for both the Queen of Pain and the Death Prophet, but Death Prophet right now 303, not going into the Exorcism. And it's 3-1-1-1 for Queen of Pain, but not enough mana to throw a Sonic Wave, and even if he gets onto that 250, nothing more to throw.
So that means Queen of Pain cannot play aggressive for the next minute and a half until the next rune spawns. Very low on mana. Let's see if she's bringing any clarities, any mangoes.
Nothing
Not
yet.
really. Career just chilling, so that means that you could potentially play aggressive on the side lanes. 3 points in the Shadow Strike. This is more of a, I want to kill one hero, try to dominate the lane, but that Prophet doing real, that
Cuckoo
Prophet
spotted.
actually dumpstering Queen of Pain. I didn't even notice that.
Trying to TP out. Damage not going to be enough from Natsumi.
Oh
yeah.
my god, 19 denies on that Prophet, 23 CS on Queen of Pain.
Almost 1 for 1. It really has not gone ultimately too well for Yopaj, but we've seen him perform really well on this hero. Just the Spirit Siphon alone right now, though, is enough to send him blinking behind the tower. And that's been the case. We've seen him in this position quite a bit. They might want to go into Carl. Carl, 4-0-3, doesn't have Exorcism. Glimpse back. Spirit Siphon doing a lot of damage there onto Yopaj. They've got the kinetic field, and there's the static link. Carl in too far, in too deep, and gone. They did get the kill, however, on the Yopaj.
So yeah, trade mid laner for a mid laner, bottom lane. Phoenix is collecting some XP because they were tri-laning, so that means both of the supports are a bit under level for this time of the game. Lion also trying to make stuff happen on a mid lane, getting the XP, while TB is just jungling right now.
Yeah, TB continuing to jungle, going for a wand and then a Yasha. So he's going to try and pick up that wand. Ooh, Cuckoo. He's going to get spotted, caught, and killed. LSA hits, press the attack, won't help him. And Natsumi gets the kill. And with that, they're rotating over. Should be able to take a tier 1 in the offlane. I think we've spoken about this before. It's a bit weird when an offlane is the first tower to die.
Yeah, it's not the tower that dies usually first. You get the entrance, another entrance to the enemy.
Carl
Ancient.
going in on this. They've got the Hex from behind as well as the stun. Exorcism used.
It's a
Yopaj
good
dead
kill.
again.
And they can also put some pressure on the tower. Januel trying to get the creep aggro possibly. But yeah, Exorcism still running for half of the duration. They need to rotate more heroes just to secure
Glimpse.
the tower. Glimpse, not
Kinetic
the best
field.
one.
Yeah, that was not the best one. That forced him into a different direction, but that's about it. Carl may want to be careful. Spirit Siphon, stun. Uh-oh. Play hard. LSA, that misses. They've
dodge.
got the Hex.
One more hit is
play
all
hard.
they need.
I can't believe he survives there, and Whitemon just dies to the amount of damage that Natsumi has taken away.
It's still a good trade for T1, where supports are getting levels. Cuckoo is getting some time on the top lane to recover. We've seen Legion commanders popping off, like this Legion commander might not, but once, I'm just wondering who's gonna get the Dome on T1. Lion is level 5, I think you get it to Lion to be able to burst people down. Phoenix is much closer to level 6 than the Lion, and then you can play with the Legion commander duel, possibly get him some damage.
Alright, good stun. That's another kill. Sonic Wave gets used, Zephyr gone. Despite Neon having 5 kills, they're still down 1,000 gold. This Terrorblade just been farming quietly, all by himself. Cuckoo now at that level 7, but Natsumi. Static Link again. They're going to try and get around. Cuckoo moving quick, but not quickly enough. Kinetic Field is there. Press the attack, but Natsumi with another kill. This Razor starting to feel quite powerful.
It's too much damage. He can't afford to be that far away in their face. You can maybe play where your tier 1 top is standing, but other than that, if no one is behind you, you need to find a safer place to farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stacks made by Junwell. This is for Natsumi, who sits top of the net worth. What's the build gonna look like, do you think, for Natsumi?
Possibly just Yasha into BKB, because I might not even need BKB that early, but BKB is always a safe choice, because there's a ton of damage that goes through Magic Immunity, like Terrorblade right clicks, Egg, dual exorcism. You still need ways to cover yourself
Ooh.
and actually be able to kill the egg as well. Big stack.
Stun onto Natsumi. Not sure they could get this kill. They'll use the exorcism. They've got the silence, but they're not moving in. They might just steal a little bit of what's left on the stack. Yopaj blinks into this. They've got the glimpse as well as the static storm down. We're going to use Carl gone. He just popped exorcism. And Neon take advantage, get another kill. That one again for Natsumi.
Tried to invade the stacks, got a couple of them, but not the best one. They also use the exorcism. Need to be careful about how they use that one. Queen of Pain. What's the net worth on Queen of Pain? 4,000. Yeah, that's a big difference. That Prophet, she can't afford to feed gold like that because she's so farmed right now. Third on the net worth. Razor is popping off.
Yeah, for sure. Sitting at the top. I mean, the idea there for T1 was to get in, maybe use Finger, get a kill, get out. But obviously that does not end up being the way that it goes. Razor going, yeah, Yasha BKB already has the Mithril Hammer.
Seems like the safest choice here against Lion, against the silences. You want to be able to just go in and deal the damage with your static link.
Taking a look bottom. Zephyr throwing out some spirits. By the way, Debil going and having Armlet. Not your typical Wraith
It's an
King
off-lane
build.
Wraith King, and also you do not want to build Radiance most of the time against Reflection. So TV can use it. Use your own
Carl
strengths
again.
against you.
Static Storm down, muted up, and killed off. This is a big problem as this Death Prophet's died a couple times consecutively. Hex comes out, should have the stun to follow this one up. Jackie coming around, and there's the Finger for the kill. Jackie gets the last hit. But Whitemon now trying to TP, but the damage from the Plasma Field, I don't know if the Sonic Wave was really
It was
necessary.
close, you know. I would pop it for sure, just to get a kill. You need some gold to recover. You got the last hit, so understandable there.
So going back to your point about not wanting to go Radiance on the Wraith King, I know we've seen a couple of those offlane Wraith Kings go
We've
Radiance.
seen some weird stuff on the offlane, especially with the Alchemist going Battle Fury into Shadow Blade. People will try to go as greedy as possible. He queues up Radiance after that. I would still prefer if it's just like right-click damage, possibly, like a Blink Dagger, a Deso maybe. Doesn't sound too bad, because you have a scaling core as well coming up from your safe lane. Natsumi, Razor. Like, Razor's not the best scaling hero in the game in terms of like damage and what he does, like post 40-minute mark, but he can scale, you know, compared to some of the other offlaners.
So Manta finish for Jackie. They're going to take the tier 1 mid while the tier 1 top gets taken by Exorcism. Or at least try to trade these towers. Smoke used by Neon. Not sure that got spotted. They're going to head towards top, try to make a move. Whitemon in an interesting spot. Might be too far back, depending on where this engagement ends up happening. Smoke broken. Cuckoo moving up out of the high ground. And he's got LSA coming through. The rest of the team is there. They get the kill into Cuckoo again, who I wanted to mention, but I'll give it a second. Glimpse trying to forcing the Supernova. That is a big cooldown just to save your life. I think the respawn time would have worked out better. Wow.
Yeah, T1 again. Cuckoo not involved in a single kill. 0-3 and 0.
No
he needs
dual
to play
damage.
with the Lion. He needs to play with Phoenix. Possibly like that Prophet. That Prophet also going for Boots of Travel first item. Kind of backfired there. Like, you still get the move speed, but you do not have a spell mechanic. You can't just use one guy, possibly TP out after that. Getting very close to the Yule, however. T1 is just playing like, we're gonna farm up game. Terrorblade does not want to join a fight. He still wants to have another item. Scotty on the hero just feels so good, tanking him up and crippling some of these like range heroes. Even Raid King feels really good.
Illusion's coming forward for the Terrorblade. And, yeah. So, Illusions, he was stuck in those trees, no TP, no way to get out. He needed to back away. They're converging over mid a little bit, doing well. Putting some wards down, digging up a cobalt, of course, as is tradition. Fuels up into the air onto the Queen of Pain, as well as the stun and the finger. Wow. Get the kill. Laguna right on back. Static Storm is in. Whitemon hit with the glimpse, so he'll be pulled back on a play
He's still
hard.
alive.
Press the attack, but the LSA hits, and Zephyr, Whitemon both fall to play hard.
Like, Cuckoo needs to be there much earlier to just play with the team. I know it's tough when the game starts badly for you. You know, you're having a bad lane. Then you go try to make stuff happen. You die. You overextend. We've seen Legion commanders doing a lot, even without the blink daggers, going for that blade milk. He has enough movement speed with the build, like Windlace and the phase boots, allows you to actually get close to the target and get to the wall off.
Yeah. So, just not able to get anything going just yet. Wraith King still committing to the Radiance. He's significantly close to the Sacred Relic. Like, this looks pretty fast, all things considered, if he's able to pull it off. Second item, Radiance after phase armlet. If you can get that sub 20, like, that's pretty impressive. Oh, Terrorblade. Oh, dear. Jackie. Kinetic Field, LSA, Laguna Blade, but the stun didn't hit, so now he's able to Sunder. Play hard, sitting a little bit under half health. They're still going after Jackie. They might even need to duel just to keep Jackie alive, but Jackie gets pulled back. Sonic Wave comes in, and now they'll go after Cuckoo. They get the kill to Jackie. They'll find Cuckoo. 2 heroes dead on the side of T1.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team is just farming mid. Carl had Boots of Travel. Now, he didn't have it available, otherwise he would just TP, glimpse back. I was wondering why he's not making a rotation. Need to help out his TB. So now we can feel the difference. All of the right moves from Neon, they are the ones setting the tempo for this game. Putting some aggressive wards, trying to make stuff happen on the map. Sacred Relic purchased by the Bill.
Smoke used by T1. They want to make a move. Try to get some of this deficit back. It's going to be tough, though. Unless Natsumi walks right into them, and that's what he's done. And that's why he'll die. Carl getting the kill there on a Natsumi. An interesting spot for T1 to be in, and maybe not expecting that. Off the kill, they'll get the tier 1 mid. The rest of the team still trying to continue to farm, as this will be
a Roche. I love that kill. Transition that into Roche with the meta. They still have Exorcism running for like 15 seconds. Can they contest this? They're drawing on the minimap. Static Storm is available. Sonic Wave not, but this Roche dropping low.
no to get over there, but Janwell, he's been spotted.
Good.
It's just going to be
Static
Jackie
Storm,
there.
just to keep them away.
That's the Aegis into the hands of Jackie. Now if you're Neon, you need to leave. Whitemon charges up the finger for a second, doesn't end up throwing it. Debiel's still moving forward. His time off the farm has made it so this Radiance will be delayed a little bit longer, but a 21-minute Radiance overall is not bad.
Invisibility.
So that Static Storm ends up just being zoning. But now they're going to smoke. They want to fight into this. They know Metamorphosis is not available.
They only find Whitemon. Good positioning. Like Whitemon, I've been really impressed by him.
And Static... Oh, Supernova used again.
He does not want to die. Okay.
No.
If I understand the Supernova. They just used all of their long cooldown ultis. They're not going to take the fight, so no point for me to die there. But to go back to the Whitemon, even though like he died, it's pretty impressive throughout this whole season. What he has been doing, definitely becoming one of my favorite position fights from the region. Breaking the smoke there, protecting his carry not to die, not just once, maybe even twice with that Aegis and just messing up with their timing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
By the way, Yopaj just about has his BKB. Orchid BKB going Lincoln's after. Debiel, Radiance being delivered. So yeah, that 21-minute Radiance, not a bad timing with an armlet phase boots before it. And they're going to take a tier 2. They don't have Supernova to fight into this. They need to be careful about how they approach it. Carl with the Exorcism, Now they'll look over at the Wraith King. They've got the stun. Maybe they'll look for the dual finger,
got
and
it
there's
once.
a victory. That's going to be 10 damage going the way of Cuckoo, the Laguna Blade, the Kinetic Field, Sonic Wave.
Still alive.
And he's
Oh, he-
surviving, but the Orchid Burn is there.
He couldn't get to press the attack off, got silenced. Maybe Sunray was on cooldown. They could not really save him there. But, you know, at least he got some damage. This is how you start 21 minutes in. Not the spot that you want to be in, but gotta start somewhere.
Gotta try. Reincarnation down for 90 seconds. They'll deny the bottom tier 2. That leaves the outpost open, but it's not going to activate for another 8 minutes to ping that experience. So 3K lead for Neon. Play hard. He's got Aether Lens. Wonder what he's going to go for next on this, Lena. Do we see Yules, Ags?
Yules is good against the Legion Commander, like a possible setup. Also getting rid of the silence. Or if you somehow manage to get the farm, get that Aghanim Scepter done, be able to burst DB.
Then you get the shard. Hit multiple people with that Laguna Blade if you can.
Now, Lena got nerfed throughout the patches. Like, she was super popular as a position 4, but all of her spells got nerfed, so it kind of feels bad. Climbing uphill. Let's see what could go wrong.
Whitemon, Sunray trying to save him, but there's the Laguna Blade coming in from Playhard. Supernova is not the best spot. Playhard, you can see he just right-clicks it down. They get the kill onto the egg. They look over at Natsumi with BKB, but is he getting out enough? Static Storm as well as the Kinetic Field. They take out Cuckoo. That's going to be 3 heroes down on the side of T1, and now Jackie has Sunder available, but it's on a Natsumi, so he uses the Sunder and really doesn't gain much from it. Kinetic Field is there. Jackie's caught. LSA, they've gotten the damage. They've gotten the kill. 4 dead on T1. Neon just obliterating this
If they
Radiant side.
want to climb uphill like that, one thing you do is possibly just plant an observer ward to get the glimpse of what's going on the top. Even if they deward, it's still worth it if they deward straight away. Yeah, look at that. They're trying to get stuff done on the uphill, something that a lot of the teams make a mistake. You had to wrap around, try to go different route, but climbing uphill is always a bit tricky.
That's a tough one. That's usually the most dangerous move you can make. Climbing uphill like that, no vision.
Radiant's top tower.
Wraith King's almost to level 18. That'll give him level 3 in the Reincarnation, 40 seconds. They push in top. Look for a top tier 2.
Radiant's top tower
And
is under
should be able to get it. There's nothing really here to stop them. They've got skeletons to join in and take this tower. 3 heroes here. Really a 4th with Jean-Well
Radiant's
sitting
top
behind.
tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
20 to 5. Not much of anything really doing for T1 at the moment. Jackie's had a couple of deaths. He's won 3 and 2. Manta, Scotty going into the BKB. But you can see things are getting pretty difficult for him overall in this game.
This is something you usually don't see. Like, Cuckoo is 0-6 and 0, but has 10 dual victory damage because they killed Raid King once. This is actually some funny stuff.
Static Storm is down onto 3 of these heroes. The Kinetic Field's in an interesting spot. That's going to catch Cuckoo once again. He is dead for the 7th time, and Carl trying to TP out, but the Sonic Wave is in time to finish the Death Prophet. Carl gone. 2 heroes dead, and again, Neon come out on front. This is, I mean, at this point, Cuckoo is at 0
He's
kills
not
in his
factory.
last 24
He's
lives.
Agent 070 with the license to feed.
He'll take the martini. Spilled, not stirred.
Yeah. He's having a rough one. 2 games in a row. Not much contribution. DB still. Okay, he's fallen down to the 3rd place. He was the most farmed hero in the game for quite some time. Needs that BKB to be able to stand his ground and take a fight. T1, once again, fallen into a trap where they're not doing any aggressive moves. That Prophet, BKB is online. Exorcism almost level 3. So that's going to help quite a lot.
Man, have you seen, by the way, you're talking about the net worth. Have you ever seen it like this? where all 3 cores are evenly farmed on one side. Neon, like, they're all the same net worth. That's insane.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah. But not only are they all the same net worth, they're all keeping up with the top of the net worth hero on the other side. Like, sometimes you'll see that, and it's like an alchemist on the other team or something like that, or, you know, something that's going to massively outfarm you. But this is 3 evenly farmed heroes. It's nuts. Carl trying to TP out. Glimpse with the Wraith Fire Blast. Static Storm just for good measure. They still have the BKB, but the damage is there. BKB has no power here. And the BKB now down to 8 seconds.
Like right now, T1 is in such a bad spot. As you mentioned, the 3 core of Neon is doing so much work moving around the map. I'm not sure if Jackie can carry this. He's level 14. Look at the other carries, offlaners, whatever you want to call them, on Neon. Level 19, Raid King. Queen of Pain, level 20. Razor about to hit level 20.
This is all Neon so far. Zephyr is farmed as Legion, but so is the Lina, who has that Yules and then the Axe. So if I can continue to guess what items Play Hard goes for, it'll be Ag Shard. Hopefully I can continue this trend. I just want to see the Shard once.
On Lina?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a possibility once she finishes the Aghanim Scepter.
Quickening Charm for the Radiant side. Elven Tunic for Neon. With an Enchanted Quiver dropping for the Radiant. So Mystic Headband for Lina. Got that extra cast range. You've got the extra cast range from the level 10 talent. So, you know, you can really be putting in the hurt from far distance away because it's the cast range from 3 things with that Aether Lens too. So
yeah, it's a big cast range from Lina. She can stun you from the fog easily. There's the smoke from T1. Let's see what they can do. Like, this fight will pretty much show like how the game's gonna go. If they are not able to take this fight, Neon has super high chances of winning this game.
I don't think they should take the fight until the Terrorblade has his BKB though.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, he's less than 1,000 gold away, so should just be able to farm that. But look who's hunting.
Courier coming in, and that's just with Dust, so they don't need to kill, but they look over and get the kill on a Zephyr eventually. Static Storm and the Sonic Wave committed. Not sure they needed both, but this is also right near the Roche Pit. If they back off this, they could just go back for an Aegis Cheese. They do have a Courier in on it, so they do spot it, and they have this information to make that move.
Roche is up, so they're inside a pit. Cheese and Aegis. They're also starting things out with the Courier if needed.
There it is. There is the Aegis. There's the Cheese. And TB, by the way, he's only level 16.
Yeah, very low level for this stage of the game.
They'll find Carl. BKB gets forced out. It's only a 8-second BKB. The damage! Oh, during the TB! Oh my
It's
God.
too much. Like, they have a ton of damage. Raid King is level 22. Terrorblade is level 16.
Absolutely nuts.
Man, this is a rough one.
It really is, and it seems like it's all Neon the entire time. I mean, they are out killing on a 5-to-1 pace. They are continuing to push in. They're up 15K. Like, it's 30 minutes into the game, and it has not felt like Neon were going to let this one go at all. They've
Neon
just
is
been
playing
ahead.
so good right now, moving as a unit, getting a pickoffs multiple times. All lanes are pretty much in a good state except the top. Like, you can't outpush the 3 lanes. Maybe they even could with the lineup that they have. Potentially threaten the high ground. There's a Lincoln Sphere on Queen of Pain, so doesn't have to care about the initiation from the Lion. He needs to use 2 spells. Sunder, Duel. I don't think they care too much about the Duel at this point.
10 dual damage. And
It's funny, man. It's really funny because he has no assists, no kills.
Yeah, it's just on Wraith King's first life.
They should give him something like 0, 7, 0.5.
Yeah, I would accept that. Half a kill, I guess. What else would give you half of something? Could you get half? No, you can't get half a death. Can't get half an item. Well, you can get half the components. Could you split the cheese? Make that a dynamic? Cheese level 2 drops
No, we don't
from
need that
Roche?
B-Cup. Thank God you're not the one who's balancing the game or, you know, giving new ideas to Ice Frog. Half a cheese. Yeah, just give me a slice. You know?
Yeah,
I'll take
exactly.
200 HP of that cheese.
You give them those little bell cheeses, just hand it over.
So another pause, hoping for a quick one.
Should be a quick one. Up 17k. This one's lining up real well for Neon. Where is your team? I'm looking at outs here for T1, and yeah, it relies pretty much solely on a high ground defense that goes their way 5-0. But that's going to be so difficult. I'm not really sure how they pull that off. So we'll see if they can make that possible. Feels like we're in Neon's world right now. We're all just kind of living in it. But TB, going Butterfly next. Reconnection happening. Lion, all he's got is some components to a Force Staff. Trying to finish that one
I
off.
love it when you say going for the Butterfly. He has 300 gold. Can't even buy a quarterstaff. Can't buy a slice of quarterstaff with this money.
Well, you're going to save up for a vacation, you know. You're going to save up for a new computer. Are you still going for a computer if you don't have any of the components?
I'm just thinking B-Cup. Like it's definitely a rough one for T1. I don't think they have the tools, considering how much 3 cores of Neon are farmed right now.
Yeah.
Like, they need a perfect fight. Question is, what is perfect fight? Because they can't go through the Braid King. We've seen that they managed to, like, kill him once, and then they need to back off. And everyone else is extremely farmed. Like, Lina sitting on 2,000 gold. Once she gets that Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be so much easier to burst through the Terrorblade.
Yeah, you're going to have that Ags, and then you're
Even
going to have
BP.
Ags Shard on Disruptor. Hit even harder. And Death Prophet doesn't really have much, right? Natsumi. He's working with that Aegis. Going into a Blink Dagger next, a mobility item for him after going Sanjanyasha, BKB, Shivas. Do you think the Blink Dagger is the right call here?
Okay, can jump possibly on one of the targets, like either force an egg, jump onto Lion. And now that Blink Dagger is upgradable, it's being purchased more even on the heroes that like did not want to buy it because it's taking up your slot.
Is Razor the kind of hero you want the overwhelming blink on? So heroes can't run away from you?
For sure. Exceed the max movement speed, a lot of attack speed. We've seen Swift Blink. Who bought it? Monkey King bought a Swift Blink in the
First game.
First game, yeah.
So bottom lane, Beal's pushing in. Top lane, Natsumi's pushing in. See how willing they are to make this approach. Blink Dagger for the Death Prophet. Interesting pickup there, Blink Dagger. We'll see if it pays off for the Death Prophet overall. As Neon still setting up, still waiting for an opportunity, but continuing to farm as well. They want the BKB on the Wraith King. They want Yopaj to finish off that Nullifier. There are a couple items here that they are kind of waiting for. They are pushing out these lanes, but there's still a little bit more that they want for the Power Spike to help them climb that high ground and finish the game.
Now, we've seen that in the previous game as well, where there's no need to rush things. You just want to be so safe, because It's a lot of stake here, so I can't blame them. You know, the game is a bit slowed down after killing the Roche, after the pause. I also lost a bit of a track of time. So 1 minute left on that Aegis. She's still... Where's the cheese at?
Cheese is on the Queen of Pain.
Quap has cheese, okay.
Cheese on the Queen of Pain, 54 seconds left on that Aegis. So we'll see how this ends up going, if it even is just a farming Aegis and maybe they wait for the third Roche to push in once they get these items. But that is maybe not what you want to be waiting for. You're giving TB a lot of time to farm, and I know that so far you've been able to beat the Terrorblade, but I've never seen a team that really is willing to let Terrorblade get that fourth, fifth,
we have
sixth
seen
item.
some teams, I think it was Phantom Assassin into TB, that they did not want to finish the game. They allowed Terrorblade to farm for 10-15 minutes, and then it really backfired. He changed his item build, going into Daedalus, which I like a bit more, where you're going straight into damage. Just a casual Crystallis is a ton of damage. Problem is he's under-leveled. He's level 17. So it's not going to be as tanky. He's not going to have that level 20 talent on top of that. Not going to have level 3 Sunder.
He's actually so under-leveled compared to these other heroes. So level 17 to Death Prophet, who's 19.
Reason is he was sitting in the base. He does not want to leave the base. One lane is pushed out by the illusion, so he doesn't get any XP from that.
Yeah, but he's so far behind compared to these cores on Neon. Like, look at this. You're about to have 25 on pretty much all 3 of your cores. I've never seen such an equal distribution of wealth and experience.
Yeah, it's just 20,000 on 3 cores. It's insane. And then there's that Prophet, Lina, and everyone else.
Yeah. I'm like amazed. Because they're all going to hit 25 around the same time. So you're what? Getting Reincarnation, cast Wraith Fire Blast, if Wraith King even dies at this point. You should have the Spell Block if that's what you want for Yopaj. And then for Razor, you know, you could take the +1 on the Eye of Storm target or the 80 attack speed. You know, whatever one is going to fit you better.
I think right now they need to get a kill with Legion Commander involved just to boost his, boost him up. You know, get that 1 on the board. Have a 1-7-0 or 0-7-1, doesn't matter.
It's going to be dangerous, though, because I think even if he duels with the Laguna Blade upgrade with this Ags, he could just die. His duels need to be very careful. I'd like to see Lina get 18 before they fight as well. Get that upgrade, 200 damage on the Laguna Blade. Yeah, things quieting up a little bit. Ooh, goes to -2 seconds on the Mortal Strike cooldown, so doesn't take the Reincarnation cast Wraith Fire Blast. Maybe feeling that he won't die. But I say that, and he might die right here, right now, with BKB's being popped by Natsumi as well as Jackie. They'll lose that first life. So Supernova on the high ground, but they've got heroes here to hit it. They'll take care of that egg immediately. Carl pops the BKB. They've got the Sonic Wave. They get the kill on a Cuckoo. He's going to buy back immediately, and now they'll look after Carl, whose BKB is not long. He's used it a lot. He's forced to turn around. Cuckoo, he did get an assist on that.
That's what I was talking about. Buys back immediately, wants to participate more. Roshan may respawn in 20 seconds, but we can see the power of TB with that Daedalus, with that Scotty. Something that they should not fool around with. If they just leave him alone, like Lina used the ulti, try to burst him down, but TB is really tanky. It's also level 2 ulti, which deals 700 damage. Pure damage, however, but still not enough. They need some follow-up.
Now level 18. Level 3. And a Flicker. Ooh.
Flicker is really good here against the silences, against the fiery spirits, against reflection. A lot of things to this spell.
Okay, I was just doing the math in my head about the cast ranges here for Lina. Extra 455 cast range. Truthfully, don't even need to be close to these fights. Spell Prism for the Radiant side.
Now it's getting spicy, you know, tier 4 items. Let's see what what they drop. They need something big for the Terrorblade. Right now he's just holding a Ring of Aquila. Lion Psychic Headband, which is fine. Extra cast range on him as well. You mentioned that Spell Prism on his Death Prophet, which is probably the best item you can get. Just overall the best tier 4 item in the game right now.
I agreed. So Razor, who had that Blink Dagger queued up, went to a Heart instead. And now going into either a Butterfly or a Blink Dagger, does have 2,400 gold, so we'll see what he ends up calling for. This is an Ag's Blessing available. We'll see who ends up trying to take it. Not really sure T1 can contest, but they are going to make the move over. They're going to try and make it happen. Zephyr looking for an opportunity to come in. They evacuate the pit, respecting what T1 can throw into a team fight here.
Meta is available. Trickster Cloak. Drop for T1.
Just get to go in.
Still no real damage item Terrorblade can use. Feels really bad at the moment. I mean, it's a magic resist, it's evasion. That's fine, but he would love to have something that just boosts him up.
Exorcism. Silence coming through. Sunray right on top. They're going to get the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King immediately with BKB being popped all around the horn. Natsumi Static Link gets himself 117 damage as they've got the Static Storm, but it's a little bit zoning more than anything. The BKBs are going to run out on the side of T1. Can they still continue to fight in? They've got themselves the Laguna Blade as well as the Finger coming in. They get the Kona Jackie as well as White Mob Play Hard gets both of them, and Natsumi, he ends up falling. Down goes Cuckoo. They're going to look over at Tabeel, who's running armlet toggling, trying to survive as he's in the Exorcism and gets away.
Yeah,
the only one they lose is Razor.
Once he uses that BKB, once he uses the Manta style, after that he just feels very vulnerable to any kind of jump. They don't have... They have a save in terms of like press the attack, but Cuckoo, he doesn't have an item to just go in. Like you can see the damage coming out from the TB is still insanely high, but not enough. This is like slowly becoming... one core lineup, two core lineup. They don't have an offlaner once again.
So Yopaj is holding onto the Ag's Blessing in his backpack. Sonic Wave not off cooldown, so maybe holding it, potentially giving it to Natsumi when he shows up.
Probably, otherwise he would just use it. They jump in, they get Zephyr.
Yeah, quick kill there onto Zephyr. This is 29,000 net worth lead for Neon as they'll take the tier 3 and back off, at least for now.
It's just one buyback is all it takes. No meta for 50 seconds. 33,000 gold lead for Neon. Like they just feel in full control of this game. They find the Timeless Relic. It's a good item on a Death Prophet, good on Lion, but Death Prophet already holding onto that Spell Prism. It's also good on Phoenix as well, but nothing for TB.
So Natsumi gets that Ag's Blessing. He gets it delivered. A little quick one-day shipping.
Subscribe with Prime, that's why it arrived so quickly.
So
there's the
let's
jump.
take a look. They're going to make a move over bottom.
First life.
They've already got the first life out of the hands of Debio Cuckoo. He's in an interesting spot, and he goes for the duel with the Supernova. They're going to go after Natsumi, but the Static Storm comes in. He can't even get the duel damage. They've got silence onto this Legion Commander. They look over is now Razor. He's running away with the BKB being popped by Jackie, still continuing to move on in. They get the kill on Natsumi. He's going to buy back immediately with now the Lion buying back too. The LSA that comes through onto the Terrorblade.
There's the Laguna Blade.
There's the kill onto Jackie. They'll look over at Zephyr, who'll use himself into the air. Is to deal with the BKB. He's fine to go after this kill. Take out another double kill for him. 4 heroes down on the side of T1 with the buyback being used by Lion.
Terrorblade doesn't even have buyback at the moment. The rune's spawning in 2 minutes, so they can't even pick up the rune to give him a buyback. Razor bought back, which means that they are going all in. Also, Queen of Pain should give cheese to Razor. He's still vulnerable if they decide to just burst him down. Let's see. They are going for the throne. They are going for the win here.
Yeah, TB just gone for 45 seconds. There's no sense of defense here for T1. It's looking like Neon are going to get it done, and there's no way to stop this. Neon They'll go after the throne, and they will take the game, take the series, and move on into second place. Go to the group stage, and T1 will go to the wild card. Very well done there by Neon Esports to take this series. That was
Nicely
really
done.
well done.
It was a one-sided game,
Yeah.
pretty much a perfect execution. You mentioned it multiple times, where like 3 cores had the same amount of net worth constantly throughout the
entire
game.
game.
So pretty rough game for Cuckoo. Once
Again,
again,
yeah.
game 2, game 3, he really struggled. Like he couldn't get any duels off. They put him in a bad spot, just securing farm for Terrorblade, but they didn't have a real playmaker. That Prophet got caught multiple times trying to invade the enemy jungle. But Neon, they managed to bounce back. They're looking crisp.
Yeah, they look really good. That game was perfect from them overall. I just think that Neon coming out of that, they're going to have a lot of just great feelings going through them as they secure that upper spot, ahead of T1. And it's been a really good season from them. So going into the major, things are going to feel really good. And, well, that's it for the DPC SEA from our parts. But we still have a panel to break it down. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cop and Lacoste. One last time from you guys for the SEA region. But yes, that is it. All done and dusted. And Neon take the victory, securing themselves the 2nd place in the DPC League. Meanwhile, T1 will go down to the wildcard. Still going to Singapore, still going to the major, but they'll have to fight through those all-important wildcard matches. To break it down with me on the panel, we've got Lizard and Black. Guys, what happened in this 3rd and final game of the series?
Just like game 2. Pretty much.
Yep.
Carl underperformed super much, but then to up that, Kuku underperformed even more 2 games consecutively. Last 2 games combined, he went 0-26. It's something I've not seen in a very, very long time. Like he was completely out of it. In both games.
0-26. The last game, Venomancer wasn't the greatest Veno game, let's put it that way. The itemization wasn't on point. This second game, though, it's mostly because of the way they set up their lanes and make his life a little bit harder to allow Terrorblade to find some more farm. I would ask, where was the Terrorblade's farm?
I think the questions we have to ask for T1 right now actually go beyond gameplay and beyond. I mean, look, like Neon are laughing. Like they're laughing. They know that the mistakes which T1 are making are not really
pretty rookie mistakes, to be honest.
It's really just Neon playing also very well.
Yes, I mean, obviously you make a mistake against this team, they will punish you. Do you feel like this was the pressure getting to T1 a little bit?
Definitely. I mean, they looked so different from game 1, even game 2. Game 2 and 3, it was mainly Karl and Kuku for me, who are usually the backbones of the team. They did not manage to, I don't know. I'm really shocked, honestly, how different they were.
But you couldn't see these moves that they usually do, right? You couldn't see
no aggression.
Yeah, no aggression.
They were so scared.
Or even sometimes when they're behind, they manage to set up the proper defense of that triangle where TB is farming.
Wow.
They managed to take a fight or two. They couldn't. Like this game, B-Cop and Lacoste were asking themselves, why is this Terrorblade level 16? Meanwhile, Raid King offlane level 22. They didn't have any kills. Like on their side, besides him obviously farming with Illusion, they didn't have any kills. They had 5 kills to 25.
It shows the mindset too, because if you're only, pushing out with illusions and your main hero is never anywhere to soak that experience, it really shows the mindset, right? Like where they're just really scared. They don't want to be anywhere close to danger.
And it's Lina, it's this Queen of Pain that are always the threat. There's so much burst damage that he's just afraid. Plus Natsumi with the Razor. Not a care in this whole world. This guy is just running straight in. Sometimes it did backfire once or twice, I believe. He just goes in and instantly pops. But most of the time, it just looks solid. He survives and they turn a fight.
Still think that the Bill for me though is the man of the match on a Wraith King. Minute 20, Armlet, Radiance, as if he's like a +1 player really in this game.
Oh god, our pubs. Oh no, those offlaners going to be thinking they can carry the games by themselves again. Here we go. But no, fantastically done. I mean, they saw the weakness and they went for it. They're like, hey, this is a game where we can do this. We can be greedy. And, it's a TB. What's he going to do? Nothing. He's just going to go to the jungle. He's going to hit creeps and we'll be able to farm more on more of our cores than they will be able to. I mean, the thinking from Neon here was spot on. The drafting was really good in the 2nd and 3rd game, especially game number 2. Like, it's looked so dominant from Neon across the board, and this was what they've been able to transform. But of course, our MVP for this third and final game, we are going to go with Natsumi on the Razor, playing the unconventional hero and making it work. I agree with this, to be honest. I think that this is a really good MVP because we don't see this Razor picked unless it's into like this hard counter matchup. It wasn't the case this game, and he still did wonders with this hero. Like, I don't know if we're going to be seeing more of it, but this was a very creative idea from Neon, doing it in such a high-pressure situation as well, and it works out for them. I think the praise is very well deserved here.
Are really all three cores on the side of Neon, like Bcop and Lacoste were saying throughout the match, constantly keeping the same net worth, also playing almost the same in the same manner. Wraith King not dropping a single life, a real life that is. He did die once in the game, 5-0-14. Play hard as well. He was questionable through some of the series that we have watched Neon play on that offlane as a Lina position 4. He did well enough, bursting down that Turbo Blade multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, he did exactly what he needed to, and, you know, you might want to ask whether this swap is going to be permanent. In fact, we can do exactly that, because we're going to go into our interview now, as we have Natsumi here from Neon Esports to talk to us. Natsumi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. You guys are going to the Major, and you guys are going to be in the group stage of the Major straight up. How does that feel for you?
We feel so very happy, and we feel very proud of ourselves because all our hard work's paid off. Yeah.
Absolutely has. Yeah, I mean, you guys had such a good run in this DPC league. So again, huge congratulations to you guys. Lizard,
I'll take the easy question.
Go for it. Go for it.
Why did your POS 3 and POS 4 switch roles in that last series?
After our loss against T1, yes, was it yesterday? Yeah,
yesterday.
2 days ago, I think.
2 days ago? Yesterday.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
We, the team, talk about why we lost, and Playhard said that he's not very confident in playing POS 3 offlane. So we got 2 scrim. We try. Scam says that he will play offlane, and we try. And yeah.
Congratulations once again. Is this the place where you expected yourself or imagined yourself to be at the beginning of the league, taking that second spot?
Yeah, at the beginning of the league, we expect so much of ourselves because we did good in the scrims. Yeah, we did good in the scrims.
Yeah, I mean, that much was obvious. You had that belief in yourself. I think that came into play in this series a lot. T1, do you think they underperformed in this series?
In this series, I think the game 3, we just outlaned them and outdrafted them.
Well, whose idea was the Razor pick? Was that yours?
It's our strategy. We do it in scrims. We pick Razor to win lane, and yeah.
You got a major coming up, Natsumi. They don't play Razor at all, guys. Don't worry about it. It's not a hero they ever pick. This was a misclick. All right. Well, looking ahead to Season 2, are there any changes to the DPC format which you'd like to see?
Maybe the games. It's so long, the days. Like one game, then after 1 week, so to wait so long for me, I think.
So you want to play more Dota?
More Dota in less time.
More Dota.
Yeah.
More Dota, less time. That's valuable for sure. All right. Well, I guess I've got one more question then for you, Natsumi, and it's a very simple one. Are you going to win the Major?
We hope so. We will do our best.
You will do your best. That's all you can do. You guys have done magnificently this season, and we're really looking forward to rooting you guys when we see you play on that international stage in Singapore. Natsumi, thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good luck, Natsumi.
What is it about this region where every interview just gives me like butterflies out? You know, I just want to root for every team here. It is sad for T1 to see them going down to the wild card, but you know, I think this team has a lot to learn from this series.
It was not a skill loss, really. It was, for me at least, it looked like a mental defeat, really. Like, that's all I gotta say. Like, skill-wise, we have seen what they can do. if they play really well. Today, they have not shown that at all. In game 1, you caught some glimpses of it, but game 2 and 3,
Definitely did not look like their usual selves that we expected.
like
from
2 days
T1.
ago,
Yeah,
they looked so different.
Yeah. Do you think that's worrying for you then? Because they're now going into an even higher pressure situation. They're going into a LAN, and they're going to be playing internationally. There's more eyes on them.
It's worrisome, but at the same time, they do still have quite a bit of time to, you know, talk things out. I mean, I'm not sure how you really approach this kind of matter because it's really just a confidence issue.
Just hire a shrink. Get a mental coach. Get someone to talk you through. Someone to hype. Get Black.
Get me. I mean,
what do you mean you
I'm
don't
right
know
here.
how to? Aren't you like the master of that?
You want to go to Singapore? I live in
Yeah,
Singapore.
just
I'm
do
right
it.
there. You can literally just knock on my door. Hey, Black, we need some help. And I'm like, oh, sure, bro. I got you.
There you go. That's the spirit. That's the confidence that I wanted from Black.
Why
all
are
along.
you jumping on? Like he's shilling himself out enough already. He doesn't need you to help him. This is enough.
I'm building him up. That's
Thank you,
all.
thank
I
you.
That's
see,
all I
I
need.
see.
The higher you
Surprise.
build me up, the higher I will fall, which is what he's waiting for, of course. But
Yes.
How do we think Neon are going to do in the international stage?
question mark?
Question mark.
Question
There's just a big question mark overall for me when it comes to SCA and how they will perform in the major, because they have such skilled individuals, but strategic aspects of the game are really not as solid and not as played through, thought through as, let's say, Europe or even CIS, China.
The foundation looks very wonky. Like, you know, like you have like Secret, where it's like this huge square of it's just a very good
Hard
stable
concrete.
foundation, yeah. But then an SEA is like weird
But as
pyramid
we've
kind of
seen,
shape.
you know,
that can do
work.
wonders. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have seen even TNC, that was a year ago, but nobody thought they would win the major. They absolutely crushed it. They almost didn't drop any game. The playstyle can really come as a surprise for the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a nature of the game as well. Dota being so crazy and unpredictable that sometimes the fundamentals, they can be changed. They can be, you know, abused, in fact, if you
Can
have a
break
different
'em.
idea on how to play the game. Yeah, break those foundations down, build up your own foundations, and sometimes that is the key to victory, which a team needs to succeed in the international stage. So I'm very interested, and I honestly don't know. I'm not as confident as you guys in the SEA region being that weak, because from what I've seen,
no, not
yes,
weak at all. Yeah,
it's
we're not
unpredictable.
Unpredictable. That's
Yeah, yeah.
probably the best way to put it. Not calling them weak at all. Individually, extremely skilled, and when the stars align, when the right heroes are picked, when they have some crazy ideas, crazy picks, they look unstoppable even. So.
Yeah,
we'll see.
yeah, but the previous success of TNC obviously being a great marker for the region, and unfortunately they won't be playing, but definitely Fnatic, Neon, and T1 all going to be formidable opponents in that Singapore major. But right now, we have, of course, the Prediction King, who got the most games right out of this best of 3 series. It was Lizard. You did it. You're the prediction wink. Good job.
Prediction wink. All right. I have 100 games on the hero. Sure, why not? I'm one of those ugly spammers of Hoodwink. Why not?
Quite impressive today, though, considering the series were pretty crazy. You know, T1 coming out in game 1, and then Neon just completely turning it on its head in game 2 and game 3.
This last game, I pretty much just rolled the dice, but the second the second game was, you see that Veno, you know he's going to struggle a little bit. And Cuckoo, struggled.
Struggle indeed. Alrighty. Well, we can have a look at those standings, of course, and see how everything is looking right now. And, of course, as mentioned, Fnatic, they'll be going through to the upper bracket of the major. Neon are going through to the group stage of the major, and T1 are going to the wild card of the major. Meanwhile, Boom, TNC, and Execration will be doing nothing at the major, but they will also not be dropping down to the lower division.
They'll be watching
They'll be watching the major. Yeah.
They will be. They will be. 496 and Vice are going to be swapping places with Lil Gun and Omega Esports between the upper and lower division. Meanwhile, Signal Ultra, Galaxy Racer, Army Geniuses, and 0-2 will be staying in the lower division, and Hoyo and Yangon will be relegated out into oblivion. They will get nothing, and they will be eliminated from the lower division, unfortunately.
Yeah, replaced by 2 open qualified teams eventually.
Yep.
Wait, these open qualifiers are basically open qualifiers for the TI as well, right? The second season.
There's one more after.
Yeah,
Is there one more after
the
TI will
next
have
major?
qualifiers as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Open qualifiers. I'm pretty sure. I don't really know, so I'm not going to say anything
Alright.
official on that. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole season
Would
to come.
make
We got a
sense.
major to focus on right now, Lizard. Come on. All right. Well, before we end the show for the SEA region, guys, I just want to hear your thoughts on the on Fnatic, which we haven't really mentioned so far, but they are of course the upper bracket team. I guess the winners of the DPC SEA region. So congratulations to them, guys. How do you think they're going to do?
They've shown weaknesses here and there, but overall they are the most stable team in this chaotic region. So, I mean, they got top 12 secured already. I think I would give them a top 6-ish, but I can't really see them much higher than that right now, at least.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement from our boy Black, not Lacoste.
Yeah, same
Just
name.
another Dominic.
Yeah.
The other Doms. Yeah, it's, I mean, again, though, we just don't know. It's been such a long time, 14 months between the last LAN event. It's,
Finally, we get a LAN event. Finally, we will see multiple regions clash.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe SEA is the best. We just don't see it because they're playing among each other.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing which this league format has really allowed for is that each region has developed its own meta. There has been cross-influence there, but overall, you know, every region has its own idea, its own fundamentals, as you say, on how to play the game. And maybe SEA has the code cracked this time around. We just don't know until we get to Singapore. So, guys, make sure you tune into the Singapore Majors. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to finally see some international Dota. All the best teams will be playing from these leagues across the world, coming together for the first time in a very long time for a celebration of Dota 2, but here at the DPC SEA, brought to you by PGL, we're all done. Of course, huge shout out to our sponsors for this event, who are HyperX with the headphones and the RAM and all things hardware. Head over to HyperX, the official seat sponsor as well, who are Secret Lab. Check them out if you're in this market for a new gaming chair, as they are the comfiest and the best. But from us here, it's going to be goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us over this journey of Dota 2. It's been a fantastic 6 weeks of non-stop SEA action. We've enjoyed every minute of it, and of course getting engaged with the SEA community, and of course we will see you next time, but from us, it's goodbye.